Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In Yamadika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In Yamadika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is, the Holy Holy song. So there it is. Hello, friends. Thank you for joining us again. Hello, welcome. So the session starts, your company required. Your company already here, but more company, of course, required. We need as many as we can get in terms of viewership. You all know that. That is the meat and drink of anybody doing this sort of live streaming. So welcome, dear friends. Settle in. So the usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Do that immediately and right now. So click on the like button, please. And then if you're not already subscribed, then do us the favor of correcting that as well. If you spend that much time here, no matter how much we offend you, the righteous thing to do will be to click on the subscribe button, because we engage you almost on a daily basis. We're part of your lives, whether you like it or not. So that in itself, what's that subscription? So click on like and click on subscribe. And then, of course, if you feel inclined to donating towards the platform, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard and go buy endless cups of coffee for your host. So go buy endless cups of coffee for your host. And if you want to join us on the screen, the other hyperlink that says StreamYard, the first hyperlink, the one it says buy your host cups of coffee. So if you want to donate towards the platform, you click on that. If you want to join us on the screen, you click on this. So this one now highlighted on the screen. You click on that, it brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. That's how it works. It's an open microphone session. The open microphone being that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's as simple as that. Nothing complex or complicated. So there it is. So 4 things you are looking to do now. Click on like, that you must do. Click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. If you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. So this one is not mandatory. The like and subscribe, they are mandatory. You must do those. But the buy your host cups of coffee, that's at your discretion. If you feel inclined, then you do that. And also these are this StreamYard, the invitation to come join us on the screen. This is also discretionary, but we heavily encourage it, because the more people that are coming in, you are seeing just the quality of the conversations improving all the time. It's only because people made the effort to click on that. So if you want to be part of the conversation, click on that as well. So there it is. As we set about doing those, let me play another little musical intermission before we get fully into the throes of it. Your calabash to the ready, we join the Kegites. The Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Ṣọ́bí master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Agbalagba Adura. That's a senior prayer right there. Agbalagba Adura. You know, Abala Adura niyo. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. Do you know what that means? May death have nothing to do with us. So that's the first foremost prayer. And then everything else falls under that. Because you have to be alive for everything else to play out whichever way they are playing out. So that's a senior prayer right there. Agbalagba Adura. And on behalf of you, my friends, and myself, a big amen to that. Iku koniriwa gbeshe. So Iku koniriwa gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. I have been wounded on front lines, Okupe says after stepping down as Obi's campaign DG. So a mortal, maybe not a mortal blow, but certainly a fatal blow. Not to the point of taking his life, of course, but completely leaving him incapacitated. This is the narrative that this headline suggests, permanently damaged by that journey he embarked upon. This is what Okupe is saying. I have been wounded on front lines, Okupe says after stepping down as Obi's campaign DG. So there it is right there. If you come and fight with the tigers, you come with long knives. So there it is, a lesson learned in the most cold, most brutish fashion for the pot-bellied man from Abeokuta. So lesson learned, but is this another lesson being learned here? So now the skirmish, of course, between Sheikh Tinubu and the Villa Arise TV, it looks as though it's taken somewhat of a turn. Arise TV, this day publisher, Obiagbena, reaches out meets to resolve dispute with APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So ultimately, they all seem to take a knee to the looter from Lagos. So there it is, the arrogant, and maybe some of you may or may not have noticed, but the presence of Rufai is somewhat being eased off the front line of that platform. And there's this new girl now, I can't quite recall her name, some rather dark-skinned, somewhat chubby-figured girl. She's somewhat now the one sitting next to Ruben Abati. So they are starting to phase Rufai out for a reason that is too partisan in his presentation, which we've said endlessly on this platform, of course. So that guy now, it looks as though they are looking to get rid of him, they're easing him out, and then they're reaching out to the olive branch, to the Tinubu space. So take a knee and bow is what we're saying here. Take a knee and bow. Show your fiddle to the crown. Arise TV, this day publisher, Obiagbena, reaches out, meets to resolve disputes with All Progressive Congress presidential candidates Tinubu. So there it is. The daddy will always be the daddy. So that's just it now. The daddy will always be the daddy. So there it is. Tinubu daddying the Arise TV space. So Tinubu daddies the Arise TV place. I don't know the number of new notes printed. CBN Deputy Governor Aisha Ahmed. So there it is right there. And there it is. So this might come as an alarm, or it might well suggest that that change of currency, it was shrouded in so much secrecy, and it was placed on so much of a need-to-know basis that anybody that does not necessarily need to know that that move was being made is not brought into the loop. And this is what this suggests, which is to say that it was a covert operation that Buhari and Emefiele unleashed on the Nigerian space just to catch them off guard. I don't know the number of new notes printed. CBN Deputy Governor Aisha Ahmed. So if the Deputy Governor does not know how much money was printed, then that tells you she wasn't in the loop. Akintoye steps down as Yoruba Nation leader. So Akintoye steps down as Yoruba Nation leader. So quite a controversial figure, of course, and a lot of his activities, some to be admired, a lot not to be, especially this aggressive push when he can read the smoke signals that there's an ethnic move to take charge of the Nigerian state, but he's still clamoring for an ethnic secession. You understand what I mean? When he says that the Yorubas are moving to seize charge of Nigeria, and he continues in the underbelly to agitate for Yoruba Nation nationhood, which runs contrary to the direction of travel of that tribe. So is this treachery? You decide. Akintoye steps down as Yoruba Nation leader. So what's led to that stepping down, I will find out shortly. Back to the CBN, Central Bank Governor Emefiele refuses to return to Nigeria from United States, claims heart ailment amid links to terrorism, possible detention, grilling by secret police, DSS. So he's claiming that he has some medical conditions that prevents him from coming back to Nigeria. That medical condition, of course, is the ailment called kiri, by way of being handcuffed and chained next to Nnamdi Kanu at DSS facility. And I'm not sure that he's because this is a guy that's lived a cushy life for so long. I'm not sure that his physicality can take the brutality of a DSS interaction. Central Bank Governor Emefiele refuses to return to Nigeria from United States, claim heart ailment amid linked to terrorism, possible detention, grilling by secret police, DSS. So the latest installment we find out there, still staying with Emefiele, anti-graft agency EFCC grills Nigerian central bank directors over multi-billion naira loan illegally approved by Emefiele to Cotton Farmers Association President Achi Mugu. So Achi Mugu and Emefiele, this guy has been, the Emefiele must be the richest man in Nigeria now. I defy anybody to have more money than that guy. He's been looting the coffers since Goodluck Jonathan. So so there it is. Obi leads Tinubu article in Fresh Poll. Also, I think we've already done this yesterday. So that's a total nonsense, of course. Everybody has been to that poll. It's just a laughing stock now. This feeble attempt by Peter's side. Peter will be now using his parliament to commission fake polls. So that's just a mark of desperation right there. And still staying with the Peter Obi space, a lot of you, of course, would have seen the derisory turn up at the Port Harcourt rally. So how long, let me actually share the screen so you can see it. How long can Peter Obi keep up the pretense before he collapses and just backs? We all know that at some point he's going to collapse to Atiku. So how long will he continue to keep up the charade before he collapses into Atiku? So there it is. Look at this now. We saw what happened in Kogi State when they just categorically rejected him. Not a single dog strayed into that rally at Kogi State. But now he abandoned Ekiti and Osun State for whatever vague and spurious, completely intangible reasons. He abandoned Ekiti and Osun State, but then he hopped very quickly to Port Harcourt, where he thought he would be on somewhat home soil, where all these unnecessary people will turn up to back him, or they'll be busting to back him. But let's look at what played out there. So this is Peter Obi's rally at Port Harcourt. You can see the images. So you can see, all I see is rooftops and not people. So this is meant to be a sure banker space for Peter Obi, where the crowd is meant to be heaving. But look at that. Look at the aerial view. You shouldn't be able to see a single blade of grass in an Obi rally in Port Harcourt, but you can't even see a single human being. All you could see is grass and canopies. So there it is, a total category. Look at that. That's even worse. So this is Peter Obi in that video will put. I'm talking about that video. The worst artist, even our own uptown, will pull more of a crowd than this. And look at that. This is Peter Obi's. This is the aerial view of the venue, by the way. They'll tell you that, no, it was early in the day and all of that. But that was the narrative in Ibadan. That was the narrative in Kogi. And now this is still the narrative in Port Harcourt. So this is Peter Obi now, a total and unmitigated failure, this rally. These are images put out by that space, by the way. You can see unmistakably Igbo guy there. So it's not as though there's some opposition guy trying to pull a fast one. This is it. A categorical, unambiguous, total, unequivocal disaster. So there it is. So how long will he keep up the charade before he collapses into Atiku Abubakar? How long will he keep up the charade? But this certainly not a charade. This is a turn up for the books. An old name resurfaces within the senior-most spaces of Nigerian politics. Court declares Mohammed Abacha as Kano PDP governor candidate. So there it is. The Abacha name resurfaces in the Nigerian political lexicon. So the baton now passed on to a son. The chances of him taking, I think it's up against a guy called Ubasani, but I'm not sure that the APC are ready to let go of Kano yet. So I'm not sure that anything that purports to even be a free, never mind a fair election will take place in Kano State. But if it is money spending that will win it, then certainly this guy is ready. This was this guy. Let me show you the guy actually, because he made an infamous statement once, and I want to know who gets. I want you to see who gets the attribution for that statement. This guy made an infamous statement once. So let me put him up on the screen before I tell you what statement he did make. You are probably all familiar with the statement already. So the guy on your screen there, there is Mohammed Abacha right there, one of the sons of the butcher known as Sani Abacha. So this guy, he was once, I'm not sure if it's an urban myth or not, but this is certainly something that is widely circulated. This guy, they said, once said that this guy, they said, once said that God will never make his family as poor as Dangote. So that's the guy that gets that attribution for that statement. He once was reputed to have said his family, God will never make his family as poor as Dangote. So if it's dollar for dollar that wins Kano State, certainly he has a bag full of that. So a bag full of dollars, you have to go up against the Nigerian state for him to lose Kano State, because nobody contending for that seat even has the money that this guy's driver has, never mind the money that this guy has. So there it is. Court declares Mohammed Abacha as Kano PDP governorship candidate. So there it is. Would you like to see another Abacha in senior politics in Nigeria? I'll announce my preferred presidential candidate in January 2023. It's the whiskey lover from River State, Wike. So I think a lot of people now tire of Wike's politics because he has milked it for so long. So are now milked it for too long. So now, just to do one thing and let us move on. He's saying he's going to let us know in January. I hope that is early enough in January, because I think there are about, 31 days in January. So that still gives him the fullness of that month. But no, enough is enough. Just sway one side. The thing we do know is that it's highly unlikely. You never say never in politics, but it's highly unlikely to sway in the direction of Atiku Abubakar. But whichever way he goes that way in January. I'll announce my preferred presidential candidate in January 2023. That's Wike making that headline. And then we finally land on this. APC speaks on Lawan supporting Atiku. So this is coming off the back of a story of his supporters in, where does it come from? Where that guy defeated him. So this is speaking to a story of his supporters chanting Atiku at a campaign rally by his own party in his own homestead. So that is where this story is coming from. APC speaks on Lawan supporting Atiku. So there it is. We all know that Lawan, a very spiteful and a very vengeful man, of course, having now been ridiculed by Tinubu at the primaries and then completely decimated by Machina in his own homestead. He wants to take his pound of flesh before he leaves. So there it is. A rich menu, as always is the case. Lean back, kick back, take it easy. Do this. Look at my hands. Do this. Just put your hands up and surrender yourself to this space for however long the session lasts. Surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. But before you lean back, kick back, take it easy, or relax. What am I doing? Let me just go straight to the reading. I think I've done 2 songs, so let me go straight to the reading. But like, share, and subscribe. Do the buy the coffee thing and click on the on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. So do all that, and then let's just go straight into it. Sorry, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. All right. All right. I have been wounded on front line. Okupe says after stepping down as Obi's campaign DG. So now, licking his wounds. The former Director General of the Obi Dati Presidential Campaign organization, Doyin Okupe, has said he has been, let's take that again. The Director General of the Obi Dati Presidential Campaign Council, Doyin Okupe, has said he had been wounded by opponents following his conviction by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Okupe had on Tuesday resigned his position as the Director General of the organization following the ruling of a federal high court sitting in Abuja that convicted him of being guilty of 26 money laundering charges. Okupe later paid a fine of 13 million naira for all the count charges to escape being sentenced into prison for 2 years. The development had since generated mixed reactions from Nigerians, with some condemning his involvement in money laundering and others commending him for stepping down. Okupe had in his resignation letter said he was stepping down in order not to allow his personal interest, not his personal interest, that should say his personal travails, because it's not an interest, it's a travail. Okupe had in his resignation letter said he was stepping down in order not to allow his personal interest distract the campaign of Obi and that of the Labour Party. However, in a tweet on Thursday, the Labour Party chieftain said some were behind his travails. He insisted he would come back stronger, adding the Labour Party would emerge victorious next year. The tweet reads, "Their obedience." Sorry, somebody just sent me something which just flashed across the screen. All right. He insisted he will come back stronger, adding the Labour Party would emerge victorious next year. The tweet reads, "Their obedience, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but God delivers him from all of them. I have been wounded on the front lines. By God's grace, I will heal quickly and resume at the rear guard. Our mission to Aso Rock in 2023 is irreversible and unstoppable, God being our helper." Nigerians such as Reno Omokri had accused the former Anambra State governor of running a mafia group, not a political campaign. He claims Okupe's conviction indicated the lack of preparedness by the party to transform Nigeria. So there is nothing more categorical than that. Not often does Reno Omokri speaks to anything that coheres with fact or reason, but there's certainly coherence there. There's a lack of preparedness. In fact, it's patent. There's a patent lack of preparedness, not an appearance of, but a patent lack of preparedness for the Obi campaign to take the reins of power. And it's an understandable lack of preparedness, by the way. Peter Obi did not have the ambition to be Nigerian president until roundabout May this year. The thought never crossed his mind until roundabout May this year. The window did not open for him in the PDP, and he was ready to go back to his homestead when Okupe and Peter Side and the rest of them persuaded him to continue with that journey. So there's a lack of preparedness, of course. How can he be prepared for something that he had never aspired to in his life? And we saw the lack of preparedness in the endless delay with the manifesto, and then the manifesto that was then released turning out to be a copy and paste job, the appointment of the NSAS killer as their security consultant, and Okupe and his criminal past being the DG. So they're just latching from one disastrous space to another. And that, of course, are all wrapped into that lack of preparedness. But Okupe concedes, of course, that a fatal blow has been dished him in the course of his support of the man from Anambra. So a fatal blow, so hopefully not a mortal blow. Arise TV this day publisher Obiagbena reaches out, meets to resolve dispute with APC presidential candidate Tinubu. Arise TV and This Day newspaper on one side and the APC Presidential Campaign Council have been at loggerheads after the APC PCC, in a joint statement by Dele Alake and Bayo Ononuga, who were both members of the council, verbally attacked Obiagbana over the editorial published by the media organization's board of editors. The editor-in-chief of the Arise TV and This Day newspaper, Chief Nduka Obiagbana, has reached out to the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, to resolve their issues, correspondents learned. Arise TV and This Day newspaper on the one side and the APC Presidential Campaign Council had been at loggerheads after the APC PCC, in a joint statement by Dele Alake and Bayo Ononuga, who are both members of the council, verbally attacked Obiagbana over the editorial published by the media organization's board of editors. However, sources told correspondents that Obiagbana reached out to Tinubu's camp to resolve the disagreement between them. Obiagbana reached out to resolve its issues with Tinubu. They met at the house of former Ogun State government chief, former Ogun State government, that should be former Ogun State governor, not government. They met at the house of former Ogun State government chief Segun Oshoba. So that's why it should be governor and not government. So yeah, they met at the house of the former Ogun State governor, Chief Segun Oshoba, to discuss how to de-escalate the problem, one of the sources said. The PCC, in a statement, accused Obiagbana and the media platform of corruption and lacking the moral rights to moderate public discourse. The media organization responded to the APC-PCC accusations, whilst Obiagbana, through his chief of staff, Fuzia Mohammed, in a statement captioned, "Lies have short legs, they do not run far." The fake news from Bayo Ononuga and Dele Alake said that the APC-PCC should address the questions by the organization's journalists rather than counter them with wild and misleading allegations and fake news. Arise TV and This Day newspaper had accused Tinubu of dodging their interview request, but Tinubu's camp allegedly responded by seeking the sacking of its TV anchor, Rufai Oseni. The statement reads in part, "The journalists at This Day and Arise TV news channel are doing their duty by raising pertinent questions. Rather than addressing our question, Alake and Ononuga countered with wild and misleading allegations and fake news. We did not dismiss their allegations and have addressed them frontally. We now challenge them to respond with facts to the legitimate questions of the Nigerian people through their media. Present your presidential candidate for town hall meetings, debates, and interviews by the independent media that last for more than 8 minutes." So they are now referencing the BBC space now that lasts for more than 8 minutes. You see, let's just read this. And if this is not an act of aggression, then I don't know what is. And if this is not an invitation, they might as well say, bring Tinubu, serve Tinubu up to be sacrificed. So have that at the back of your mind and then listen to what they're saying again. We now challenge them to respond with facts to the legitimate questions of the Nigerian people through their media. So now listen to this. Present your presidential candidate for town hall meetings, debates, and interviews. So I'm not quite sure how many of them have had debates. There's not been a debate, by the way, in this electoral cycle so far. But Tinubu has had town hall meetings in Arewa, in Lagos Business School, I think in the Creeks just recently. And of course, he has had media interviews with the BBC and several other platforms. So none of these things been alleged and are based on fact. So present your presidential candidate for town hall meetings, debates, and interviews by the independent media that last more than 8 minutes. So that's it right there, and not pre-arranged town halls where questions are preset, prearranged, and rehearsed. So that sounds like who would want to serve themselves up to something like that? Because embedded in there, that's just, it's not even embedded, it's frontal, naked, fang out aggression. The results to media bullying tactics, blackmail, and fake news will not work. Journalists are not your opponents in the 2023 election. When they go low, we go high. The two members of the APC, PCC, Ononuga and Alake, soon fired back at the editor-in-chief of the Arise TV and this the newspaper Ogbegwena over his response to the duo's allegation against the media group, describing him as a congenital blackmailer and hustler, whose statement was mere rambling. Ononuga and Alake said that Obiagwana's largely diversionary composition was an attempt to deodorize his ethical problems. Let me take that again. Ononuga and Alake said that Obiagwana's largely diversionary composition was an attempt to deodorize his ethical problems as he tried to deflect attention from those pertinent issues we raised about ethics. They maintained that there is nothing he said to credibly detract a jot from our accurate summation of his well-known perverse and ignoble approach to media practice over the years, a practice that continues to undermine the integrity of journalism in this country. In his first statement attacking us, Obiagwena craftily attempted to mischaracterize as an attack on free speech our principled stance against his blackmail to have Asiwaju Bola Tinubu appear on Arise TV and his PDP-sponsored town hall meetings. So, in the second statement, he was still adamant that our candidate must attend his town hall debate, despite our stance that our candidate is already executing another communication strategy to reach the most important target, the Nigerian voter. We repeat again, we will not make our candidate available to validate a scheme which, in light of unassailable information at our disposal, is nothing but a racket by the Arise TV owner designed to embarrass our candidate. So there it is right there. So there it is right. I mean, just look at that. This guy is fully frontally a PDP man, Obiagwena. We know this. We saw him in celebration with Tombawal, drinking champagne and mocking Wike Olule. We've all seen that clip. We know that his journalists, they are very, very partisan, especially being the special example of Rufai Hussaini. And we all know that the target that they have trained all their guns are at is Tinubu. So why would you then present Tinubu as a sacrificial lamb to where all these landmines have been set for him? It just defies logic. Of course, I mean, it's not going to go there. So just pack it in. I don't know the number of new notes printed. CBN Deputy Governor Aisha Ahmed. The Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria in charge of financial stability, Aisha Ahmed, has said she does not know the quantity of the new Naira notes the CBN printed and released for circulation on December the 15th. Recall that last Thursday, the Apex Bank released the redesigned 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes. Nigerians had been complaining about the scarcity of the redesigned notes. Some people claim bank officials only give them 2,000 worth of the redesigned notes whenever they visit the bank. Also, ATMs are still dispensing the old notes. The lawmakers had on Wednesday resolved that a deputy governor of the CBN should appear to brief the House today, in the absence of the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele, who is outside the country to attend to health issues, whilst appearing before the House of Representatives to brief the House on the Apex Bank's cashless policy and cash withdrawal limits, Ahmed said she was not aware of the quantity of printed redesigned notes. It's just, and by the way, it speaks to the shoddiness of it, of course. How often they've just put her there as a Fulani woman to go and be helping them ease dollars out of the Nigerian purse. So she has no concept of anything about banking. You know, she's just some bottom power sort of person. And they're asking this just half-brained element, complex financial question. Of course, she will not know the answer to anything. That's not her job. Her job is to continue to funnel the Nigerian purse, the Nigerian treasury into Fulani Nation. That's our only job there. The lawmakers had on Wednesday resolved that a deputy governor of the CBN should appear to brief the House today in the absence of the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele, who is outside the country to attend to health issues, whilst appearing before the House of Representatives to brief the House on the Apex Bank's cashless policy and cash withdrawal limits. Ahmed said she is not aware of the quantities of printed redesigned notes. A lawmaker, Sada Soli, in the course of the grilling of the CBN deputy governor, raised concerns over the non-availability of the new notes days after it was released to the public, and asked her to disclose the quantity of new notes printed. Responding, the CBN deputy governor said she does not know the quantities of notes printed by the Apex Bank. Her response caused a stir in the chambers as the lawmakers wondered why she would not be aware of the figure. The CBN deputy governor, however, said she was being careful so as not to give a wrong figure. So there it is right there. I know nothing. I am from Kasena. I know nothing. You know, they talk about corruption in Nigeria, but nepotism is the biggest problem we have. And to highlight that, we saw how successful the Obasanjo administration was, only because his one thing was that the best man gets the job. And we saw how that played out. Madam Ngozi, Adeshino, Akinwumi, all of these people that came out of that space, Soludo, all of these people that came out of that space, with this Buhari administration, just Abubakar Malami, this sort of people, and then some guy, what is his name, the accountant general, and then this woman, and then Zainab Ahmed, she doesn't know anything. So you just put your clansmen there, and then of course the incompetence destroys the country. So this is what you see, you know, it's nepotism that is the biggest problem that we are contending with. Akintoye steps down as Yoruba Nation leader. Professor Banji Akintoye has stepped down from his position as the leader of the apex body of the Yoruba self-determination struggle, Ilana Omo Odua worldwide. In a statement on Thursday, December the 22nd, the group general secretary Tunde Amosat said Akintoye handed over leadership to his former deputy, Professor Wale Adeniran. Amosat cited old age and a weakened body system as Akintoye's reasons. Amosat said the Worldwide Congress of Ilana Omo Odua held on December the 17th, 2022, during which the group accepted Akintoye's resignation and affirmed Adeniran as the new leader. So I suspect, because it's not even as old as Pa Adebanjo, by the way. So it's nothing, it's just, his politics is too psychedelic. That's just the thing. His politics too psychedelic. Central Bank of Nigeria, Emefiele, refuses to return to Nigeria, claims heart ailment amidst linked to terrorism, possible detention, grilling by DSS. So we just whiz through this. We're not going to labor this too much, maybe about 3-4 paragraphs. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has refused to return to Nigeria amidst allegation of terrorism and financial let's take that again. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has refused to return to Nigeria amidst allegation of terrorism financing and possible arrest and detention by the secret police. The Secret Police Department of State Services had applied to the Federal High Court in Abuja seeking a warrant to arrest Emefiele. Correspondents earlier reported that the court declined the application to arrest and detain the governor of the Apex Bank, but said it could go ahead and arrest Emefiele if the SS felt compelled to do so based on its evidence against him. The DSS or SSS had accused Emefiele of allegedly aiding and abetting acts of terrorism. The secret agency said the Central Bank of Nigeria governor is involved in financing of terrorism. It's very difficult to imagine that Emefiele will be responsible for financing terrorism. Emefiele, being a man from the Delta Creeks, terrorism being something coming from the Sahels, from the Fulanese. So there's no connect there. There's nothing synergizes. So there's very difficult for that to hold together, that the man from the creeks is the one financing the terrorism of the Fulanese. It said preliminary investigations revealed various acts of terrorism financing, fraudulent activities perpetrated by Emefiele, and his involvement in economic crimes of national security dimension. Correspondents earlier on Thursday also reported that officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, grilled top directors of the central bank over their roles in the 2 billion naira loan given to the national president of the National Cotton Association of Nigeria, Anibe Achamugu. According to a top EFCC official, the Apex Bank directors denied knowing when the CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele approved the loan for Achamugu, adding that it wasn't discussed during any of their meeting. So this is the thing now. The guy is just giving out national money like personal money. It's unbelievable. Checks and balances. This is what we always land on within the Nigerian space, checks and balances. The approval of such a loan was also tagged as illegal. However, sources told correspondents on Thursday that Emefiele had refused to return to Nigeria from the United States, claiming he has a heart ailment. Emefiele had traveled to the North American country with President Buhari for the U.S. Africa Leadership Summit recently held in Washington, D.C. But whilst Buhari returned on Sunday, Emefiele intentionally stayed back, claiming illness amidst allegations and possible grilling facing him at home. He was supposed to return to Nigeria yesterday, Wednesday, after traveling with Buhari to the United States Africa Leadership Summit in Washington. Pardon me, I'm starting to lose my voice. He ought to have returned yesterday. He told the CBN board he will return today. He wrote the National Assembly that he cannot attend to honor their summons due to ill health. Sources at the DSS also told correspondents that Emefiele is afraid of arrest. He refused to return to Nigeria, claiming, so is this now, has he run into exile? Is this what we're looking at? So this, if he doesn't return by the break, if he doesn't return by Monday, then we have to conclude that this guy is on the run. If he doesn't return by Monday, we have to conclude that this guy is on the run. He ought to have returned yesterday, but he told the CBN board he will return today. He wrote to the National Assembly that he cannot attend their summons due to ill health. Sources at the DSS told correspondents that Emefiele is afraid of arrest. He refused to return to Nigeria, claiming he has a heart ailment. Upon his arrival in Nigeria, he might go on leave until things die down or resign under pressure. So quite, you see, I'm still somewhat mystified. I'm not quite sure that I have a full and clear understanding yet of what Emefiele stands accused of. it cannot be corruption because he has been looting the coffers just unfettered and in open glare since 2 years left Goodluck Jonathan all the way through. So for the last 10 years, for the last decade, he has been looting the Nigerian treasury unfettered. Nobody bats an eye, and he shares the money amongst them. So that is certainly not corruption. And there is no imagination that imagines that Emefiele is sponsoring terrorism. So it's all wrapped around this new Naira note, and it's not even the restrictions on the withdrawal. It's all wrapped around this new Naira note. They want the new Naira note out of the way, or they want an extension to the time that the old Naira notes can get back into the system because of all of the monies that they've stolen. They cannot get it in unless he yields. So this is what is going on. They cannot get all the looted money in unless he yields. And they are willing to take his life, by the way. They are willing to take his life. Right. He ought to have returned yesterday, but he told the CBN, okay, I think we've done all that. Right. Upon his arrival in Nigeria, he might go on leave until things die down or resign under pressure, the source said. However, as earlier reported by correspondents, in declining the motion ex parte by the secret police, Justice J.T. Tosso, the chief judge, said the DSS did not. So there it is. There's nothing solid they're looking for him on or for. However, as earlier reported by correspondents, in declaring the motion ex parte by the secret police, Justice Tosso, the chief judge, said the DSS did not provide any concrete evidence to substantiate its claims that Emefiele was involved in terrorism, financing, and economic crimes. So it goes on to give us a deposition of what the justice said, which we've read severally. So we're not going to go there again. I'm just scrolling down. So there it is. So Emefiele is somewhat on the run, is what we're saying. Emefiele is somewhat on the run. One more Emefiele space. I think we've already touched on it in that readout. So this is the money then he gave to his party man, 2 billion naira without recourse to the bank's board. Tinubu, officials of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the FCC, have grilled top directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria over their role in the 2 billion naira loan given to the national president of National Cotton Association of Nigeria, Anibe Achamugu. Atamugu is also the managing director of Arewa Cottons and Allied Products Limited. Sources told correspondents that the CBN directors were grilled for hours by the EFCC investigator over the loan during the week. You see, what this will ultimately land on is that the 31st of January, which is the cutoff time for the old Naira notes, that will be moved to maybe June to give all the looted money the chance to make it back into the vaults. So this is ultimately, because we've already seen them yield on the cash withdrawal limitation. So that's ultimately, so they're going to force him to move, because the window is too short for the stolen money to get into the system. And we're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars in Naira. So that's what's at stake here. And that's where the pressure is. And they're using the DSS. So the DSS, of course, being the military arm, the armed guard of corruption in Nigeria. Atinebe is also the managing director of Arewa Cotton and Allied Products. Sources told correspondents that the CBN directors were grilled for hours by the EFCC I think we've covered quite a bit of this in an earlier reading. So let's just leave that. I think we have the substance of that. It's just I want to whiz through, because sometimes now the reading can be, it starts to get labored. Court declare Mohammed Abacha as Kano PDP candidate. So there it is. Federal High Court sitting in Kano on Thursday affirmed Mohammed Abacha as the duly elected governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party for Kano State. In a ruling issued on Thursday night, Justice A.M. Liman, the presiding judge, declared the Kano PDP governorship primary that produced Sadiq Wali invalid. Additionally, the judgment ordered that Abacha's name be cleared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The verdict, which was essentially given, was originally set for Thursday at noon, but was moved to 4 p.m. All of the plaintiffs' requests in the case were granted by the court. So it sounds like the judge that's sitting on that case will have a very Merry Christmas indeed, courtesy of the Abacha family. Abacha is the plaintiff in the case, and Wali, INEC, and the PDP are the defendants. Abacha had asked that the court declare him the winner of the primary lawfully conducted by the PDP and certified by INEC in Kano. He said that based on the Electoral Act 2022, he has scored the highest number of total votes in the election held on May the 25th. So there it is then. Sani Abacha coming to a state house near you, or Mohammed Abacha this time around. I'll announce my preferred candidate in January, Yemson Wike. Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike, and by the way, just two more readouts and then we come into the room, see who is available. Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike says he will start campaigning for his preferred presidential candidate in January 2023. Wike, who is of the PDP, has openly expressed his displeasure of Atiku Abubakar as the presidential candidate of his party. He insists that another northerner cannot be allowed to take over from Muhammad Buhari, a northerner, in 2023. Speaking on Thursday at the inauguration of a flyover, Wike said he would mobilize people from state to state for his preferred candidate in January. From January next year, I will campaign to my people. From January next year, I will, pardon me, from January next year, sorry. God, I need a sip of water. From January next year, I will campaign to my people who they will vote for. So all of you who have been in suspense and have been saying all kinds of things and abusing me, wait, January has come. Not only will I tell them where they will vote, I will also move from state to state and tell them why they should vote for people I think they should vote for. And nothing will happen. So all of you appearing on television to abuse me, don't waste your saliva again. January will come. All those of you that tell people you have 40 shoes and 50 wristwatches, the time has come to convert those watches to votes. Those of you who haven't been stable, moving from one political party to another, you move from PDP to here, you move from here to PDP. Those of you who in 2015, you said if they vote for PDP, they are voting for insurgency, corruption, wait. All of us will reply to Nigeria. All of us will reply to tell Nigeria the things you said. How far are they now? Is it the same PDP or a new PDP, he said? So cryptic words from Wike, of course. The one thing we do know is that he's not backing Atiku, but there is a good chance that he might well go for Peter Obi. He might well just go for Peter Obi to just jump onto this new dynamism that seems to be going on. So this is not the last one. I'll just give you a couple paragraphs on this, not especially an important story. APC speaks on Lawan supporting Atiku. The Presidential Campaign Council of the All Progressive Congress has distanced the Senate President Ahmed Lawan from the claim that he is supporting the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar. The campaign council of the ruling party on Thursday passed a vote of confidence in Lawan, noting that he cannot betray the APC. Recall that Bashir Mashina Campaign Council had on Wednesday condemned the alleged statement made by Lawan's supporters against the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu. Mashina's campaign council, in a statement released by the Director of Media and Publicity, whatever his name is, claimed that the anti-party utterances were made by Lawan supporters at the rally held at Nguru town based on video evidence. Issa further stated that the supporters of the Senate president openly endorsed Atiku Abubakar and the PDP, but the spokesman of the Tinubu-Shettima Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, in his reaction to the earlier claim, dismissed the report, saying Lawan is a trusted member of the party. And so yeah, of course, Lawan, he doesn't want Tinubu anywhere near Aso Rock, certainly not. So not much of a panel in this instance. We have Thomas and we have Ajale Koko. So almost with certainty, it's going to be a very, very short session. So to you then, gentlemen, let me come to you first. Thomas. Thomas, are you ready to go?
Yes, please. How are you, Amma?
I'm good. Let me...
1 sec before you move on. The hyperlink, you've posted first. So it's hidden. So people have been asking for hyperlink. So repost the hyperlink.
All right.
Please.
All right. Hold on. I thought I was about to have an early escape, you know. When do you think I should open when do you think I should open what's his name? The whiskey from whatever his name is, Japanese.
Christmas Day.
What please?
Christmas Day.
I don't want to open it because it's just so expensive, you know. I'll probably just I'll keep it as an ornament. I'll keep it as an ornament.
Maybe you keep it on the shelf. Yeah.
You know, it will probably stay on my shelf for years because the story is better than the drink, so I can use it as a conversational piece rather than to the politics of it. So first, to the politics of it, and to it, Doyin Okupe are claiming that he has now been permanently damaged by the politics that he's participated in. So what are you there making then? The fat man from Abeokuta.
Good evening, everyone. Like, share, subscribe. It's permanently damage. So whose fault is that? Am I the one that collected a sum of 10 million instrumentally to a total of 702 million naira? Am I the one that collected that? Am I the one that can't even accounted for the money collected? Am I the one that can't even accounted for the people that collected the money? So if it's totally damaged, who cares? It should be damaged more. It will serve as a deterrent to anybody that thought they can just collect Nigerian money as a national cake that they normally call it. So am I the one that collected those money? So if it is politically damaged, I don't care. I don't know where people are sympathizing with this guy.
Is there nothing in you that sympathizes with him at all?
Nothing, not even one bit. The court has convicted him.
Do you think he got away with it lightly? Do you think he did not even spend a microsecond in prison for that volume of money that he stole?
That is why I'm crazy, one man. How can you pay 13 million naira for the sum of 702 million naira? What is the correlation? What is the ratio? No, I don't care. I even thought maybe you will not be able to pay 30 million. I was even praying that will not be able to pay 13 million.
I would not. Even his driver.
I know. I'm just saying. If you understand what I mean, I'm just saying. I was just praying.
I would have loved him to at least have a day in Kuje.
Yes.
It's just how easily these people get away with it. It's a lot.
Yeah, no, 13 million for 702 million naira. What is the ratio? I don't sympathize with him a inch, a bit. I want him to go to that jail, suffer for what he has done. So if he's saying and people are saying he's political motivated, did he collect the money? Yes or no? That is what we should be tackling, not is political motivated. I'm sitting down here. Can anybody convict me? Because I don't collect any money. He's been convicted of collecting the sum of amount of 702 million. He should be jailed, not fined. I wasn't happy at all. And I remember Alexander Gomez was saying, Thomas, you are... No, I don't care.
You know that Alexander Gomez is an elite and Okupe is an elite. And you know the elites, they always gather around to protect their own. So it's a old boys club now. It's old boys club. Old boys network.
No. He's guilty of the offense. Even paying a sum of 13 million, that doesn't mean he's not guilty of the offense. He's guilty of the offense. Even if you pay the money, is a convict. He's been there. He's a convict. I even want him to go to jail. We can't.
One more. Can I interject, please?
Okay, but we want to slow the interjection until we get into the throes of it. But comment, of course, because your fans have missed your voice. Your fans have
no. What about yesterday? Yesterday was the busy night, so I was hitting myself. Why can't I come in? Why can't I come in? But it is what it is. But and let me just
sorry. Before you go in, how long did it take before the holiday got knocked out of you? Because I think round about lunchtime at your first day at work, the holiday is usually just beaten out of you. So
it's still beaten out of me right now. I'm still having some jet lag, but yeah.
All right.
But I'm working on it.
All right. To your interjection.
Oh, okay. Mr. Thomas, there is no need to get all worked up. What was he convicted of is what really matters. Right? He was convicted of having collected more than the required amount of money as requested by the law. Not that he was corrupt, not that he misused the funds. So why are you worked up? But having said that, even at that, he stepped down. At least in Nigeria, apart from the fact that we are talking about fighting corruption, let's start seeing certain things that will make us look at Nigeria and say, okay, people are now taking responsibility. If the DG were to be an APC or a PDP member, you and I know that they will not step down because the case had no weight. They will not step down. So it was, well, I'm just saying, Thomas, that it was honorable for him to do what he did, even though that it wasn't that much of a huge case.
There's nothing honorable about that. The guy is a convict and stepping down. You said if it was APC or PDP, you have to give us an example of an APC or PDP member that was convicted and did this step down. You can't just throw it out there.
No. The issue my brother, the issue there is this, right? We all know that this case was politically motivated. We all know that
hold on now. I wanted to move away from that space, but it's not those sort of comments that holds us
If it was politically motivated, there will be no option of fine. It will be going straight to jail.
Sorry, do you know how long he has been on that case?
One man,
it's been on that case since 2018.
Yes. So when was the last time his case was brought to court?
Do you know when this court appearance was scheduled?
When was this scheduled, Mr. Woman?
No, I'm asking you if you know.
No, that's what I'm telling you. That since 2018, 2019, when this thing came up.
Then you don't seem to know a lot to conclude that it is politically motivated.
No, it is politically motivated because you see, it started with Arabambi in Ogun State. When this whole thing started, we knew about it, one man. The witch cry in the night, and the child dies in the morning.
Look at
one man. Hold on, let me ask you one question. One man, Dasuki, that gave out the money.
Yes.
Has he been convicted?
All right. What about Abi? What about Dasuki? What about?
No. Has he been prosecuted? So you convict the guy that received little money, right? Thomas,
Sorry, I want to move.
Can we move on?
Yeah, let's move on.
Any sense.
Okay. Because we circled round.
Please.
Yeah, we circled round that so many times over the last 2 days. But I'll just round off your thoughts on that, and then I want to move you to Peter Obi, and now his campaign that unequivocally is starting to falter. So it looks as though it has run out of steam. But round off your thoughts on that. Okupe crying, poor me, asking for sympathy. Let's know if you sympathize with him, and then I'll move you on to Peter Obi. I want to show you pictures.
One man.
Enigmatic, you want to come in?
Yeah, real quick.
All right.
The reason why Dasuki is not being charged is because Dasuki is directly linked to Gage. So now, if they have to actually make any procedural or prosecutorial, process on Dasuki, automatically Gage has to come into the picture. And when you look at the political arrangement in Nigeria, even in some international communities, right, they actually have to do some kind of political calculation to pardon president or to actually leave them out of certain cases. So if you are pulling Dasuki, definitely you pull Jonathan into the ring. So that case, that question of why is Dasuki not being charged, that's answered that. So the only thing they can actually do is to circle around,
enigmatic. So they are cherry picking the justice.
They are not cherry picking now.
Hold on. I think Enigmatic didn't get it right. Dasuki was charged. Do you know that nearly the whole full first time of Buhari presidency, Dasuki was locked up? It was when they released Sowore, at the same time they released, it was the pressure from the international community that got Dasuki out. When that Sowore matter was happening, it's like everybody forgot that it was the pressure from that Sowore case that they tied Dasuki's detention to as well, that they released both Sowore and Dasuki at the same time. The man was charged. He was in custody for years.
He was in custody, but he wasn't charged to court. That's the point.
He was in and out of court. What do you mean he wasn't charged?
Okay, no. What I mean, he wasn't prosecuted, right?
No. I apologize. I don't want to re-legislate that space. I want us to follow some sort of sequence until we get into the latter house. Let's ease into it, and let's ease back to the funky Thomas, who is quite clear that you're after a babe. It's quite clear, but
no, one man. I'm married.
Look at that.
No.
When has that ever been there? When has that ever had meaning to a Nigerian man? But look at this guy.
Oh no. You spoke with my wife now under I'm only outside joking, yes.
Yes, I'm only joking, Mrs. Thomas. It's only but round of that space. Let me take you to Peter Obi and his.
I know everybody is trying to interject, which is really good. But that's one man said, let's ease into it. Let's leave the interjection to the latter. To me, Mohammed, I will cite an example. A guy was arrested here in Australia, speeding. And when the police stopped him, he said, all of us, we are speeding. What did the police say? The police said, my radar can only catch one person at a time. And you are the one that was caught. And he was arrested and was charged, was given ticket and let him go. That is what is playing out here now. Now, what about? We are doing what about? Okupe is a convict. He has been convicted, even though he was given fine, but he has been convicted. And I still stand on what I see. You know me, if I stand on something, I will still say 1,000 times. I want him to go to jail. I'm not happy for paying 13 million for 702 million crime.
In Yoruba land, we say Gbogbo wa lole, entoba money barawo.
Exactly. Exactly. That is it.
All right. Let me show you this image because it started off at Ibadan, where they you were a witness to that, where they were trying to bus in people from Lagos to Ibadan. Still with that, it was somewhat derisory, the sort of crowd that they pulled, and then it was solidified. We had further evidence in Kogi State, where not even a dog strayed through what purported to be a rally, not even a stray dog walked past, just crickets all the way through. So off the back of that, they did not want to come back to Yoruba land. So they cancelled Ekiti and they cancelled Osun State. So now they've gone to River State, which is somewhat of a home soil, because they keep on telling us that those creek regions, they have it on lockdown. So they escaped the embarrassment of Ekiti and Osun State to where they thought they would have sure footing. So now look at these images and tell me, Thomas, if this is sure footing. Tell me if this is what you expect of a Peter Obi rally in Port Harcourt. Look at that. So they'll say, oh, it's early, people that have not turned up yet. Look at, you can see more grass than people. It's grass and canopies that I can see. I cannot see a human head. Look at that. That's an aerial view. They will say, no, it'll be another early shot again. And there it is. So this is it now. So a busted flush is run out of steam. The fat lady has sung and the party. You know when the DJ starts to sing, blues, when the DJ starts to play blues at a party, it's time for you to have that last dance and get your coat. So is it now Mr. Peter Gregory Obi from Anambra? Time's up, get your coat. What says you? Peter Obi, clearly is done.
One man, I normally say this every time we start anything about Peter Obi. It doesn't surprise me. That is what we have been preaching on this platform. That Peter Obi is a good man. I will never condemn Peter Obi. Never. Peter Obi is a good man. But the party is the problem of the movement, which we normally state here every time. Times without number. Is the movement, is the party is the problem. The party is the problem. You can't tell me a party that has 5,000 votes, 2019, no structure, no Senate, no representative in the Senate, in the House of Rep, not even in one local government chairman or even councillor throughout the 36 states of the country. That is the problem. Peter Obi himself is a good candidate, but the party is the problem. They don't have the structure.
How is Peter Obi a good candidate? Because they say Peter Obi is a nice man, and I can accept that just as a human being, the way he presents. He is very empathetic and is very gentle in his manner and all admirable qualities. But as a presidential candidate, a lot of people might argue that if it's a good candidate or not.
No, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. You know me, I will say it as it is. You better take it or leave it. Peter Obi is a good candidate. One man, I can't oppose to Peter Obi compared to this man there. Peter Obi will do a perfect job more than Buhari. I can say that. No equivocation about that. Peter Obi will do even Atiku, anyone on the ballot now, they will do a perfect job more than this man. I can't condemn him. The party is the problem. Nigerians that are taking APC and PDP as their party, It's very difficult to just sway them and say, come to Labour Party. Who is Labour Party? Which party is Labour Party?
So Thomas, given that it is beyond equivocation that Peter Obi's campaign is faltering, is starting to falter. It doesn't have the energy and the momentum that it had just even as early as 2 months ago. And it continues to hemorrhage as senior politics starts to come towards the final furlong of the campaign. So how long do you think he has to collapse his structures into Atiku? And do you think his followership will open that window for him to collapse his structure into Atiku? Because he necessarily, both for his politics and Atiku's politics, and for the relevance of himself and his people post-2023, there are best chances for him to collapse into Atiku. But do you think the obedient space will open that window for him to collapse into Atiku?
One man, you are making a mistake. The mistake you are making is Peter Obi movement. Let me say this. Peter Obi self, the movement is bigger than him. That is my own observation. It's bigger than Peter Obi himself. But if Peter Obi try to go in that manner, they will just take him to the Eagle Square, the obedience. They will slaughter him in cold blood. That window is late, one man. That can't happen. Peter Obi will be on the ballot. Why will he collapse? No, he will never collapse his structure.
You have to remember that Peter Obi, he was once a banker and more to it, a businessman. And the one thing that we know about the characteristics of players in that space is pragmatism. They always go for what is most pragmatic because these are people of profit and they always know to take the most out of every situation. So the most that Obi can take out of this situation is clearly and with increasing obviousness. The most he can take is certainly not the presidency. So is he going to play it out just for the sake of all of this, the gnashing and gnawing crowd, or will he has to collapse? He has to collapse, and he has to collapse.
No, one man, don't go there. Never. I will never advise him to collapse. One man, this election, I've said this thousands of times. Peter Obi is not winning this election, in my opinion.
No,
but
Peter Obi knows that, so that's what I was saying. Yeah. Yes,
but I want him to test the waters to see how many votes the Labour Party can gathered in this momentum they are in. We need that one man. We need third force. We need Peter Obi's party up.
But he doesn't constitute a third force. It's the narrative of the third force is not his narrative. As we've seen with Okupe now, they are traditionalist politicians.
One man, I understand. I normally say this every time that Peter Obi is still the old guard, but we still need the third force. We need the third force to test the waters, to know maybe we can't start with PDP and APC forever. One man, no. I have said it countless of time. The third person on the ballot in 2019 is Nicholas Felix. He had 100,000 votes. The third person on the ballot 2019, Nicholas Felix, he got 100,000 votes. Look at the margin from Baba Bubu, 15 million, Atiku, 11 million plus. You can see the margin. So we need somebody to test the waters, to know that we need a third force. We know Peter Obi is not going to win. I know that, in my opinion, but we need somebody to test the waters, to fight these big two parties, to know that they are not the only one that can win election, or they are not the only one that can gather votes. So it's your suggestion that is to collapse his structure to Atiku, and no, I would never suggest that. I want him to go to the ballot to test the waters, to know how far he can, how many votes he can gather. Because if he collapses it, all this moment is just nothing. So I want him to go to the ballot and test what he can gather.
All right. I might be willing to concede to what you're saying because especially now you're painting the picture of Nicholas or whatever his name is, 100,000 votes. So if that third space can be created out of the, because Showore was just saying that just earlier today, he was saying that even if he loses the election, which will be even when he loses the election, that he will have succeeded in motivating the Nigerian youth. So that is the sort of argumental space that that's what we've just said. It sits. So if Peter Obi, if he's able to punch at the political space in order to shake them somewhat, and then that space holds as a narrative for people to build politics around. So yes, I can see that. That probably a better option than him collapsing for Atiku. But like I said, he's a man of pragmatism, and he tells you all the time that he's a trader, and a trader is always looking for a deal. So don't be surprised then when he collapses for Atiku.
And Mama, that will never happen. That will never happen. And even people that want Tinubu to win the election, nobody will suggest for Peter Obi to collapse his party to PDP. Never.
Oh, is that where you're coming from? You don't want him to.
That is it. The much vote Peter Obi can gather from PDP is win-win for the Batify. There's no doubt about that. It's just going to take one man. Peter Obi is not going to shake APC in any way. He is not shaking anything in APC. People that will still vote for APC will vote for APC. The vote is going to gather is from PDP. That's why you see Atiku. Atiku is, yes, please.
Thomas.
Hold on. Let Thomas land. I'm going to take that question round as a round robin. The question will be: should Peter Obi collapse his structures into the Atiku structure now, seeing that his campaign has started to falter, and then get the most he can, both for himself and his people in this electoral cycle? Or should he be a futurist, John the Baptist sort of, and create a third first with his momentum, even if that might not land him in a Sorok? So that's the question. So I'm going to take it round. You still have the floor, Thomas, but give us your thoughts on that space. I'll take it round, then I'll come back to you.
One man, the campaign is going to be faltering furthermore, because there is one man, I can tell you for fact, many people you saw on that campaigning, they are just, you don't know what Mogbamoya means.
Yes, of course. But that's not just Peter Obi's campaign. You can, for every rally you see in Nigeria, you can discount 40% of the crowd, who are just people that are turned up. They see activities going on, a big event in their community, and they just gather there to say, okay, it's like a cinema to them. It's like theater. They just go there for the theater of it. So yeah.
So you can say, you can ascribe that to Peter Obi's campaign as well. No equivocation. It will happen in PDP, APC. In PDP rally, you will see many APC lovers there. They just want to go there to check what they are amount to, what they can do, what their campaign is just like. Peter Obi is not having problem. The party is the problem, woman. That is my submission.
All right, I'll take that question round, and then we'll land back on you. So that question, Ajale Koko, hope you're there. So what I'm asking is, it patently not even the most hardened, dyed-in-the-wool Obi fan would deny that his campaign has lost steam. So it's lost steam. So should he tells us he's a trader all the time, Ajale Koko, should he, as a trader, take the pragmatic approach and collapse the structure into Atiku, which is his natural bedfellow anyway, his natural go-to space? So should he collapse the structure into Atiku and negotiate his future and the future of his people with Atiku, or should he be this trailblazer and sacrifice himself for a third first space? Ajale Koko, what your thoughts on that?
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. Hey, I don't know. I don't see the reason why he has to collapse his campaign.
Because the writing is on the wall now.
I don't see any writing. I think the outing he had today was successful.
You think so?
Yeah, the video I watched.
Nobody turned up.
Well, you are showing picture. You don't show video. You have to go and look for the video. Video will be more proper to really see how people turn up. Not picture. That picture could be maybe at the earlier session of the campaign rally, maybe before, as people were coming in. So people will use a lot of propaganda in this campaign season to destroy themselves. This could be from APC or PDP, to carry out a propaganda against Obi. But the video I watched, I saw a lot of people around him as he was, at the rally, and I saw a lot of cars. But the video, it's just a very short clips. Though it's not, they didn't show around the whole stadium or the road, the entire venue. But the little clips I watched, I think I saw a lot of people, party members around him. So that picture, I don't want to go with that picture. And even if that picture is actually true of what happened at that event, it doesn't mean that it's losing support base. At this time, a lot of people have invested so much in his campaign. He has invested so much in terms of energy, time, and he has traveled around the world. People are looking forward to him, to a very good performance in the coming election. It's not all about
Ajale Koko, collapsing his structures to Atiku, it guarantees him more. It gives him a better, almost a guaranteed chance of relevance. Because if it collapses to Atiku, then the momentum of this election certainly swings towards Atiku, because it then brings the Southeast back into the PDP space. So it guarantees almost more that he'll be relevant in 2023. But if he decides to stick it out, a lot of people don't see him coming anything higher than 4th in the elections. So should he stick it out on some vague principle, or should he be the trader that he claims he is and negotiate himself? No. Do you see what I'm saying, though? At the moment, he's going to get nothing. But if he collapses into Atiku, there's a chance he might get something.
Let me tell you, at this point in time, with the little structure they have put in place across the country, is going to do a serious setback, not only him particularly, politically, but to a lot of people that have devoted their time and energy and commitment into this, what they call movement. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They have people that are contesting for governor, contesting for senator, contesting for other positions. Those ones are the real structure that he will start to build now. If some of those people should win the election, their own election, that is when they will start to build structure for the future. But if he collapse...
So he should take it on as a long-term project.
He take it on and go and fight it on. Obi cannot win. All of those people that are looking up that whether it's going to win, he cannot win.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me ask you a question. If Obi collapses into Atiku, does that swing the momentum of this election? It was Atiku.
Let me tell you this. 70% of people that will be energized, 70% 50% of people that are coming for the first time to join politics that are supporting him will not go with him into PDP. So he will disappoint a lot of people. He will leave a lot of people in disarray, and he will destroy his political future. Because Obi still have future, political future. Beginning now does not mean that, starting now, for the first time,
I'm not sure that sorry, Ajalekoko, I'm not sure that I agree with you that he has a political future post 2020, post February. If it doesn't collapse to Atiku, because if it doesn't collapse to Atiku, then it doesn't have those 4 years left. Then it'll be a real ugly fight between him and Soludo, which Soludo will defeat him. So it is dead in February if it doesn't collapse. That's my own reading. It's not dead physically, but I don't see that he can. What can he? Do you see what I mean?
Soludo have not even started anything. So Obi have started something. He has shaken up the political landscape now. Soludo have not achieved 1% of what Obi has achieved politically. So let's just forget about that Soludo by the side. Let's kick that one by the side. But Obi, this movement is not all about Obi alone. He has committed other people into it. And he must not, as a leader, if he's really a leader, if it's not just young leader and trader that is ready to trade anything for anything, if he's really showing leadership, he has to go ahead with his team across the country and go into the fight, into the election, whatever performance, whatever the outcome, they can now go back to drawing board, reassess themselves, know where they fail, they know their area of performance, know their area of strength, their area of weakness, and they can start preparing for better future, So, but for him to just collapse his structure and go into Atiku, no, that is not good. It's not good for our democracy. It's not good for him politically. It's not good for the Easterner as well. He has to continue and fight it to the logical conclusion. So he mustn't attend to destroy the party that the party from nowhere, getting momentum, beating other party in recent poll, time after time. He is showing some good. It's showing some good performance, and he has to continue, take it all to the election time, and then let's see what the outcome gonna look like. So that is the way I see it. He mustn't do it.
All right. Let me take it round. So you're up next, Ovie. So the question, you've heard it. We're talking about pragmatism versus optimism, and we're talking on the basis of what we know, that the chances of Obi becoming the president is that much more removed than the chances of other people being the president. So, and we're saying that his campaign is starting to falter. There's no equivocation about that. Obi tells us that he is a businessman, that he is a trader. So the two options then being explored. Should he negotiate his following into the article structure now, which would then propel Article to the forefront of the politics, when he would then get his payout in relevance in February, post the election, Obi, or should he go the long route of sticking it all the way through, coming number 4 in the election, and then trying and build that along the Showore narrative? So should Obi collapse his structure for Atiku, which is his natural bedfellow, Ovie?
Good day, everyone. No, because yes, he's 61 years, if I'm not mistaken. So 61 years, he still has at least 15 years more to shoot for that number 1 position. Now, if you don't test is the water now, well, how is he going to know what the future, look like for him? The same thing with the Konkoso too. This is their first entrance to the game. It would be a miracle for any of them to pull it off on the first run. So their performance would determine if the election is going to go to second round. So I don't expect him to collapse the structure at this point. A lot of energy.
What serves his ambition more? If it's okay, do you have any expectation that Obi is going to be the next president of Nigeria?
No.
And where do you think he will come in the hierarchy when the results are read out?
I mean, as I said, it depends. If there's going to be a straight out winner from the first ballot, it's going to drag the second, third, and fourth position with
Kwankwaso. Right.
Yes,
okay. So now, if Obi collapses his structures with Atiku, and Atiku has made it known that if he becomes president, he will do all he can to make sure that the next transition will be to the southeast. So, which guarantees him more a pathway to that presidency? You said it's 61. So by the time Atiku is done, he'll be around about 69, which is still quite young for a Nigerian presidential field. So which guarantees him more? This John the Baptist route that the Obedience have set him on, or the route that almost guarantees, because if it tips to Atiku, then it tips that election in favor of Atiku. And Atiku, then of course, we know Atiku is not a man of his words, but if Atiku then follows through, it's almost a certainty that will be a president in 8 years. So which one is more pragmatic, would you say?
It's not, even though if you decide to negotiate with Atiku and collapse the structure for him, it's still not a guarantee. If he's the running mate to Atiku, that is more guaranteed than him being outside of the system for the 8 years. What position is Atiku going to give him? That will count. If they give him a position in this cabinet, would make him still very active in the system. Yes, but again, don't forget, Atiku's running mate, he will be shooting for that position as soon as the tenure finishes. So it is not guaranteed that.
But we saw it with Tinubu now. We saw it with Tinubu, that pathway.
Yeah, but until Tinubu pull it up before we can do that. But again, don't forget, Tinubu negotiation with Buhari is a no-brainer because both of them are coming from the two highest voting pool in the country. So they can afford to do that. And again, these two people are coming from the least voting poll in the country. That's the Southeast and the Northeast. So if you want to go into that agreement, it is not a guarantee. Because now, if that is what is going to happen, Konkoso might as well go in agreement with Tinubu. That is more guaranteed because of the polling, the numbers of votes that these two regions polls up. And again, somebody, I think Ajale Kukume mentioned of Soludo. If anybody believes that Soludo is going to remain in Abga till or after his governorship, then he will be deceiving himself. Because I always say this: anything that will make one of these candidates, one of these parties, pull it off, either APC or PDP, we are going to have two-party system for a very long time. You understand? So, what about if Soludo decides to join the PDP or join APC at the end of his?
Well, Soludo cannot join. Soludo cannot join the PDP because Wike would not allow that. Because
forget Wike. Wike is done politically.
You think so?
Yes, so? I know so.
I doubt that very much. Very much.
What is he going to tell me? What is his pathway?
Wike's ultimate plan, which we have discussed endlessly on this platform, is to lose that election, get rid of Ayu, Atiku, etc. The party shrinks, but he overheads that party. So come March, PDP will be Wike party. He will be an overlord over that party. And then he will rebuild it in his own image, and there's no room for Soludo.
One man. We are operating a system of winner take it all. Once you are out of the system, you are out. You are vulnerable. If you know,
no, you can't say that now. Saying what Tinubu Tinubu is the obvious.
Can Wike hold River State for 4 years after or 8 years after I come up for power?
It will hold it like a mafia don.
How? Well, one man, if you don't follow Nigeria policy for a minute, what's his name? Odili is more powerful than Wike. Where is Odili today? you don't understand how this game works out. The man that Wike is propelling to take over from him.
But Wike is Odili's boy now.
Exactly. So wait now, you think say Wike no get the guy where Wike they bring up, you think say the guy no get ambition?
Fashola had ambition, Ambode had ambition.
Exactly.
So, don't worry, it will overload that space.
Tinubu, they singularly they change governorship as he wants. But don't forget that Tinubu has his capital to make sure he get people everywhere. And again, Tinubu was able to, in a way, colonize the Southwest. So Tinubu is not just bargaining with Lagos State. You cannot bargain with just one state that you think people will listen to you. Tinubu bargain with the whole Southwest. What is which power Wike gets when you want to bargain with the whole South or that region? So forget to Wike no be Wike is
now Wike they control PDP structure for Edo State.
Which Edo State?
Yes, Edo the PDP
my state?
Structure. Yes.
My state?
Yeah, we installed your governor.
Now he they control the party.
Well, let's
who installed your governor?
It doesn't start again.
Can you hold on?
Now they control the party. Governor no control the party.
Thomas, stop that now.
Thomas, you say they've renamed you
Ajali.
Carry on over here. But it does control your governor, that structure. But carry on.
When he bring out what happened? Why what is his name? Obaseki no work for and during his primaries.
Yeah, because there's been a falling out. There's been a falling out. Yes.
Exactly. That's exactly the point I'm making. The only person that Wike holds in my state is Don Obe. Don Obe is the deputy chairman of PDP Southwest, South. That is the only person where we get there. So Wike had the opportunity before the primaries to actually run.
Let's put it in the right. Let's say it the way it is. Wike is the one controlling PDP structure.
Was that's the word there. Was not now, not today. As we speak, no.
Before the primary, there have been a court case, a court pronouncement from the Supreme Court that have settled that issue. So I think you're still relying on the old or what was on ground before. All the House of Assembly and Senator, all the candidates right now are the ones from Obaseki's camp. So
if not because of Konkoso, Wike will not get that number he was able to get with the delegates. Edo State no give him delegates because he fall out before then. He know if he run the party, I could not control the party. That is why the guy from Dubai will just come and take it from him.
Oh, okay, sorry. How do you see for the purposes of the conversation? Let's assume that Tinubu wins the election. How do you see PDP playing out? And don't tell me that they are going to collapse, because that's not going to happen.
These two parties cannot collapse.
Right. So hold on. If Tinubu wins the election, what plays out in PDP after that?
It depends on the amount of numbers of governors they produce, and the Senate and the House of Rep. Those people count. That's why Obi campaign is suffering. There's no money, nobody to bring money. Governors are the people who run campaigns. It depends on the amount of PDP governors PDP able to pull off. So we keep paying attention to the number one seat. The number one seat cannot function party-wise without the lieutenant on ground. That's what I'm saying. The guy Wike is done, politically speaking. He is done after.
Okay. So what happens to PDP? So Wike is done in the PDP, even if Tinubu wins.
Mm-hmm. But
who takes charge of that party? Who takes charge of that party?
People get PDP now. PDP no be just come out of the blue. Now people put them together. I keep saying this. Underground, the people the way they control the party. That is why Wike could not make any move during the primaries. Now people get the party. Now you have to go back. Who are the founders of the party? Who are the sponsors of the party?
If that's okay.
What? Go ahead.
I don't think you're completely correct about that. I think when there was a time when the party was really, really struggling. Let's be honest, it was Wike that held it together. He financed the party. The reason why he did that well, the reason why he did that well in that primaries, even me, I was surprised, was because of the way he invested. Don't forget, there were lots of states where PDP don't have governors, and those the party in that state still need funding. Wike was funding PDP in states where they did not have governors. So those were a lot of the loyalty that he got from some of those northern states as well. So the guy, don't just say. I understand that he's vulnerable right now.
The question you need to ask yourself: what on what is sponsoring the PDP at that time as what? As a sitting governor of the River State.
So what?
That's where the money is coming from.
Yeah, before Uncle, where they come from? Now, get money where wants to.
It's out in 3 months or in 6 months time. It's gone.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That he's going to be vulnerable after the election because he will no longer be a sitting governor. And then there's no way he's going to
give him power. Why are you giving power to somebody who's vulnerable? Why will you give him power that is going to continue after controlling the party after?
No. I think what he was trying to do was kind of hijack the structure for a future primaries. But I don't think the Atiku campaign will.
What do you think? This game is about interest. So you think that people could just sit down and wait, maybe we can come back in 4 years? No. Now this is a dog fight. Once you are out, as you talk, and you are vulnerable. If you don't go jail, now begging go beg. The way things are going. So for no can forget after 2023 is over.
I think that's a complete.
One man.
Thank God for our lives. You know, January, February, March. You know, it's only 3 months away that we're talking about.
One man. We are talking about PDP.
Yes.
We are talking about PDP. Just the mention name where PDP gets before, now, and in the future. Who be Wike now? They allowed to see. Even if you would do the same thing. Mama, this is like, let me use your platform as an example, right? This is your platform. Let's say you decide to take a back seat or something happen, people there where they keep the what's it called? The platform they run. Right? Even after you come well, you consider and say, come, even when I did in charge of this thing, this is not functioning like this. So what do? You could just cheat, make the pace where they run out until you are ready to come back. That's exactly what happened to Wike. They leave them now. Okay.
No, it's completely wrong. Not only wrong analogy, a complete misreading of the situation.
Listen.
Are you saying they are not missing Wike?
Allow me to. When you talk, I kept quiet. Allow me to.
Carry on, Ovie. Okay, hold on, Ovie. Hold on.
Who Wike get money?
Hold on, Ovie. Hold on. Round off that space. And then go back to the original thing and give us your opinion on Peter Obi, and then I'll take it round. But carry on with your Wike narrative.
Now, because of the money where Wike they throw around, now that they give him power, he get money pass article.
It does, though. He get money pass article.
Oh my God! Come, who not see article be safe? This is a
one man. No,
Wike.
They no born Wike Papa well. Compare with articles.
Everybody go get them.
Article that was selling Nigeria property. Now Wike get money pass. No.
All right. Okay. Carry on.
Article money is too long for Wike.
All right.
We are talking about a man who a sitting president can go court 9 times and he defeat him. Una no know the reach of article. That's why would they talk like this. If you know in reach across the nation of Africa, what would they talk? Una no go. You no get shishi reach. Wike no get half 1/4 of. Wike is spending River State money. After I come up for power, when somebody else will take over. I don't know what we think. They see Wike because they make noise. We will see now. We'll come back here again after the election. We'll see where I go see the active or not. If you're not playing game well.
Okay.
Wike is nobody.
Okay, back to Peter Obi. So, what is your recommendation? Because the question still hangs.
My recommendation,
because I would say collapse. But
no, my recommendation, as I said, the guy is still young. I still get another 3 cycles of election where they come, right? Whether we like it or not, if these two people, Konkoso and Obi, did not go all the way and none of them succeed, now then go be the next front runner people where party go first approach because of whatever numbers they were able to pull off now. right? But again, it depends on who win the election. And just somebody said, what's his name? Soludo is pushing hard. It's going to give him run for his money. That's Obi at this point. Obi no get bad. That's another thing.
And do you concede that Obi's campaign is starting to falter? Is it? Do you think it's starting to run out of steam?
Yes, I think one thing where personally I love politics is that it has a lot to do with the way the cycle of track and field is. Just like the Olympic now for 4 years. You cannot come as a rookie, you want to win Olympic. It doesn't work like that. You have to put in the work for a cycle of 8 years or 12 years before you stand a chance, unless you are coming from Jamaica or America, whereby if you win their trials, you stand a chance of winning the Olympic. That's exactly what advantage that Tinubu and PDP Atiku have. They are coming from a big party that once they get the ticket, it's almost a guarantee that the presidency is sure. That's what you are seeing. So these two guys, will be what you are seeing happen to be a lack of experience. But when people talk about structure, that's exactly what we are talking about. Don't be surprised that at this point, either Wike, Tinubu and Atiku, they never start spend their money yet because they get governors, right? Under normal circumstances, if to say people like them, Wike, see they in peace with PDP. If Atiku is coming to a campaign in River, he's not going to spend the money. Now Wike go spend that. That is what the governors, that's the function of governors. Any state where the campaign they go, if you have a sitting governor there, you are sure of not spending a dime. Every rally costs nothing less than 100 million. Every rally will be the organizer. So if you go back to Ibadan rally, there's an accusation where they come towards, what's his name, the Doyin Okupe, that they were requesting for 200 million to bring people from neighboring states to that place. It costs money to run this thing. And this guy no get money. And that's why I keep saying that there's a correlation.
Who do you think is funding his campaign? Because it's one of the things I speculate on that who funds Peter Obi's campaign? You know, because the campaign is beyond his personal wealth, and I don't think the $10 that people are throwing in it amounts to anything. So there must be a godfather somewhere, surely signing checks.
One man, did they not tell us that as soon as they open an account, that there are billions of dollars that will come in straight away? So those money are coming in now. They have about billion.
Enough to fund this campaign.
Yeah, they have about $2-3 billion coming in from outside. So don't worry about it.
But dollars.
Why it's been sarcastic? It's been sarcastic.
Okay.
No, but that was what they said. I'm not being sarcastic. That was what they told us.
Oh, that's what they said.
That was what they said. I'm not the one who said
Jerry, 5 million. Jerry.
Oh my God.
You know,
it wasn't me that said it. That was what they said.
I agree. Okay, that's
there's a part of me that thinks it is Babangida that is funding Peter Obi's campaign.
I wanted to even go look Obasanjo's side. I think Obasanjo is also
Obasanjo don't get that kind of money. You don't get that kind of money.
They never spend money like that now. They never spend money now. Like where they don't spend money.
The cars, like the offices, the stadium renting, all of these things, the crowd buying.
The private jet flying, the helicopter flyings, and everything.
Yes.
Obi himself.
That's beyond Obi's money, you know.
No, it's not a poor man.
One man once said Ibadan Center, it was given to him free. The secretariat in Ibadan was given to him. They are getting free. They are getting free bargain. So they are getting some free bargain. So they don't really spend money. They are not spending money, one man. I don't think so.
You remember? You remember a few sessions ago when the Financial Times was telling us that it's a $2 billion spent to become Nigeria's president. $2 billion. Remember Ajale Koko when we did that?
Yes. So it costs money to run all these things. And if you pay attention to the Obi rally, they never do well for North in terms of how many states they don't visit for North. Maybe because there's nobody there wants to put that money. You understand? So when they are talking about structure, this is what it's about. And because they're in a rookie, if you don't have the money to run 3-month rally straight. You don't have it. You are not a party in power or PDP who has pretty much governors everywhere who can be putting their hand in state money and bring it out free.
To be fair to these guys has run 5 to 6 months campaign already.
That is a problem right there.
Without structure, to have done that is a
That's
miracle.
No, that is a rookie move. That's why I say they always later to try.
It started too early.
It's too early. You don't have the money. You don't have it.
Ovie, as far back as, and you, Ovie, even you, this is direct to you. You said 4 months ago that you are giving Obi an extra 3 weeks to run out of steam.
No, that's not me. I didn't say that.
I'm sure. No, you said it in the platform.
No, I didn't say that. If there's anything you want to, hold on.
Don't worry.
If there's anything you want to attach to my name that I get wrong, that my guess is wrong, is that the media space will not be available to him like that. That's what I said. But saying
even that one,
like that, no, I didn't say that.
You got that one wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said the only thing you can say that I got wrong is that. But that is still a rookie move. You don't have the capacity, you don't have the people on ground to keep you going for that long. No, you don't have it. And that is what he's showing. Time never ever reach. I expect this to happen towards the end of January or early February, not now. You understand? But let's assume that.
No, hold on. Can you hold on? Let Ovie just round off his thoughts.
If I want to I'm saying the hit now where una notice everybody will talk now. Everybody will talk. It is politics. So that doesn't mean they hit the right point. That's why they try to argue with me like this.
It's like you've been away for too long. This is how it works here now.
Yes. But carry on. Bring it home, Ovie, and then I'll go on to DOG. So let Ovie have a moment to land his thoughts. Yeah, back to Ovie.
It will almost make me lose my thought. Yes, the way he run early. I mean, I think he got carried away with the euphoria and everybody but that's why. So you can see everything is telling on him. As I said, that's why that's almost you running track and field. The more you compete, you burn out. It doesn't matter who you be. You understand? And that's I hope all of us are wrong that is burning out. I hope that maybe in a festive season and they playing because people they hustle. But that when go na every man food there, they need bar. That week na Christmas. This is the next weekend at Christmas. So how many parties they run election from? All of them rallying. I mean, all of them don't stop like 2-3 days ago now. And you have to put everything into consideration. You don't expect people you want shop for Christmas and all that to be running after you just because he be Peter Obi. It does. I hope that is what is happening. I hope that maybe they week, but the truth is that the money that is required to run this race from the when he starts to the finish line, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. When Unasi Sekonkoso keep quiet, he just doing things underground for that region. It's the same thing. He knows that the structure on ground, when I'm in terms of governor who will sponsor each rally, he no get time. You understand? So you pace yourself, you analyze the race, okay. At the dynamite when everywhere will begin hot. By January, skeletons will begin fly out of each people's closet. They will begin hammer them with dirty secrets we will never hear before. That's how it works anywhere when it's a party democracy. So can Obi go? Should he stop? No, he should keep going, as I said, because he has many years ahead of him. If he stop now and he didn't do the negotiation, it doesn't make sense to actually strike a deal with somebody who's coming from the northeast. It doesn't make sense. You understand?
All right. All right. One final question, and it's a one-word answer to this, and this question goes to everyone as well. Who do you speculate is sponsoring Obi's campaign? Who do you think is writing the check for his campaign?
Man. Well, I will not look for. I'll look at people around me. I mean, I'd John and one guy maybe say, I want to believe he's putting money where his mouth is. All right. And Obi is not a poor man. Contrary to what with the talk in Nigerian standard, the guy na solid billionaire in Nigerian standard. So I want to believe he's putting his money there too. But I can't really look outside these two people. I know donations are coming in and all that, but if I look at his campaign team and everybody that is sponsoring directly or indirectly, even the so-called Peter side, the ANAP guy, it's also there too. Money will be coming out of his pocket too because they believe. And say one man, they always say there's a correlation between campaign money and electability. You don't necessarily have to have the money as a presidential candidate, but people should believe in you to the fact that they are ready to put billions of naira and dollars into your campaign. That's how president is being produced, even if you get money. Because when what's his name? When Bola Tinubu go emo, on that 1 billion come out now from men with businessmen there. That is the people who believe that, yeah, this man can either win and they can do something. So if people are not believe you enough to put their money to support you, then you are running a lost cause. This is politics. It costs money.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ovie. Stay with us. So let's go on from Ovie to DOG. The same questions. Peter Obi then. So the speculation, should he collapse his structures into article, or should he duke it out all the way through to the ballot, which we know he will lose, and then he tries to build that third force that Thomas was describing. So your thoughts on that, and then that additional question: who do you think is writing checks for him?
For Obi, collapsing a structure for article would be stupid and suicidal, because a lot of people will be disappointed, and that might even, some people will decide they are not going to vote again, and some people will decide to go and vote for probably APC or SDP, whichever one, or Showore. But I think what would be the situation, because for me, the way I see it is, after the 2023 election, if Obi is not winning that election, that's the end of Obi's career. The only thing that can actually will be able to resuscitate that career would be if he probably gets a appointment from the winning party, then he can build from there. So for me, I think after 2023,
if Peter Obi was able to garner about 4 million votes, would you say his career would end? Is that not big enough of a base to build on?
You know why it will end, woman? Why
Right.
it will end is Labour Party does not have structure on ground, like in local government in the wards around the country. So once another party wins, everybody is finding their way into that party at that point in time. So in the next 8 years, there is nothing Labour parties. All of them will go and join the ruling party. They will start going to their meeting. So that
Can I interject on that shortly?
Hold on. Give him a moment to run through. Yeah, carry on, D. Yeah. Carry on, D.
That momentum would die off straight up, because the attention will just shift away, and a lot of people will be disappointed. And I think I've said like about a week ago here, like if Obi doesn't win that election, that is it. The only way he will be able to try and gather something for himself back in the political career is to probably take an appointment in whoever wins the election, maybe a ministerial appointment, and he can join their party, then build from there. But after them, and when they talk about structure, this is it. But earlier, everybody was shouting, it's organic, this is structure, people are the structure. No, people are the structure, but there has been work, there has been underground, the grassroots. All these other two parties, they have their meetings steady, weekly, in each ward around the country. So all those people that is shouting Obi, now by the time another party wins, the government start running, everybody switch back. They won't be, because Obi will be confused himself. So that's it for that one. And what's the other question?
And I was asking who is undersigning his campaign, because as wealthy as people say Obi is not wealthy enough for a presidential campaign. Certainly not. But who is signing the checks for this?
Immediately he said the only people I could think of is likes of the Cubana, all those Igbo boys.
All right. Voodoo money, Abi. The voodoo money people. All right.
Blood money. Blood money.
The voodoo money people. I doubt that very much, but thank you. You've started the Christmas munchies already.
You get me.
Look at this guy.
But woman, you can't dispute that fact though, because Obi went to Chief Priest's place now. That Chief Priest was with him, saying he's the one they are supporting. When he went to, is it Imo or something? You know.
But Chief Priest and the rest of them, they have already endorsed Tinubu now. We played the clip.
They didn't endorse Tinubu.
Did you not see them with Sheyi Tinubu endorsing
They are
him?
just angry with Sheyi. They were not in a rally, but he was in a rally.
It's a PDP man.
Chief Priest is a PDP man, and then by natural logic, any PDP guy or any PDP person will basically switch to Obi and any party
Please,
that
that's wrong. He's not PDP man. Very wrong. He's an APC card carrying member. He's a special advisor to Hope Uzodinma,
I can't.
the
He's a
APC
special
governor.
advisor to Uzodinma. Hold on.
Yes.
It's a special advisor to Uzodinma, right? On a different concession, but it's a PDP guy through and through. I know this for a fact.
It can be both now. It can be
no,
both.
he's a PDP guy, very, very close to the video and I know that for a fact. He's a PDP guy, and by natural logic, every PDP will go for the lesser PDP. That's how it goes.
All right. Let me take the conversation and take it to Joel of Nashville. It was meant to be a round robin. So Joel, so to the space, it should Obi collapse the structures into articles, seeing that his campaign is starting to falter, or should he stick it all the way through to the end and then be like a forerunner for something new?
Well, one man, morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. I'll make it as short as possible. The issue here is this. I really like when everyone is giving us that low mark, giving us those less expectations. However, we are not in this to lose. We are in it to win. And which makes your question so irrelevant for me. Obi is not collapsing any structure. We're going to see it through. It's a choice for Nigeria between what is right and what is wrong, between the old ways and the new ways. So that is why I said the decision has to be about Nigerians. The Nigerians should make those decisions, not 10 of us sitting here and permutating from 50,000 miles away from Nigeria. I mean, some of us here have lost touch with reality. The reality in Nigeria today is that Obi is a movement. The past 3 days or so has been a great one for Obi. Coming from Akwa Ibom, Calabar, and Port Harcourt, they were all good outings. And to think that, those people weren't mobilized, that's how real politics should be. In here, even when you come here, you don't see people organize campaigns and you see a stadium full of people and that shows that that person is doing well. No, they go to an auditorium, right? So I understand the kind of crowd you guys want to see, but the people of Port Harcourt are busy people. This is a weekday, so if you can do that on a weekday, then you have done so well. So Obi is not collapsing any structure. Obi is going to see it through. And Obi is in it to win, and I still believe that he's going to win.
All right. And who do you think is underpinning his campaign? Who is underwriting it, as far as you're aware?
The issue there is that we are donating to the campaign. A lot of us are donating to the campaign. Now, I'm not like the chief accountant to know who and what was being. All I know is that I do my own beats. Every other person do their own beats. Obi also is not a poor man. So I believe that he might put in some money too. And there are some vested interests. No matter how poor you look down on Obi, some people still have, even those big wigs, there are people, there are kingmakers that invest in the three political parties. So it is just normal. The sponsors of elections will remain sponsors of elections. We don't know where the money is coming from. All we know is that we just do our own bit and we keep it moving. However, Peter Obi is not running an expensive campaign because of the organic.
No, by the nature of the exercise, it is expensive. It is.
No, the nature is expensive, but what makes it more out of reach is the way we pay people to mobilize them to centers, the what we call our normal structures here. Those are the things that make it so thick for many people. But like I said during the earlier on before Obi, because I remember when Ovie was saying that even you, Mr. Woman, that Peter Obi will run out of steam, in 3 weeks or a month. And today, here he is. He's still there, waxing strong. So I believe that Peter Obi will do what he has to do to win. The sponsors of the major sponsors of the campaign might not be known to anyone for now, but I know that he is more than capable financially to take on this tax. So one man, that is where I stand on this.
All right, brilliant. So up next, Akim. So Akim, to you, the question: Obi, should it collapse into Atiku? Should it duke it out all the way through? And who do you think is underpinning his campaign?
Thank you very much, Woman. I think I don't think he should collapse his campaign. It's about credibility and it's about trust. So he's still a young man, even if he doesn't win this time, but at least he will be able to understand where his strengths and his weaknesses are. So that he would take forward and work with during the next campaign if he's still interested in running next time. So collapsing it, that would damage him, but not just politically, but when it comes to having that trust, it will be a big issue with him. Even forget about collapsing his campaign now. Even if Obi were to lose that election, and then they come back to PDP, that is him gone. Let alone him collapsing. If he was to at any point ever come back to PDP, that is Obi done, finished. So I don't see him collapsing his campaign. I don't think he should. I think there are a lot of people who are a bit detached from reality. All of us here, we understand the way things work, but sometimes our emotion kind of take over what should be of reality. Because one man, you're talking about funding elections, right? I'm going to tell you something now. Dan Obi and Pastor Sageze Yamu in Edo State, during 2015 election, they got over $700 million from Abuja. They still have a case with the EFCC for that money. That part of those Dasuki's money. Over 700 million naira just came because at the time APC was the governor in Edo State. So PDP didn't have governor in Edo State. So that was the amount of money they sent to Edo State. So imagine if you don't have a single governor in the whole of 36 states, how are you going to fund election to that? I'm talking as at 2015, that was the money that came to Edo State from the federal government to run 2015 presidential elections. So this is not cheap, and we have to face fact. We've said it before. When you don't have structures, it's very difficult. Even it is not just peculiar to Nigeria. 2016 governorship presidential election in the United States, the state of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, they were all Republican governors governing those states at the time. One of the reasons Trump won those states, because they had governors who were Republicans at the time, so they were able to put structure on ground to favor their party. When the midterm of 2018 came, Democrats took over all those three states, and what happened in the last election? Democrats won back those three states because they had Democratic governors that came back and started to build structures for the party. Since Democrats have been losing grants in Florida, today Florida is no more even is gone out of a swing state. It's becoming a Republican state. So these things is not just peculiar to Nigeria. It happens in other clients. So, but when you come to our own people, just say you've lost touch. You've lost touch with what is happening in Nigeria. No, there are people who are political analysts. They are political analysts for a reason, because they put histories and past scenario together, and then they make they make an outcome out of it. So for me, I don't think Obi will win. But I just don't want. I hope it does. I don't. It's not like hope. I know it's not going to collapse his campaign to Atiku because he has nothing to gain by doing that. He's going to lose more. So, in terms of who is funding the, if the look, I don't, the people you're talking, I don't even think they have that kind of money to fund a presidential campaign right now. Those guys left power years ago, man. The Babangidas and the Obasanjo, they don't have that kind of money.
Don't joke. Yeah, the Babangida doesn't have money to fund the presidential campaign.
A presidential campaign? No, it does. Look, one man. If you say everybody start from zero, say
who do you think is richer, Babangida or Atiku?
I think Atiku is richer, man.
Babangida
has been out of the limelight for years now. Yes,
right.
if you say everybody should start from zero, say no governor, nobody have any structure. Even Tinubu will struggle to personally fund a presidential campaign. You know, it's extremely expensive, extremely expensive.
So how come Obi is then sponsoring a successful one?
What do you mean by successful one? Successful by what capacity? By what measurement? You have to measure what
by the momentum that is getting and the increasing chances of succeeding successful.
Okay, no problem. One more. February will come. We'll see how successful.
All right, brilliant. So you are not prepared to say who you think is sponsoring him?
No, I don't know who is sponsoring him. I cannot be guessing that but I'm just saying, like, regardless of who is sponsoring him, they don't have they won't be able to afford that amount, the amount of money that is required to effect a political campaign. That is why when you look at a party like APC with the amount of governors they have, that automatically make it easy for them. And don't forget as well, they had the highest number of senators. So even in states where they don't have governors, sometimes they will have one senator or two senators in those states. Those are funds as well for the party. Those senators themselves, they make money while they were in the Senate. So they will also bring resources out in those states to try to help the party in that state. So they were a state where they don't have governors, where they have House of Rep members. Those one as well, those are money coming out to help the party. But Labour don't have anything. They don't have none.
All right. Who's that making all that noise? Is that you?
One man, sorry. I wanted to ask you a real question, please, or anybody in the house. Has the Kwankwaso started any campaign?
I'm not aware. You know,
he's opening offices. He doesn't want to campaign. He's just opening offices.
Did he not campaign in Lagos? Offices. Yeah, I think he campaigned in Lagos.
No, he's just opening office. He want to open office.
Oh, only office.
Yeah, it's just
campaign offices.
How are the mighty falling? Because I remember Adelekoko telling me that saying that he has people contesting in all positions in most of the states, and I was thinking that by now, I mean, from the party, I was thinking that they were saying it here that he has more people contesting for different positions in different states. So I was thinking by now that he will
governorship candidate of NMPP in Lagos.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying now.
No,
I'm
it's
just
something
saying
Johnson. Something Johnson, I think his name is.
Yeah, so that's why I was asking. Like, I mean, he should be campaigning for those people in the state at the state level. Obi seems to be doing much better than him. Well, just my take.
Kwankwaso is just there in Kano.
Kwankwaso is a portfolio politician now. He's just a briefcase politician.
Let's not write him off to say he's not a strong politician. He is a strong politician, but we still have to be honest. The man has lost elections in Kano before, so it's not like he's just invisible. No, he has lost elections in Kano. Even the Kano Central, where both him and Shekarau came from. Shekarau is the one representing that senatorial district. So Shekarau has garnered the highest amount of vote that has ever been cast to a senator from that senatorial district. So Kwankwaso he's got his followership, no doubt about that. But I think in some aspect he has been overhyped, to be honest with you.
All right, brilliant. So that same question to you, enigmatic. Should Peter Obi collapse his structure to Atiku, or should he duke it out all the way through? And who do you think is sponsoring his campaign? Enigmatic Hondi.
Well, Oman, honestly, I don't really want to discuss Peter Obi again. Honestly, it's, to me, I consider him one of is a political non-grata now, personal non-grata to Nigeria political landscape. So the two legacy political parties, PDP and APC, will produce the next president. That's where I will stop.
Enigmatic, what is going on? Speak now.
No, mi ò lè wá kékú lọ́lọ́ èèyàn tó ti fail already which I won't talk again. So
are you scared? Soros okay.
No. I mean, the only thing I want to say is whoever believes he's gonna be president to challenge me. That's all I can say for now. December, I told you one man by December, almost Christmas, I will start taking a shape in the way I speak because I know those who will be the president. So the one who will never be the president, I want to stop discussing them. So
you don't want that dick.
Yeah, no, I don't want. If you're not coming with good bar and then come and challenge it, you want to write something and be talking nonsense. I don't want that. Bring the money and let's say, okay, he's gonna win. Don't come and tell story here because it's just you cannot come and start. You can't start politics 6 months ago or 5 months ago and you want to disturb people's idea over here. It doesn't make any sense. One man. We know Peter Obi is not gonna come close. It's gonna be dragging third and fourth with Fakwanso. So we know Atiku and Tinubu will be the men to beat at the end of the day, and whoever has the political pragmatism, the political influence, and then the political fecundity to actually reach, the final line is going to be the president among those two. So I'm going to stop discussing this guy because to me he's not on the radar for me anymore.
It's not worth your while.
That's fair enough.
Is Roma still there, or has it started?
No, I think he's on something. Enigmatic, can you just tell us what you feel about who is sponsoring?
He's sponsoring himself. He has a lot of money tucked in his offshore account in Pandora, wherever. He has billions of money tucked away, so he's sponsoring himself.
Was Enigmatic betting again? Just when I stepped away for a moment, and you, this guy, you want to empty the wallet of everybody on this platform.
One man, he doesn't want to speak for Peter.
To be honest with you, yesterday I made some serious obedience, and we already put something on the plate. Heavy one. When I say heavy, I'm talking of one. A guy was so serious, he was so sure he had to put 20 on the plate. So I'm not gonna keep talking when I already have people who are serious. So if you are serious, let's do it with the rate.
20K for Obi to win, and you.
He was very sure. That poll, that poll yesterday means a lot to a lot of them, and one of them is the guy I'm talking about. He believed this poll was real, and then he has already had a pathway to Obi to the presidency.
No, 20,000 naira. That's all.
No, dollars.
But
that poll has been roundly rubbished by every media space. They've all dismissed it now.
I don't want to dismiss it. I want to make it stand, and anybody who can stand it should come forward with the rating going forward. So by January, the game will change. When you see January, right, you're gonna see skeleton flying out. People will bring. They will start bringing.
Enigmatic, are you now Baba Jebu now? Baba Jebu.
Clear ní FIFA World Cup tó lọ yìí ni. Ẹ má pa mí, ẹ má fẹjọ́ pa mí.
Look at that.
Enigmatic, can I ask you if you can go for this particular bet I'm about to propose to you?
My bet is.
No, hold on. Hear the bet and then say yes or no.
Okay, go ahead, my guy. Go ahead.
All right. So, are you willing to bet? And this is what I can propose for now. Are you willing to bet on the fact that Obi in this election will never come less than second?
So you mean
He won't come anything less than second.
Anything less.
Yes.
So that means it's either going to defeat Atiku or
is that one? Is that
second.
first or second?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, my bet is it's not going to be president. That's my bet.
All right. So
can you imagine?
No, that's the bet now. But if you are confident,
this platform now that he'll be dragging fourth with Kwankwaso, and you're not willing to
bet. Come second. What's his name? But he's not going to come second anyway.
Then bet on it now. Bet on it.
No, Nigel, step aside. Let me talk to the guy who is ready now. But he's not going to come second anyway. He's going to be third or fourth. I can put $1,000 on that now.
Enigmatic a question.
I can put $1,000 on that.
On what? So sorry, hold on. You can put $1,000 on what?
It's not going to be second. I can put $1,000 on that. It's not going to be second.
Yes, I will put $1,000 on that as well. It's not going to be second. It's going to be third or fourth.
$1,000 there as well. $1,000 there as well.
So where is the guy that proposed the bet now?
Okay, yeah.
It don't run.
Wait, now Triple was taking on that, right?
I'm not taking anything though because I have to remain neutral. No, but if I could, I would. But
there's the second person.
Uptown the homie. So you took the bet to me. So now I'm taking it. It's not going to be second.
No, I'm hearing people all raising their hands and putting their bets. So let's know
forget about them. On board. Just focus on me.
Okay. Let's clarify, and then the next thing we want to hear is a yes or no, and then we move on. So what you are proposing, Uptown, is that Obi will come a minimum of second, and there are two people, Enigmatic Honde and Thomas, who are willing to take you on that. They don't believe that he's even going to come second. So yes or no?
Yes.
I'm down for the bet. I'm down for the bet.
All right. So there it is. Oma kole lara àwọn people yìí wọ́n ṣe ń ba lọ Enigmatic. Oma kole lara àwọn people yìí.
So let's quickly follow the procedure. Let them communicate with Ajane Koko so we can move on. And please, everybody should know, once you place your bet, the platform take 10%, which will be $200. Thank you.
And look, there is no case of I've changed my mind though. So we'll give a moment because once your money is locked in, there's no because what I'm saying now is legally binding because this is there's no something certainly happened and I did that. No, there's none of that. Once you're locked in, you're locked in.
Once the money is gone, the money is gone.
Once the money is gone, the money is gone. No, look at that. And by the way,
Baba Ajale here. Baba Ajale Koko here.
No, Ajale Koko is here. And by the way, the 10% that it comes to the platform, it goes towards the social responsibility that's I'm sure you're all aware that we've decided to initiate a social responsibility. So it goes towards that. So Ajale Koko, let me give them a moment to think about it. Let me give them a moment to think about it.
One man. Enigmatic. I'm taking 2K. Are you on board?
2K?
Yeah.
That's American dollars?
Yes.
Let's go.
Are you not a student in Nigeria? Where are you getting
I'm a student, I know, but then that shows.
Are you not meant to be? Are you not meant to be poverty stricken?
He's from a rich home.
I know. If you see some of his pictures online, the lifestyle he wants, he lives. None of us live it wherever we are. So he's one of those. He's the son of a politician, I'm sure. Are you one of those Anambra money? But I'm going to give you a moment just to reflect on it because once you're committed, you are committed. But I'll come to you next.
Can I ask a question, man?
Yeah, go on. Ask that question, and then after Rational Minds question, we'll revisit that bet. And if you want to, nobody loses face if you change your mind. But once you're locked in, you're locked in. Ask the question, Rational
Yeah,
Mind.
I hear Animati say he doesn't want to talk about Obi or whoever.
There's a noise from your.
It's a kerosene. It uses a kerosene laptop. This is it. You know those hand wipes. A laptop.
What is going on? This is my laptop. Maybe there's something.
Yeah, but carry on. Ask the question.
Real quick. Yeah. So, I had him say he doesn't want to talk about Obi because he started 6 months ago. I mean, I don't even understand that rationale. And then you are here trying to bet about him and all of that. I'm just trying to like reconcile that.
I forget that. If you invest, you put your money on the floor and let's do it. No long
I don't bet. I don't bet.
So forget it.
So, but the question I'm asking you is that.
No, just forget. As if you don't get money, no, they talk about which one they think. Now my opinion.
Can we not ask you a question?
No, carry on.
No, if you don't want to answer my question, no problem. I want to answer my.
No, what was the question? So
I'm asking him. What I'm asking him is this: that, I mean, what's the rationale behind he saying that Obi started 6 months ago, and this is the same show that he said he supported, and when he started, did they have a structure even up to when they were arguing about forming a coalition, and suddenly it came to limelight? I mean, I don't understand when people talk.
No, man, what I said, I think he's getting the context quite very wrong. What I said when it gets to a certain level, like December, January, my approach will be different, and it's already taking shape now, right? That's what I said, and I've said it over here. May 27th, 2022, I made my own call that the election is gonna be eventually between the two political legacy political parties, APC and PDP, right? I said that. And then with the event of things going on, if Atiku fails to put his house in order, it will eventually tilt towards APC by virtue of their incumbent power and by virtue of the fact that they have, probably they are able to put their house in order. So now it's December. We have 2 months, less than 60 days to the election. So, and I'm already making my projections in my head. And people who are serious on the ground, they are not talking too much about talking. They are talking with the real thing. And then I have somebody who is already talking with the real thing now. That's what I say. So in January, my approach will be different until after the election. So that's just me evolving in my political idea.
All right. So is the bet still done? So first to you uptown, are you still willing to go? And no quibble if you will say, okay, you want to think about it. Is the bet still on uptown? You see, the computer suddenly developed. We know.
No. 1 month. Who are we sending the money to?
Ajale Koko.
Okay, Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Hello. No, I want to speak with him.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, the accountant of the platform. Ajale Koko,
what's going on?
As we had with this, and we want to vet our Oh yeah.
Ajale Koko, what are we sending to a Nigerian account?
Yes. What? Because we've had this before. I'm not sure if you knew, if you know that we did this before. Because there's a bet standing between Des.
I know. Des has a bet standing.
Yeah. So what happened was Des sent Naira equivalent to a Nigerian account with Ajale Koko confirmed, and then Enigmatic sent dollars to Ajale Koko, which he confirmed as well. The only thing is those confirmations have to come within this session.
All right, so this is what I'm going to do 1 month.
So what's the exchange rate? So what's the exchange rate? Where are you doing Naira or dollars?
One month is not exchange rate. You have to do 1,000 to 1 million Naira. That is how it goes.
No, because I feel that advantage is enigmatic somewhat.
What if
Enigmatic want to convert Naira to dollar?
Not at all. If you change Naira to dollar,
if you want to change Naira to dollar, then you are in trouble.
Yes, it's higher than when you sell your dollar.
Don't get it twisted, please.
All right. Would you? Is that? Are you comfortable with that?
What rate? What rate?
What rate obtains in Nigeria now?
I mean, it depends. No, it depends. I don't even know. I don't know.
Okay,
I
yeah, okay,
It's 1,000 to 1 million.
Proposing
It's 1,000 to 1 million,
that
or you
means
do your
you pay
1,000.
Hold on, D. Let the guy tell us what. Let
So
not the guy, but Uptown.
When you're saying 1,000 to 1 million, that means you're putting it at $1,000 rate, 1,000 naira to $1 rate.
Yeah,
Right.
because obviously, if you want to change your naira back to dollar, is higher than when you change dollar to naira. When you buy the dollar, is higher.
Hold on.
It's not.
Hold on. Let's not quibble the whole of that space. What exchange rate do you have in mind, Uptown?
What did Des use? I'm willing to go with 10 things Des used.
Des did exactly what you're just describing. He sent $1 million naira to Ajanle Koko to match Enigmatic's 1,000 naira. But if you want to do it differently, you can propose it. Somebody is saying it's 800 to $1 here.
Fair enough, 800.
What I can do is, if he wouldn't change his mind until maybe I can give him, today's Friday, Thursday, I can give him maybe until Saturday or maybe Monday to get his dollars together. Then we can do it $1,000. I mean,
you mean if he doesn't want to do $1 million, then he has to do? And what is the difference between 800,000 and $1 million? It's just 200,000.
I can give him up to Monday to get the $1,000 ready. Then $2,000.
No, because it's a whole lot of work now to be changing dollars.
No, I actually have means. No, okay, I take that up. Enigmatic.
Okay.
I just have to make money.
So now, Uptown.
Yeah,
on the floor officially. Monday we'll come back to this floor to check right.
Yeah, definitely.
Obi will not come second this coming election, February 25th.
All right, but if Obi comes first, so let's be clear, because the devil is always in the detail.
Woman, you are not part of this. Just leave us.
I just want to be clear.
No,
but
step aside.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear what I'm betting
describe the bet and then agree on it, and then
let me be clear. What I said is that Obi can never go lower than second. That means it's either first or second. That's the only two options for him.
All right.
Nothing lower than second.
All right.
Fair enough.
Okay, and that's the bet, yeah? Enigmatic, is that the bet?
That's it. So, in a layman's language, if Obi does not come second, I clear ground, period.
Okay, and you are both betting $1,000 on that. So
$2,000.
He said two. No, not two.
No, hold on. Be clear. Don't spend this money for him. Are you saying two? Are you saying $2,000?
I said two. Yes.
All right, $2,000. Are you sure though? Are you sure?
Obi will not go lower than second. Listen to me.
It's an adult. He's over 30 now.
He's not over 30.
I'm not over 30, but
like mid-20s thereabouts.
One man. I don't have all the money, but I have it in good authority that Obi will never go lower than second, and I can stick with anybody that.
All right, you know, on Monday you'll be required to
have it in good authority.
No, hold on, everybody. Let's only hear from Enigmatic and Uptown just to clear this space up. By Monday you have to put the money up and send it to Ajanle Koko, and Enigmatic has to put his own. So Ajanle Koko will hold that money until February.
I heard when Enigmatic said it, and I took that up.
Oh, all right. So we're clear on what's been said. So we are clear now. And just with your permission, just to cleanse and clarify things. So only my voice now. A bet is taking place between Uptown the Homie and the artist known as Enigmatic Hondi, who comes under Life is Good today. Uptown the Homie is telling us that Obi will not come less than second in the upcoming presidential election, February the 25th. He says he won't come less than second, so that is to say he will either come first or second. Enigmatic insists that Obi will not even come second, and Uptown the Omi is willing to pay bet $2,000, 2,000 not Canadian but United States dollars, that Obi will not come less than second in that election. Enigmatic Ondi is willing to match that bet that Obi will not come even second in that election, and is willing to match that $2,000. So what the two gentlemen have agreed is that they will converge on Monday with their checks ready by way of electronic delivery, and they will both send $2,000, so $2,000 individually. Uptown the homie, he will send $2,000 to Ajanle Koko to hold. Enigmatic Hondi, he will send $2,000 to Ajanle Koko to hold, and those monies will be held in abeyance until the 25th or really the 27th of February, when the dust would have cleared, and then the winners would emerge both at the elections and more at this betting. And then the winner takes the spoils, less the 10% commission of the platform. So that's the bet that has taken place. Just say yes or no. Am I correct, Enigmatic Ondi?
Yes, sir, boss. Yes.
And Uptown the homie, am I correct?
You are correct, woman. Very correct.
All right, brilliant. So there it is. And Ajanle Koko, you agree to continue to hold on to the money just like you did the last time?
Yes.
Brilliant. This is it. Oh, it's unbelievable.
I want to quickly make a contribution, please.
Are you betting as well? Because Thomas now has his $1,000 looking
for.
No,
this one is me and Ajanle Koko that we have business.
All right.
Baba Ajanle Koko, can you find out, please, how much interest you will get for a 2 months fixed deposit for $8,000 or $7,000, please?
Me, I don't need interest, though. I don't need anything. Make with the, everything, the 10% for the platform. That's it.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
You go and hold the money in a fixed deposit for 2 months.
Oh my God! No, don't worry. Ajanle Koko will just keep it to one side. But Ajanle Koko, do you think we should even be letting them do this? Because I feel somewhat that we are leading young people astray. Do you think?
These guys are passionate of what they are talking about. They are passionate of their candidate, and they are ready to stick their neck out, to fight for their candidate, and that is what they are doing. So these are real men. These are not boys.
Sorry. Not feedback from you. Don't unmute yourself. Use a headphone, please, Thomas.
These are real men. They are not boys. This platform is for men, and you can see men talking, holding their chairs high that they can do it, and they are doing it. So congratulations to kudos to Enigmatic, and kudos to Uptown as well, because Enigmatic often come here and said, if any one of you is ready, all this talk for cheap, he doesn't believe in it. But we are seeing another obedient. Enigmatic did it last time.
With Des did it last time.
Des came up and said, yes, he really believed in Obi, and he believed that, yes, that guy will win on Edo State, and he put down his money for that. The same thing that Uptown is doing today, that Enigmatic, stop that. I'm betting with you that Obi will come not less than second position. So these are real men that are talking. This is not for boys. So kudos to both of you, and thank you, one man, for
what does that mean?
well.
What does that mean? What does that mean? That
no. They are talking with their wallet now. They are talking with their wallet.
We that are not betting, we're not really.
Well, then you don't have a wallet, do you? Rational Mind's wallet is in Fort Knox. It's in Fort Knox. It comes out.
One man.
Yes.
The only thing I see here is that we have to lead by example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then if we have to lead by example, then if we are betting about something in Nigeria, I think Nigeria currency should be the common denominator.
No.
But I mean, that is me.
No, it's an international platform now, and they're both comfortable with the money. So I'm not sure.
They're not spending the money in Nigeria.
Joel, money is money.
It's all right.
Bro. All right. All right. So there it is. Another one. So Ajale Koko, look what you have turned into. We've turned into Ile Tete, but there it is.
Ajale Koko, you didn't answer my question.
Oh no, leave that question. Sorry, don't leave that question. But I wanted to highlight something. To Niger, he has been boasting in the comment section. You see, Jafar is now telling me off. You see, this is what I was trying to avoid. People that hold us in high esteem, they are now. To Niger is now boasting in the comment section. So to Niger, so there it is. Thomas is ready for you when you are ready. But there it is. Let's move swiftly on to the politics and go back to it. So the question, you are up next, Uptown. And of course, you would say Peter Obi is unlikely to collapse his structure. But for the purposes of the conversation, if Peter Obi were to collapse his structure, would you say it's something he should do immediately now? Because the optics not looking good. He's clearly, patently losing momentum. Not likely to be the president. You even considered that because you are quibbling over second place. So for future relevance, should he collapse under Atiku now to propel Atiku to Aso Rock so that Atiku can hand the baton to him in 8 years' time? Or should it be like some pioneer and venture into a new space? And then, of course, who do you think is signing the checks for his campaign?
All right. Thank you, one man, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody.
Good day.
So I'm gonna take your question from the bottom parts, which you're talking about him. Is he gonna take his people for a better bargain by supporting Atiku? And in that space, that is the misconception some people used to have, that Obi is not an Igbo candidate. And for that reason, Obi does not care about negotiation of Southeast versus anybody, because he's not even a Southeastern candidate. At least he does not. He does not see himself as one. He even reiterated that in Calabar when he was addressing the traditional rulers, that yes, some people might argue in some quarters that it's the turn of this person and that, but he's not running on that. He has insisted he will never run on that. He's running on his own credibility. So it's obvious he's not in this to carry the Igbo race along to either win presidency for them or to drop and then negotiate for them. No. He's more of an anti-status quo president. And the reason why Obi is not an Igbo candidate is very simple. Even if you look at the people that is pushing, that are in the engine room of the Obi campaign from day one, from inception, 7 out of every 10 person that is piloting Obi movement are not from the Southeast. 7, if not 8 out of every 10. Because even if you go to the social, people pushing it in social media, is the Aisha Yusufis of this world, the David Hondes, the Real News, the Williami Lobbies, even in media, the only person that has been accused of being pro-Obi in the media is a Yoruba man, Rufai Oseni. Even in the political space, who are the people in charge? OBJ, Doyin Okupe, Dele Farotimi, all of them from the Southwest. Even the religious space, Prophet Elsbuba from the North Central is the one carrying Obi like gala in his head. There's no Southeastern religious leader that is carrying his matter like that. Or Enenche is not from the Southeast, or even Oyede or this guy, even from the social cultural space, as they are the banjos of this world, the Clarks of this world. I've never heard Professor George Obiozo mention Obi in his mouth before. And you can go on and on and on. So that space is not even a Southeastern space at all. So there's nothing like, let me go renegotiate with Southeast, with Atiku and all of that. So that's dead on arrival. So that's another part. And I'm talking about on that negotiation as well. It is also very important to understand that Obi is basically running a niche structure in this election. And the reason why I say it's running a niche structure, so for people saying that if Obi collapses his structure today, it automatically translates to an Atiku victory. No, that logic does not pass Southeast and Southwest, and Southeast and South-South. That logic can only apply slightly in Southeast and South, majorly. You understand what I'm saying? But outside Southeast and South-South, Obi dropping will only lead
to
Obi's
Obi's relevance is in the Southeast and South-South, whereas that's where he's at his strongest.
That is what I'm saying. But see what I'm saying? Maybe if you had allowed me to land, you get what I'm saying.
Carry on,
Even within that Southeast and South-South space, the only people that will return to the PDP within that space is only the part of his supporters in that space that were PDP voters originally. Now, to understand
most of them are. Let me just hold you to that space for a moment. But most of them are, because the voting pattern tells us that the Southeast especially, and in some parts the South as well, they traditionally historically vote PDP. So if Peter Obi collapses into PDP, there's only two things that can happen: a heavy voter apathy, and then the vote that will be cast will go to Atiku. So
you are correct on that space, because I was heading to the voter apathy. So most of Obi supporters will not necessarily go to either APC or PDP. They are only going to withdraw from active politics. And he has a huge support base in that level. That is why when I started, I said Obi is controlling a niche structure. So the niche structure is that space of 50 million Nigerians that have always had PVCs, that have never voted in Nigeria election before. That is one. And then the second niche structure is the new registrants, at least the young population in the new registrants. And that's they make up up to 60, 65 to 70% of the new registrants. So that's another niche novel structure that is part of the structure as well. So but nobody can deny that the traditional PDP voters in the Southeast and South is also part of that space. But then it is a big space. You get what I'm saying? So all these people saying that the better Obi does, the more he's taking Atiku's vote. I think he's done with Atiku's vote at this point. The better Obi does now is the more he ventures into the 50 million voter space and the 10 million new voter space that has never been activated by any Nigerian politician. That is where he's heading to now. He's done with taking whatever he can take from PDP, whether in the South. Those ones have made up their mind. So if he progresses now progressively, what he's actually digging into is now those unexplored space of people that has never had any reason to participate in an election. Wake them up. It's only hope that can wake them up. And in the last 23 years, no politician has been able to inspire hope. The person that come closest to that has only been 2015 of Buhari. Little closest. So that's one. Then in that collapsing of structure, so it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And Obi was talking in Calabar when he was addressing the students there, and he made these two statements that I think is really very informative. When they asked him about something with the whole attacks on Labour Party, Doyin Okupe and what have you, and then he made a statement. He said, "If they like, let them take down everybody around me. It can never stop me." That's the first statement he made. And then he made another statement. He said, in all my life, people has always tried to stop me. They have never succeeded. I've never accepted to stay back where they kept me, and that is where I am today. So he's not a man that
all right. Since you have the floor, speak a little bit about the rivalry turn up in Port Harcourt, which follows the pitiable turn up in Kogi State, and which was inter-sandwiched between the non-shows in Ekiti and Ocho State, and then tell us that Obi's campaign is not faltering.
All right, one man on that space, very, very interesting space. Because first of all, Obi has visited at least not less than 10 states. And the last time I checked, we only had issues with about 2 or 3. That is one. Then, in the last 48 to 72 hours, Obi has been to Akwa Ibom, he has been to Calabar. Impressive turnouts. Impressive turnouts. And even in Port Harcourt today, 2 things. First of all, he didn't play the real video. He just gave us a picture of a guy that came before the show started. the early birds that decided to take a selfie of himself, of his big head, because everybody saw the video. It was a good turnout.
Yeah.
It
Are you looking at?
turnout.
Well, it's on your screen.
It might not be as big. It might not be as large as what happened in Calabar the day before yesterday, because Calabar was massive. So it might not be as massive as Calabar, but then it was a good turnout in Port Harcourt, and it is nothing close to the image you are showing. So that's the point there. And on that space as well, I don't know who. Someone mentioned it in this platform. I don't know whether it's OVA or who, which is really very instructive. And I expressed this concern as well as at 2-3 like earlier this week. I said, why did Obi decide to binge campaign days to 25th of December? Because the last time I checked, okay, maybe it didn't affect them in Calabar and Akwa Ibom because those places are not necessarily commerce centers. So there could be people disposed to turn out. But you can't go to Port Harcourt, the second center of commerce after Lagos, to campaign on a weekday in a space of 72 hours to 25 December, where people are taking their last stocks in trying to get the last bites of the cherry they can get to enjoy the Christmas period. They want to get them out. So I think I expressed that concern with somebody that is within that space, and I mean the person was like, it was largely retained because P Square's schedule is really very tight, and if they cancel the campaign, they might not get P Square again. So it's largely influenced by that. That's why they decided to continue. But normally you shouldn't. I mean, this is 72. How long to 25 December? And you're going to a commercial center to pull out crowd, really. So we all know River State is obedience. I mean, it's a very simple thing. Go down to the streets of River State. I've been there twice in the past couple of months. I mean, it's just an obedience space. Just an obedience space. Very, very obedient. So that is it on that space. So, but another slight thing I want to add there before I move on from there is when someone raised the issue of organic campaign versus so the campaign they do in USA, we have never seen massive crowds. When Obama was running in 2011, in 2008, we never saw any massive crowd like what they are doing in Kaduna, Kano, and Katsina. We never saw, and they have bigger population, more than us. So they have a little auditorium that gather people that they know. These people came to this auditorium because of the candidate, because they believe in the candidate. What we have in the going on in Nigerian politics, especially in the north, is there's a group of talakawas. Their full-time job from now to February is attend political rallies. So they collect the money, attend APCs, PDP come, they collect money, they go, they move and attend PDP. And don't take my word for it. Dino Melai said it on Politics Today to Sheun when he was trying to rubbish Obi's campaign, and then he was trying to infer that Obi probably bought crowd because, I mean, that he too is in the business, that they know how these things run. That all these people just give them 1,000, they can fill up a stadium for you, because he was trying to justify Obi's campaign in Jos, saying that that's what Obi did. That's why he was able to fill that thing, without knowing that he was even indicting himself and indicting themselves by saying that, yeah, we know how these things are done. Just give them, and they can fill the whole hall for you. And it's the same people that come to your political campaign that will also come to another party's campaign too. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, he said it, I didn't say it. So, clearly, in USA, it's organic rally that they do. And the only person doing organic rally in Nigeria right now for the first time in the last 23 years at least, the highest that I've seen is, Buhari did some bit of organic rally as well, but organic rally we're seeing right now in this political dispensation is Obi, and he's doing marvelously well. To know that there is no governor, there's no senator, there's no house of rep, there's no local government. This guy is literally performing a democratic wonder before our very own eyes, and it's playing out. So there is on that space. So it's not really a space to one man to label anything about. I think a big congratulations to them. I mean, I think these guys are really working way hard. I mean, who could have with no structure, and then you are organizing fairly good rallies. I mean, you're competing with a bunch of hundreds of senators and governors and war chests and what have you. I mean, come on, these guys are literally performing a democratic wonder before our very own eyes. Woman, let me just talk about the funding real quick, so I'll wrap up on that if you want me to.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, who's signing the checks? Certainly not Obi. He doesn't have the money for this.
Woman, if you check Obi's catalog as at the 90s, and okay, let me not even.
Or he could have the money. He could have the money because he was the Southeast agent under the Dasuke scandal. So a whole bunch of money. You have to go down low. You have to go down low. The Dasuke loot. So is it the Dasuke loot?
Okay. Let's continue regardless.
Yeah.
So as at the 90s. Okay, let me even quote Dati. What Dati told Sheun Channels TV as at last 2 weeks in his interview with Sheun. He told Sheun that the Peter Obi he knows is not on anybody's league. He said Obi is on the same league with the Elumelus of this world. He called the names of people that he used to, that at that early 2000s, that him, Dati, Baba Ahmed, used to look at Peter Obi when he was in the corporate world. He was one of those that they used to look up to, like these guys in the corporate world that are really smashing it up and all that. He said this guy has always been someone I've been looking at from afar, like these are my bosses. These guys are really holding down the corporate world and all that. So this is not anybody's mate. At some point, this man was sitting as chairman of 9 quoted companies. 9 quoted companies, not mushroom companies, 9 quoted simultaneously in all of them. Simultaneously. I mean, come on, this guy has occupied more executive position than any politician that I know, both in combination of private, public, and corporate world and all that. So, but that said, presidential election in Nigeria is immensely expensive. It is too expensive for even Dangote. So,
like I said, the Financial Times, they put the estimate of $2 billion, and that was even a few years ago. So more than that, dollars, $2 billion.
So the thing is, let's start with this. It is very instructive to know that at least 60, and this is me trying to be not generous, at least 60% of Obi's campaign is run on volunteerism, basically. And don't take my word for it. Go back to the CNN write-up about Obi a couple of months ago, and go to a particular paragraph where they said that according to CNN's observation and rating, that Obi's movement has the biggest is the biggest case of organic political volunteerism ever seen anywhere in the world. Organic political volunteer is the biggest sample case of that scenario in any political arena. You know what I'm saying? So it is fair for me to say that even 60 to 70% of this guy's space
anywhere in the world, or what are you talking
it's just unbelievable.
You said
anywhere in the world.
What did you say?
You said the most organic political.
Let me. Now, I'm happy that this one.
CNN will not mention it like that.
Well, even if they didn't say anywhere in the world, the point I'm making is that they said is the biggest.
Why did you say that CNN said it? That is what you said earlier.
No. See, what they said is, maybe I'm not using the particular word, but this is the meaning of exactly what he said. And the point I'm trying to draw from that point is that organic political volunteerism is one of the biggest they have seen. One of the biggest they have seen anywhere. One of the biggest they have seen anywhere. So that sheds a light into the path, the path voluntary political volunteerism is playing in Obi's campaign this year. So, me personally, I think with what I know, because from what I know, I think up to 60% of that space is volunteerism. But the rest of the 40% is still a huge space for Obi to handle. So I'm thinking maybe, Obi is there. That is not a poor man. It's definitely not a poor man.
Oh, okay. You say that is not a poor man, but what is the source of his wealth? Because as a 30-something, early 40s-year-old man, he owns a university. To build a university in terms of the complex alone, we're looking at maybe $500 million. So where did he get all that money from to be able to do all these things?
Are you aware that Deti worked in United Kingdom?
As what? As a T man, as a T boy? What?
No, I just wanted to make that point, but basically,
can you give me a second, please, if you don't mind?
Wait, let me land my chain of thought, sir.
Okay.
Basically, Deti, if you trace back the history of the Baba Ahmed family in Zaria,
yes,
we all know that it's not a teacup family. It's not, they dominated the agriculture, what's it called, the heading space in that place for decades, So these guys are not so, and this guy is highly educated to PhD level. So he's not coming for he doesn't have an average background like Obi, whose mom is a restaurant lady. He came from a family that was solid already. So maybe that probably played a huge part for him. And for the fact that he's able to turn that around so fast, even better than his elder brother Hakim Baba Ahmed did. Because I can swear that it's probably richer than Hakim. So that is on that space. So I think it's basically volunteerism.
Hold on. I think Enigmatic wanted to interject. So did you want to interject?
You cannot interject.
The curious wealth of Hakim Baba Ahmed. All these people from the north, no known source of income, but spending money like Arab princes. What's going on?
One man. If you know a certain Jimo Ibrahim, a couple of people probably will know Jimo Ibrahim. It's just Baba Ahmed, just like Jimo Ibrahim, Jimo Via, Tony Elumelu that you see today. They are all political. They are all fronts to all those big boys. You just mentioned you were trying to compare Atiku's money with IBB, right? IBB is richer than Dangote, unofficially though. Officially, you could see Dangote is the richest man in Africa, but officially, Dangote is a small boy to IBB, and they have fronts. All these guys you see now, they have fronts for most of those billionaires behind the scene. So that's what you see. Of course,
yes.
That's how it
happens. Yes, that makes more sense. But round up that space, uptown, and then we move on.
All right. So for me, in my own analysis on that space, I think 60 to 70% of that space is oiled and engineered by one of the biggest political volunteerism ever seen, at least in our clan, in decades probably. And also we can also rule out, and I heard some people in the platform also brought in the Obasanjos of this world and all that. I mean, we can rule it out completely. I mean, if we all know how Obasanjo usually is when he actually wants to get something done. We saw what he did for Yaradua. I mean, it's unlike what Buhari is doing for Tinubu now. I mean, immediately he was on the campaign trail. He was pioneering everything. He gave it all his best to deliver him. So this is the guy we know his antecedent about if he believes in something, if he really believes in it, he goes all out. So I won't be surprised. And then someone that's saying that Obi, I heard somebody in the space that said Obi just thought of being president in May 2022.
No, that was me. Yes.
Yeah, I have it in good authority to tell the person that Obi has had it had it in his mind to be president as far back as 2014, and it is Obi has always been an OBJ and Jonathan choice, always, at least in the last decade. And Obi was being brought into PDP solely by Goodluck Jonathan, in 2015, and even OBJ and Jonathan played a huge role on Obi emerging as Atiku's vice in 2019. And before OBJ supported Atiku in 2019, they had the closed door meeting. They had a closed door meeting. All of a sudden, OBJ comes and says, "Okay, you know what? Yeah. I'm going with your ticket and all that." It's the Obi factor there. For even Goodluck Jonathan that supported Atiku in 2019, notwithstanding that Atiku was the one that kicked him out in collaboration with APC just 4 years ago. But people were surprised. Whoa, why would Jonathan support an Atiku that kicked him out? Well, there's an Obi there. So Obi has always been a Jonatarian, OBJ-ish favorite kid. I've always believed that he has all it takes to run the country. So it's not something that just appeared out of this in a couple of months ago. Just that the only difference is that probably they thought he could have achieved that in PDP, but it's obvious that the structure there will work against him even in the next 100 years. And he was smart, he was bold enough to make the bold step and then get the favor of people and then go to a French party and turned it to the fastest growing party in Africa.
Of course. I would consider, because the fastest growing anything in Nigeria has to
automatically
be the fastest anything in Africa, just because of our size and our importance. Thank you, Uptown. Stay with us. People have been telling us heavily in the comment. They've been telling us off heavily in the comment section for allowing a wager. Let's use the word wager, not bet. So a wager to take place. But let's move swiftly on and go to Rational Mind. But Rational Mind, I tire of that conversation. So let me introduce another conversation with you. And to this conversation, this is a conversation that has been going on in the underbellies of politics for quite a few weeks now. But it looks as though it's now coming to its crescendo. Arise TV, this day publisher, Obi Agbana, reaches out, meets to resolve dispute with APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So the chairman of Arise TV has finally taken a knee in front of the looter of Lagos State. But what birthed all of this, of course, was Tinubu's refusal to appear on their platform and the Rufai Oseni campaigning aggressively, heavily against him anytime he's given a platform. So I'm not sure if you have noticed, but over the last few days, the appearance of Rufai on that platform is increasingly dwindling. And there's a young lady that is almost now substituting to replace him ultimately. So it looks as though that space has adjusted to the complaints of the Tinubu campaign. But this begging now that the chairman of Arise TV is doing publicly on his knees to Tinubu, is this too little too late? Rational Mind.
Yeah, well, man, first of all, is there any feedback still?
Yeah, there is still, yes. But carry on.
What's going on? All right, let me just simply do this.
Yeah.
Well, I think the lady you're talking about, I don't think, first of all, I want to debunk that thing. You said somebody replacing Rufai. Like, you're right. Let me say you're right that it seems Rufai has been dwindling a little bit, because myself I've noticed he's not been appearing. Was he yesterday or the day before yesterday? I think one of those few days he has not been on that platform there, talking from that place where he used to talk.
Yeah, for reasons of being too partisan.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know whatsoever. We don't have all the factors to that. But that girl is replacing Rufai. I don't think so. I think she replaces this Abiola's daughter.
No, but Tudu's seat has been vacant for a long time.
But then, mind you, before this whole charade of attacking Tinubu, that girl has been there too. She has been sitting down with 3 of them.
Yeah, but she's only been making cameo appearances, but she's now taking more of a center stage. And not only has Rufai been eased back, it's almost been eased off. It's not on the screen.
One man, I don't know what you're talking about, because I know maybe if it's the same thing you and I are looking at. Anybody can also make that comment on the comment section.
When did you last see Rufai on Arise TV?
He was there this morning now.
This morning.
I watched
on a flagship program.
Well, I mean, the same program he anchors, the anchors with Ruben Abati. He was there this morning, if I'm not mistaken. But the only time I noticed was it yesterday or before yesterday? Wasn't there?
Okay,
so,
they don't want to cut him off too quickly. Okay, carry on. Okay, all
right. One man. Well, maybe he wasn't that. I don't know. It could be what you're saying, but I don't see it that way. But though it looks like it that way. I was at some point asking that question. Would it be that when I didn't say was it that day before yesterday? Oh, this guy has not been sacked. But then he was there this morning. I think I saw him. So, but the girl, for me, I think he replaces Tudun. He didn't replace Rufai. Rufai has always been there. 3 of them has been there, even when this new girl comes. But I think her name is Ayo or whatever. So,
Ayo,
anyway,
yes.
So yeah, the point I'm trying to make here is that I don't think anything has to do with Rufai. And if there's anything, I think that's between him and their CEO, Obagbena. Now, my point is this, that with this Obagbena trying to meet with Tinubu team or with Tinubu himself, I think he needs to do that. He needs to do that, but not to compromise his media people, because we need that opposition to put them on their toes. Everybody should not, because I think that's what Tinubu is trying to do. I know this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to make people cower, people to bend to him. I mean, why would anybody want to do that? So we must have that, maintain that opposition. Because it's a man who doesn't want to debate anybody, who doesn't want to even come and talk on a public forum whereby they can be interviewed one-on-one with Kadara. So what is his problem? If not that what we all know or what we all suspect that it is. So I don't know why Obagbena would, it's good for him to meet with him. I mean, that's good for his own media house, because if invariably this guy wins the election, Tinubu, I see that despotism in him. He might want to be a dictator and want to shut down some media houses who does not put out those propaganda that they want to put out to sell to Nigerians. And if he continues that opposition, they might use the National Broadcasting Corporation or Commission against him, like they used to do that. That's a tag dog. So you want to silence Arise News, another media group that doesn't want to cower to Tinubu. And that is not good. That's not what the kind of democracy we want. And I see that in Tinubu. But it's good for him to meet with Tinubu, discuss, iron out or whatever difference they have. Look, we have no bias against you. We just want you to come to our platform and talk about these things. We make sure that we don't make you feel like you're stupid.
Did you find the back and forth between the Tinubu Campaign Council and the Arise Board of Editors? Did you find the back and forth between them? Do you find it somewhat inelegant?
Am I able to just come in a second?
Yeah, come in, yeah.
Yeah, so Obagbena did not actually, he was basically, he reached out to a couple of folks and they actually jettisoned and rejected his plea, but he had to reach out to Aremo Oshoba in Ogun State. By virtue of his reputation and then his stand within the Nigerian journalism space, so that he needed to find a way to reach out to Asiwaju. So they gave him some few conditions which he met, and then at the end of the day, Oshoba was able to set up the meeting with Ogun State Governor and one other royal father, very senior royal father in Ogun State. So, one man, these people did, like I said, where I did not blame Rufai what he did, but what I was saying the other day was Rufai need to be careful, because at the end of the day, Obagbena is a monster on his own. He's a politician, and you cannot fight in the war of politicians. That's what just happened now. Obagbena knows where they know him very well. Alake and what's his name? Ononuga. Ononuga is a senior boy in the journalism space. Ononuga was the guy that introduced Oshibanjo the first time Oshibanjo was meeting Tinubu. He was the guy that introduced Oshibanjo to Tinubu the first time. That this guy is a good guy. If you want somebody in within the space of judiciary or whatever, you can use him. So they know themselves. It's like you and I now, or it's like somebody that you know for very, very well. You know their secrets. You know how they do their games. You know how they do everything. So they were out to rubbish Obagbena and to bring out his quote unquote his ass. So he had to rush to go back and see what he needs to do, because at the end of the day, he's gonna be the one to lose, not Rufai. Rufai is a small fry among them. So basically, that's what actually happened. He just basically, beat a retreat as a politician that he is, and as a player behind the scene that he is. So that's what Rufai needs to know. And you could see Rufai.
Is it your anticipation that Rufai is not going to? His time is limited on that space.
I don't think so.
You don't think they are going to get rid of
this
it?
This is what's going to happen, one man, right? In legal space, they do it a lot. If you are an apprentice in a legal chamber, right, and you have like tons of senior legal colleagues, you have sons and everything, and you are trying to act like Rufai as a new guy. Probably you're smart. They know you are brilliant. They give you they give you that liberty to do what you have to do, but you are overstepping your boundary. Look, one man, in every sphere of life, right? You know where you know how I don't know, like, you know where you belong, right? So they will just put Buhari, Rufai where he belongs. Now they will tell you may probably see some changes in his tonality in the next couple of days, and then probably they will probably tell him, can you speak like Abati in be neutral, don't just come out frontally like that, because this is a business at the end of the day. Obagbena is not going to allow a certain Rufai to run his business, to ruin his business for him. He has a business to run, and he has
invariably will throw him under the bus, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Would they not have to at some point?
So one man, rational mind, go and read about Obagbena. Obagbena is not the kind of Nigerian we should even be discussing. So Obagbena is a guy that will throw you under the bus any day. He's a typical politician. So it's like a wife and it's like husband and wife having some issues. You have to be careful how you go into their issues, or else they will. That's what it's gonna happen.
I think the issue with Rufai is if their boss is going to do anything, I think he's going to do it after the election. The emotions are very high now, and the space, that emotional space is highly tied to Rufai. So it will be a suicide. It will be a suicide for him to do anything to remove Rufai from there. It will be a suicide for Arise TV as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
So probably maybe later next year.
But after the elections, it won't matter now. After the elections, it won't matter.
That's what I'm saying. So if they're going to do anything, maybe later in the year, next year, when emotions are lower or something, maybe they would just, but they won't do it. They won't do it abruptly.
No,
they won't do it abruptly. They're just going to start small to maybe reshuffle or whatever.
Sorry, Uptown, but I think they might well do it now, because after the elections, if Tinubu wins, then there's nothing they can do. He will punish them anyway. And if Tinubu does not win, then they have no reason to get rid of Rufai.
No. One man. Arise TV has been in opposition in the last 10 years. So the last 8 years. Since PDP left power. So did they die? The thing is that they are a populist station. So they go with the people. So if the people are anti-government, they will be anti-government automatically. So they feed off the emotions of the people, literally, in that space. So
you
but
coming now to
bundle away Rufai in the midst of the emotional tension right now. Maybe you don't want.
Rufai is expendable now. Is Rufai not expendable?
No, not now. No, if you know how connected the average Nigerians, especially even on the emotional space, are connected to Arise TV. If it was channel, somebody could have pulled that off. Not Arise TV, at least not now, until after February.
All right.
It's not entirely true what you just said, that arises. I mean, it could be a populist TV station, but it's because why they are in the opposition, why they seem to be opposing APC is because, mind you, Obaibena is used to be the political advisor to Atiku. So you know where his allegiance or whatever his politics plays to. This is the same guy.
Do you know why I disagree with what you said?
Hold
do you
on,
know
hold on.
why?
Let
him land. Yeah, okay. Go on. Yeah.
Why I said that is because if you look at some other clips that came up recently, where Obaibena was seen with this guy from Sokoto. They were dicing Wike. They were making fun of Wike. Was it Wike? I think it was Wike after he lost the election. So you know where it is. I mean that's mind you, Tambuwa is a DG to Atiku, and so he was seen with Tambuwa, and they were making mockery of Wike. I think it was Wike actually. Yeah. So
yes.
But the point is, Obaibena is in opposition because PDP is in opposition. That is why it seems like they are the voice of the people. It's not entirely true that they are really for the people. Don't get it twisted. It's because right now they are the voice of the opposition right now. That's why they have to maintain that opposition towards APC and whatever comes from APC, which is their candidate. So that if the things should flip over in the next dispensation after 2023, if PDP wins that election, then they will become the mouthpiece of the PDP. And then whatever other station will now become the opposition again. So that's how it changes. So yeah, I want you to understand that clearly.
Okay, let me just respond to what you said here. So when I said Arise is a populist station, I'm gonna first of all, before I even get there, do you know Rufai also has his own radio station called Voice of the People? Are you aware? VOP.
Is that a station? I was listening to it earlier on today.
Yes. So and it's getting traction now. And if you also look at Voice of the People, you find out that it's also a populist space. So they go with anywhere the people go. They tend to anywhere the people go because Rufai as a personality is a populist person, journalist. He's more likely to swing anywhere people, the more people, more masses of the people look like they are going to. That's where he's going to be like. So I'm coming. Let me finish. Let me finish. So now, you saying that just like PDP now winning next year, and all of a sudden a populist journalist like Rufai all of a sudden starts supporting stop sounding populist. No, it's not going to happen because even in his own radio station, he's doing it. That is one. But secondly, why I think Arise TV is a populist their inclination or their business strategy is populism, and the reason is inside Arise TV, yeah. People like Rufai, people like Charles and Yogolu, they are pro Peter Obi in terms of body language, not like they're supporting. They try to be neutral, normal. But then every journalist we always see all those things. So people like Charles and Yogolu, in fact, Charles and Yogolu should be this thing that Rufai is suffering now. If the reason why they are persecuting Rufai is that he looks like he's pro Obi, it is lie because Charles Aniegolu in his program is more pro Obi than Rufai, but nobody is attacking Charles. Why? Because Charles is not attacking politicians in terms of trying to question them deeply. So the persecution on Rufai is not about pro Obi. It's more about his idea of trying to dig deep into people and trying to get ask those tough questions that politicians don't want to hear. Because if you're saying
when you say dig deep into people, you mean dig deep into Tinubu, because it's not digging deep into
no.
other than
Actually,
Tinubu. He only ever attacks Tinubu.
No.
And then he will bake a cake when Peter Obi turns up. He will bake a cake.
No. Actually, we are forgetting that there are three people in this equation now. Rufai digs deep into PDP people when they come to Arise TV, and then they're telling us Arise TV is pro PDP. Have you seen Rufai investigate?
What do you mean about Arise TV? No. Arise TV.
Hey, one man. Let me just say this, right? First of all, Arise TV is not a populist TV station.
I don't know why you said that. Yes,
Arise TV has a political leaning, and then everybody can see where they belong. One, and then we all know
Abati is a card-carrying member of PDP. Irrespective of that, we are able to see how it tries, right, to stay neutral, to comment, even when it makes some controversial comments sometimes, you can still see some maturity in that, which is actually it's a clear departure from how Rufai, and then Aniagolu too that he's talking about. Aniagolu is a seasoned OG in journalism, so they know
Very
where
seasoned.
to.
Very seasoned.
Yeah, they know where to cross
It's
the
former
line.
BBC. Former BBC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even when you can tell that he hates, I'm not being conservative about this. He hates anything about APC, but when you see his body language, you can still see, some kind of
Pretensions are being neutral.
and pretensions and how he just want to. But
Yeah.
you can tell that this guy actually hates these folks. But regardless of that, let me tell you one thing. One man.
No. Let me correct you.
Just a second. Just a second. Hold on. Okay. Bourgeoisie, right? Like Unduka Obagbena is a typical Niger politician. He's a typical Niger businessman. He will throw anybody under the bus when the need arises. And then if he has to even throw Abati and Aniagolu and what's his name, and Rufai, the three of them under the bus within a blink of an eye, right, to save his reputation within their coven now, quote and unquote, the political coven. He will do that in a blink of a second. Go and check what happened to AIT. AIT used to be the toast, of Nigeria's political space or everything. At the point it was Channels TV. Now it's Arise TV. And then it will always go around like that. But Obagbena is a typical politician. If you have to throw any of them under the bus, in the next 2 minutes, he won't think twice for his business and for his reputation in the economy.
All right. Let me just take a hold on. Let me take a moment to debunk permanently that Arise is neutral or anything. It's a PDP platform. A PDP platform. So watch this. The person at the center stage of this conversation is the chairman, owner, chief executive of Arise TV. So watch this.
Presidential candidate. Chairman of TV Governor's Forum. Presidential candidate. Wike Lule. Future President.
So there it is. That was the chairman, the man orchestrating. It's the chairman, chief executive, owner of Arise TV, and sat next to him, joshing around, was Tambuwal, our presidential candidate PDP, collapsed his structure to Atiku to give him victory, and there he was, popping champagne and mocking Wike. So very much Arise TV, a PDP platform.
Can I say something?
What I'm saying.
Let's hear from Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Look, whether Obiagbena is a PDP man or not, we have the freedom of the press in our country. And I don't see Obiagbena taking Buhari down. I don't see him taking him down at any moment. Anytime or very soon or prior to the election, I don't see him taking him down. And the reason is this.
Buhari or Tinubu?
No, I don't see Obiagbena taking Rufai taking Rufai out. And the reason is this. Rufai, as you see that guy has a lot of admirers around that country, particularly among the young people, the young populace that watches, listening to a political program and stuff like that. So, Rufai, if Obiagbena should make that mistake, he will just make that guy very popular and that will affect the viewership of their what do you call it, of their channel, Right News. That guy on his radio, this thing, a lot of is having a lot of viewership because people admire him. They like to listen to him. It's a brilliant chap.
I'm not sure that you are not over-vaunting his popularity. Is only popular amongst a subsect of obedient type people who are just a macrocosm of the wider Nigerian
It's
space.
popular to me. I like that guy.
You like him? I cannot
so
abide him. I just think
you know why? Because he doesn't.
If you remove Abati, nobody will watch that platform.
Look, that guy doesn't cow to nobody. He always hard question from anybody that sit in front of him or anybody that is interviewed. And that is why I just admire him. You know, today on today's program, there's this the head of Labor Directorate of Tinubu. That guy was goddamn lying. He was putting up some lie there about Tinubu, that when he was the governor, he's the one that first of all pay what do you call the minimum wage, and he even paid the exact more than the recommended by the federal government to the by the states and stuff like that. Then he was saying, oh, he's a friend to Tinubu, he's a pro-labor, he's a this. And I'm saying to my mind that, oh God, what kind of lie is this? Tinubu, that during that time of minimum wage that Obasanjo, the minimum wage that was paid or approved during the Obasanjo time, Lagos State civil servants have to go on strike for that minimum wage to be paid to them by Tinubu regime. They went on strike, and the chairman of the union in Lagos civil service was put in jail by Tinubu administration. Only Beko Rasom Kuti that went to bail this guy out and ganify me. That guy doesn't represent pro-workers. So I was thinking in my mind that I hope somebody can have this question. But Buhari Rufai came up with that question, that how can you say that this is a man that did this to the civil servant? This guy, he even mentioned the name of that guy, maybe Dele something, I can't remember the name. He mentioned his name. How on earth that your leader that you are promoting here, that is Rufai for you, and that is why I like him. He would dig out question. He will go back to history to show your past history before you, what you have done in the past, which is contrary to what you are preaching now. And that is the way journalists must work, to really show that, yes, they are putting politicians on their toes. But if that guy should take him down now, Arise News will suffer a setback when on viewership. I'm telling you.
I don't think they will.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have freedom, and we have freedom of press. Why must we? When
did we start? Hold on. When did we start having freedom of press in Nigeria?
Why
when did that start?
Not have it? Does it not have it in our constitution? Is it because
we have a lot of things in the constitution?
Is it because you have all these kind of bastard people?
Well, there you are. So we don't have a freedom of press. Do you remember when they shut? Was it Arise even down and fined them for a few months for using words that they was not approved?
Because you have a military leader. You have a military. Let me finish. Okay. Because you have a military leader in Agbada as your head of state. Jonathan never did that. Jonathan did not do that. He never abused the right of the press He never abused the right of the people. He allowed freedom of speech. People were abusing Jonathan. They are abusing why they are doing all sort of things. Look, we have to stand up. We must. I don't know why we are even discussing this. Saying some people say, "Oh, Biagbena went to Abeokuta to beg. He had to go and see Aremo, so that something." What is it that is happening? Why must it beg for?
Well, I think the reason why we're talking about
for
it,
who?
for
what?
I think the reason why we're talking about it is because what we know of Biagbena is a dissident. He's a chameleon. You cannot say exactly what this guy is going to do. So if he is a Rise platform, is one of the platforms that people look up to as anti-APC and being in opposition, kind of, and now he wants to have this meeting with Tinubu. Is he trying to pander to Tinubu? Is he trying to remove people like this guy we're talking about? This guy, what's his name, Oseni and some other people. Is he trying to tone down this rhetoric of anti-Tinubu kind of thing? I mean, if that's what he's trying to do, then that's a problem for me. I share that with
rational mind. That's what he has to do for him to get
Tinubu
back on side.
He doesn't have to do that. I don't agree that with you. He doesn't have to do that.
See, one month.
Hold on, Uptown.
Okay. Yeah. So
let rational mind.
He doesn't have to do that. But we know Biagbena is a businessman. He wants to keep his media outfit. He wants to continue having the name, and he will throw anybody under the bus just to achieve that. He doesn't care. But the thing is, we as people, as Nigerians, should not allow that to happen. And if it happens, then we have to switch. We have to pitch them to some other media group that would promote the voice of the people. So my point is this: that, like Adele Koko said, Tinubu, who rode on the Ladeco narrative back then. I remember this Telegiwa's I know Telegiwa died before then. News Watch. Oh my goodness. PM News. During those days of Ladeco, I was in Lagos. I read a lot about. I used to listen to Radio Kudirat. These are the things that these people use to fight the Abacha government. Now, so you see why I say I hate this guy's politics. This guy is not really fighting for you and I. He just wants to be a president. He just about the name for himself. You use the same media to become who you are today. Ladeco was given that platform on several media outlets, several news outlets, newspaper outlets in Nigeria. They talk about showing. I remember hearing Shoyinka's voice on Radio Kudirat. And some other people, I think Minister Babatope and the rest of them, they were on Radio Kudirat at the time. I used to listen to them. They use this media to propel their ideology, what they stand for, and even despite every effort by Abacha to silence them, to look for that transmitter where they have somewhere in Lagos where they've been transmitting from, they did to no avail. Now suddenly you want to become a president now, because of your whatever you have. You don't want to talk to the media, and some people are opposing you. Why do you want to silence them? Why do you want them to cower to you?
Well, it's not trying to silence them now. It's like you didn't hear what happened. When they reached out to hold on, it's not trying to. It was Biagbena that made the move, and he said his problem. He does not have problem with his TV station or Biagbena as a person. That Biagbena's issue, you should find a way to speak to Dele Alake and then the other guy, that he has no bone in their fight. And then he insisted that the royal father and Aremo Oshoba, that he wanted to see Ashwaju and speak to Ashwaju himself. That it's Ashwaju that can call those guys back. And Ashwaju said, no, they are adults. You guys are in the same media space. You guys are journalists. So you guys should be friends. So you guys should fix your problem. He insisted to speak with him. And then when they said it's nothing bad. And I don't think he's going to take off whatever.
Can I ask you a question?
Whatever.
Can I ask you a question, enigmatic?
Go ahead. Now,
Tinubu is not appearing on any media outlet besides his own forum that he organized for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Arise calls him, this station calls him, that station calls him. He does even his own TV station. He's not using it to talk about whatever he said. People want him to talk or put a question. Okay. Now, my question is this. Hold on. What I wanted to say is that if he has this opportunity to talk about these things and he's not talking about them, now who are the people advising him? And if people are advising him, as somebody who himself has used media in the past and who is even a media owner, why is he not saying, no, I know, allow me guys, let me go and talk and let me talk because I know these people, I once used them to air my voice in the past, they helped me. Let me also speak through them. Let me not discriminate among them. Or we hear himself even saying it at Chatham House, saying they were trying to make it. Oh my goodness, who do you think you are? That you were. I mean, even Trump, that was even worth billions of dollars than you. I mean, he's using him, he's allowing himself because he said, hold on, look at what Trump said. He said it's free press. He used the word free press. He said all this thing he does is free press by just creating chaos, creating controversies. It's free press for him. I mean, he didn't say, oh, people can make money out of it. Of course, he knows that people are making, he knows that CNN and other major news outlets in America are making money from him because chaos sells. So why don't you also use this media outlet? Allow them to probe you, allow them to talk to you, rather than just use your own platform. And if people are advising you, why don't you say, no, guys, I won't do that. Let me go and do what I'm supposed to do because I hold these people my greatness. But he's not doing that. So we should have to put it on him. That's what I'm trying to say.
So what my question, your question for me is, why is he not listening to, or probably why are the advisors not advising him rightly? Is that what that's
yeah? And
okay.
And they're not advising me rightly. Why didn't he say no? Let me do what is right.
Okay, well, first of all, I believe this is a diversion from the subject matter that one man actually, we are speaking to. But to actually go straight to answer your question, first of all, I was just trying to let you understand the fact that he wouldn't have met Obagbena one-on-one because of this kind of conversation, and that's why. But because of the respect he had for those the royal father and the RMO himself, he had to make himself available, and then whatever they discussed, I don't think it will make any change in Arise TV or whatever. Obagbena, first of all, in business, the first thing you need to look at is you look at your profit, regardless of your number one profit generator in the company. If it's probably the same antithesis to that profit, you will call that person, you will call that thing off once within a blink of an eye. If Rufai is that person, if it's Abati, if it is even Obagbena himself, you have to cut himself off when it comes to business approach. So that's by the side. Number two, speaking to what you asked, like I said, right? I see people are saying Kwakanso is not anywhere, it's not making noise, it's not, but that's his own strategy of campaign, and that's how he believes he can do within his own campaign. It may not make any sense to people who have seen it, but in some parts of the north, it makes sense to them. He's doing the Talakawa type of campaign on the ground and speaking to people one-on-one. And then if we've belabored this for a long time, he has chosen not to toe his campaign within the definition of maybe a lot of people, including myself. He believes that's the way he wants to toe his campaign, and he actually wants to do what he wants. How do I question that? And like I said, the election result will probably bring out the real answers to all these kind of questions. So I don't know what his advisors are saying to his ears, but I believe his advisors too, they are actually even conversant with the political terrain, and they are not political amateurs. So they know what strategy will actually works for them. So that will probably
enigmatic. They want him to be saying Agbado again.
No. Thomas is whoever is still saying about Agbado, Balabulu, all those things. Whoever says that now at this level of the game, that person, respectively, must be apart from being a don, it must be a willful vagabond, because the game is beyond Balabulu, Babado, consumption to production. It's beyond that now. People are counting numbers now. They are looking at it's 60 days from now. Do you know what that means? So if you are still stuck in his hand is shaking Abado,
you'll be amazed that some people they are still in that space. All the narrative
that would tell you
go to some spaces and it's still balabudo.
One man.
That will basically speak to the level of their brain if you have to check it, because it's gone beyond that. Peter Obi himself, as it is now, right? You see, his game is changing. They are all changing the tone. They are evolving to different faces now. So if you are still in that, if you are still in Oyinbo market yelling consumption to production, agbado, they're already close to Aso Rock. You are late. You are very late.
Eddie Martin, let me say this real quick. You see, when we say Tinubu needs to come, because we know they will not ask him that question in his own forum. Maybe they will ask him some questions that are likely to to him. There's one thing I want to probe. Recently, I took a peep into his manifesto, and he keeps saying it. If I repeated it, was it yesterday? At one of the was it yesterday or the first? I mean, I know he said something. He said about student loan. Now you're talking about student loan. Who is that person? I'm hearing feedback here. Yeah, so
I think it's Joel. He keeps unmuting himself. But carry on. Yeah,
we're talking about student loan here. Now you're trying to give a student loan. These are people that went to school that had free education during our time, and they want to give us student loan. Where is that money coming from? Where are you getting that money from? And if I know you're getting that money from, how do you reconcile that with the present educational system that we run, especially in the federal university, where the university depends on funding from the government? In the system you're trying to copy, because he talks about copy. I wish you can bring up that video where he was just talking jargons. Some of the things he said make sense to me, but
who was talking jargons?
Tinubu.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So I wish you could bring that. I think what was that? I think
rational mind.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let
him ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Okay, go on, please, ask,
Have you had the opportunity, or you've had anyone at all very close to you run a political campaign, being a part of a political team, a campaign organization, or haven't had probably somebody close to you run an election?
Yeah,
have you had that?
I have. Yeah, okay. I have. I have a cousin who is a member of Tinubu's group in 1999. He became a councillor somewhere in Apapa local government.
No. I have. We do. I think he's leading you somewhere. But carry on. Lead him to where you want the question.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Are you saying?
You know what? That
no. It wants to put something to you. Listen, Rastaman. Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. You know, when one man asked me a certain question about Obi the other time, I told him my mind that I don't want to talk about it. It's because, you know, if you have actually been a part of a campaign team, they have phases, right? It evolves. So when it gets to certain momentum, when it gets to certain phase, if you are talking to them about some certain things that they believe is absolutely irrelevant to the phase that they're actually dealing with at the moment, they will look at you as they could be fired on the spot, because it's like you are dragging them back. At this point, the game has changed. Rational mind.
Oh, no,
just a second. Shatter mouse or whatever he's saying, it won't change. The only mind.
But you are the guys that says we should go past this blah blah blah. We should talk about. We should talk about policies. We should talk about.
But I'm speaking to the same thing. I'm telling you the same thing in a different language. Like Bula Balu now, right? Bula Balu will not make a jack, right? A change to anybody who believes absolutely in Obi to vote for Tinubu.
And Martin, you were going on the long story here. The point I'm trying to make is sorry, just hold on.
Hold on. Let Rational Man come back. Yeah,
the point I'm trying to make is this. I want us to talk about these things that this guy says they want to do. Let us even probe them. Now, you see, initially I used to say on this platform that I can't go past his health. I can't go past most of this thing. about him. But now I just let's just even take a leap into all those things that he's saying he's going to do. One of those things I'm trying to talk about, because in that what he said in that was it yesterday or the yesterday? He said we're going to do a new curriculum that would be tailored to our Nigerian situation, whereby our people can go to school for 4 years and we're just saying jargon, 4 years for 4 years work, and 7 years for 7 years work, whatever. But I understand I agree with him that we have to create a new curriculum that will bring about the kind of industrialization, skilled laborers that we'll have in our country that will drive that country. I totally agree with him on that. But the point is this: he talks about copy and paste. What are you copying and paste? The constitution will copy and paste. Look at how did it fare with us? Now you want to copy and paste the system of giving student loan to students. One of the problems I have with that is this. Where is the job? These guys who are coming, you're training out from the institutions that you will give them student loan. How are they going to be paying that money back? Another thing you need to look at again is even the country you are copying, they don't have a federal university here in America. How do you reconcile that with, because it was saying that we will come to an understanding. My government and the and ASU will come to an understanding. What are you talking about? What understanding? What are you talking about? He says, don't worry. We come to an understanding. Don't just tell me don't worry. How are you going to do that? That is why he needs to come on these platforms that people who are not his own kind of people, they will probe him, because you're a candidate. You want to talk about what you want to do for Nigeria. You want to show that you have the best manifesto. You have the best quality of idea to drive that on. Come and talk about it. That is what we want him to come and do on platforms like
Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Do you know we are basically, I'm still saying what I've been saying for a while, right? Now is to a lot of people, to PDP, to Labour Party, they believe, he's not speaking to them. But to APC folks, they believe he's speaking to them. He's speaking to his own type of Nigerians that he believes to speak, he needs to speak to, or whatever. And then he was saying something now that you are just quoting, and that does not actually satisfy what actually you want to hear from him, or probably what your expectations are of him. What does that tell you? It tells you that if you probably make this argument to a fanatical APC person, they will just simply tell you, well, there are choices. There's Obi, there's Atiku. Then he has done the best he can. If it's not okay for you, then look for other parties. That's what they will tell you. Because as far as they believe, he has done the best he can. He's doing he has.
And Martin, there are other 17. 17.
Hold on, Thomas. Sorry, hold on, Rational Enigmatic.
Okay.
Rational Mind, do you think you are holding Tinubu and by extension the Nigerian electoral space to a standard that is not feasible? Because you are saying Tinubu should present himself in a space that he should be interrogated and probed hard, etc., etc. But Tinubu will argue with you that he's in a leading position in an election. Everything is going his way. So why would he put himself in a position that will undermine both his momentum and his chances just because you want him drilled hard? We're talking about a third world space here.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that question. You see, like you said, the problem with Nigeria is the followers, not the leaders per se. The leaders, they have that problem. We all know, we can talk about them from now to tomorrow. But like Enigmatic said, when you ask the kind of question I just threw now about wanting to know about the student loan he said he's going to do, how do you reconcile that? And I ask an APC, a Batify person, I say, I beg, forget that thing. If you don't believe in it, go and vote another person. At least there are other 17 candidates. I mean, that's not the question we're asking here. Because this is the same thing we do here on other platforms. Don't get me wrong. When I say here, I mean that when we say blah, blah, blue, and he's gaffing and everything, say, you guys, you don't even know to, I mean, people like Kolata and other people, even Enigmatic, you will say, let us discuss the policies. Now, before I could not get past that, it's mental issue. But now, okay, let us even talk about these policies that you people are talking about. And I'm bringing one up before us now. Now, you look at how they are brushing it aside. I'm not saying you, Enigmatic.
No. Hold on. What are you quibbling about the students' loan? Are you saying it's not feasible?
It's not feasible. That's what I'm saying.
How so?
I just give an example. That's okay. Good. Let's just discuss that. That's what I want to say. Let's not talk about either they will do the reply.
Okay, so go there.
Now what I'm trying to make is that there is this ASU. They get government grants, funding from the government. It's a special budgeting for them annually for every federal universities. Now you're talking about student loan. Now there are so many issues around that student loan that is not even clarified. It's good to say student loan, but where is this money coming from for that student loan? Where are you getting that funding from? Is it some kind of banking? I mean, is it some kind of private individual that will loaning students to go to federal universities that you are funding already? And what is the essence of the taxpayers' money going to these universities? If you be funding them and then some private individuals will be giving money, they will be lending out money to some people to go to school How do you even reconcile?
No. I mean, well, you are saying what you are saying is a lack of understanding. So the two can exist both at the same time.
How?
So if the federal space, let's say, this is where you are. If they are funding an educational tertiary institution, if they are funding it, and then students are required to take loans to go through that school. The two, there's no conflict in that.
There's conflict.
Because, no, hold on. There's no conflict in that because the funding that the federal space gives to that institution, it creates an affordability for the students to enter. But the students paying a fee, it creates some sort of sustainability and also working towards your degree. It gives them a sense of achievement as well. And if you're talking about the funding, the government can package a policy position that makes it easy for banks to loan these students the money. And then, of course, that can facilitate.
Can you just say
what do you mean? What does it make sense?
Hold on.
1 month.
You just
One
said
month. It does not make sense at all.
it doesn't make sense.
How does it not?
Actually, 1 month.
You're intelligent at this now, 1 month.
Huh?
Okay.
Are intelligent at this now? What you just said?
No. Tell me what doesn't cohere there.
Now this is what you said.
Yeah.
Government will fund the institutions, and then the banks will loan money to these students to go to this school, and that will create, I don't know, whatever you said now. I mean, like, how does that even sound to you? I don't even know.
Okay. Let's put some figures to it. Let's say, just for the purposes of the conversation, let's say it takes 10,000 naira for a student to go through per term. Let's just do that. Let's do that per year. Just for the purposes of the conversation, let's say it takes 10,000 naira for students to go through a year of a university, polytechnic, tertiary education. In an open market, it takes 10,000 naira. So now the government subsidizes those institutions. So now that open market cost via the government subsidizing those institutions, it brings then that cost of 10,000 naira down to about 4,000 naira. So it will still cost the student 4,000 naira to go through a tertiary institution, but not the 10,000 naira if it was in the open market and the government was not subsidizing it. But then the student still has to get that 4,000 naira. So the government then creates a financial incentive for the capital market to facilitate soft loans for the students to pay for that 4,000 naira. So that's how it works.
Hold on. What you just said now, I mean, if that's what Tinubu wants to do, I don't know if that's what he wants to do.
Well, that seems to be what.
No, that's what you are saying. That's not what. That's why I said we need to hear from him.
No, it's embedded in his policy. Did you read his manifesto?
I read it, but that's not what he said.
Maybe
that's not what he said.
Then.
One man is not embedded anywhere.
It's implied. It's implied.
1 man. Can you give me a minute? Let me just ask 1 man a favor. 1 man a favor, please.
Yeah.
1 man, please. Can we? And I've been meaning to ask this favor, but every time I come around, I forget it. And I think it's really important because, I mean, so that we'll talk less of the whole bula balu and what have you and say some important things. So I think maybe 1 man, can we get...
hold on. Let Uptown just make that point and then you take the floor back.
I would really want, because me personally, I've dissected the OB manifesto, I've dissected the APC manifesto. I would want us to come in here in a section. I know some people in this platform has also digested some of these manifestos too. Let's argue on policies. Let's argue on the policies that these guys are giving to us, OB versus Tinubu or whatever. If someone wants to bring an article, no problem. But let's talk about itself, because some of these guys have a lot of bogus policies that does not connect, especially in the APC manifesto. So let's actually dissect it.
We analyzed the OP's manifesto for 2 days here, and we ended up throwing it. We threw it in the bin.
I'm talking about
in the bin eventually.
No. I'm talking about this versus this, Obi's manifesto versus Tinubu's manifesto.
Yeah,
Someone
but no, but
I'm willing to stand for Obi's manifesto
hold on
because
now.
I've digested it.
Obi's manifesto is Tinubu's manifesto now. It's a copy job.
There
Remember, we
is
established
no
that.
what you read.
Uptown, please, if you don't mind. Sorry, let me quickly have this conversation because I have to bounce very soon.
All right, sure.
Now, you see, my point is this: there's nothing like copy and paste, like he said. If you have to copy exactly what you where the example, the model that you're copying from, and that is what is wrong with that 1999 constitution. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this: in the system where we're copying from, you one man, and other people that live in other Western countries, like even like in Canada, here in America, the federal government does not finance any. They don't have any federal institution of their own. They don't have any federal universities. It is all public, private, and it's all privately funded by some people, by some individuals, or even some family. They have their own universities, and people get student loan, where it kind of creates some kind of an economy of its own. Whether the federal government gives out a student loan to banks to lend out to students, but the point is that these institutions who get paid from the student loans that they get from banks or wherever, they are able to make their own business that way. But in the Nigerian model, one man, there's nothing like that subsidy you're talking about. The federal government, it is enshrined ever since the creation of that country that government has its own federal institutions, federal university. And it stands to reason in the context of how Nigeria has that federal institution, it should be more of a welfareism, whereby most of them who are now saying they'll give student loan to some people, it is that the federal government, you will go to the federal universities for free. That is why the funding is given to these institutions. They go there for free, nothing like student loan. So I don't know how you're going to reconcile that student loan you're talking about, bringing it, if not because they're trying to bring in some kind of corruption, or like this guy said, play down a disconnect in what you're talking about that doesn't even make sense. Because the places you're copying from, they don't have federal universities. Because they give student loan to people who goes to private or whatever institution or some religious institutions, universities, colleges here, and they make their money that way. It's an economy of its own. So in that context, the grants or the student loan from the federal government here is in a way of making people to go to school. Now, in the Nigerian context, like I said, I think I'm repeating myself. I just want to make this clear, very clear, that there's a disconnect there. It makes no sense. You see that they stopped giving federal universities any funding and allow the student go get loan, and they pay these schools, and these schools are able to survive or thrive based on this money they get from the student loan, or totally they just make that.
If they do that, education will be too expensive.
Well, let it be expensive, then let them go try ignorance then. So that's the point.
No. Education will be too expensive. That will price out the talented.
I agree with you, one man. I agree. But what I'm saying to you is that Tinubu does not say he's going to subsidize like you're talking about. And even though he's saying that, there's a disconnect there. Because you cannot say, okay, like you said, 10 naira is the whole money for a whole year. I mean, let's say 10,000 naira, and then it's okay. We'll subsidize 6,000 naira for you. You go and get student loan of 4,000 naira from a bank or whatever, and then you can pay that school. And then, I mean, how does that even? I mean, if it says it's going to work that way, maybe we can try it out that way. But it makes no sense for me.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
It makes no sense, woman.
Just to add to this,
no. They'll say it makes no sense to me because it makes sense, you know.
You are the one making it because I not really thought about it the way you just said it. I know you just made that.
Yeah, when you think about it, it will make sense.
No, let me just cover that. But my point is this, one man. We need to start probing these guys. Let them just get away with whatever they just say, and we just take them at face value. Oh, Tinubu, yeah. If you don't like it, go vote your obedient or go vote. No, we should be talking about it because these people are potential presidential leaders that are going to lead that country. And we don't want to go back to retrogression like we've experienced for the past 7 years under this guy. Unless we're going to see another one again repeat itself, even not worse than what we're seeing right now.
On that subsidy, one man, please, on that subsidy space here, it's just like what Obi did with education, stating clearly that he's going to move the subsidy on oil now directly into education and health. He was clear about it. He wasn't ambiguous about it. So when Obi is proposing some things in education, we know where the sources of some of those funds is. But if you're coming to say all of these things and then they're disconnect, okay, where is it going to come from?
That makes absolutely no sense. To make
wait. Even apart from that, he also created the model where some of the companies, some of institutions that are supposed to pay tax are going to take over managerial and financing role, ask a form of tax, financing and management of institutions like some federal universities, and then
that's
the
already
federal,
available under this administration.
and then the federal is going to retain
why do you keep saying things and you don't want us to interrogate it?
Okay, come on.
The oil subsidy, moving the oil subsidy into education and health, that's a total nonsense. That's a total nonsense because a good 45% of the country's total earnings goes towards oil subsidy. So that's an overabundance. It makes absolutely no sense. So that's a nonsense.
I don't get what you said.
You said Obi said he was going to move the oil subsidy. He will remove it and place it in education and health.
Yeah.
Right. The oil subsidy that Nigeria pays is a good 45% of the country's overall earnings.
Okay.
So it's an unfeasible. It's just gibberish.
One man. If you check the educational allocations and health allocations of other countries, you will know that we need to even go higher than that.
You don't know what you're talking about. Forget indices of development.
No,
the United Nations recommendation is roughly about 10% of your GDP. That's the base standard. You move on subsidy. The base standard for allocations of federal wealth towards education and even health is roughly about 10%, if not even 5% of your overall GDP. That's the United Nations standard.
Mm-hmm.
The oil subsidy is almost 50% of the country's earnings.
That is why you need to listen to that.
It's just a senseless. Don't worry. They can be clear on nonsense now. It's still nonsense.
You and I know that subsidy, almost half of it is criminality. Half, 50% is going to people's pockets. We already know that space.
No, but whether it's going to something or not, it's a budget space.
He said the almost 50% criminality, we are taking it off. The small one remaining, we are putting it in education and health.
It's just nonsense now. That's just populist nonsense. And
he did it in Anambra, so it's not.
He did not do anything in Anambra. Who cares about Anambra? Anambra is not part of anything. But the other thing that you were saying that he was going to invite privateers to invest in education and give them tax breaks. This is something that the Buhari administration is already doing.
It's not tax breaks. It's not tax breaks.
What's the payoff?
There's no payoff. So the point is, it's almost like a repetition of what he did in Anambra. So what he did in Anambra.
Forget Anambra. Don't keep mentioning Anambra.
Okay, fine. Maybe you don't like that. So maybe let's
what's
I wanted to cite you that so you know that it's not like a novel something for him.
Right.
So let me leave Anambra. So what he wants to do.
No, but you can mention Anambra. Don't let me stop you from. Oh, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
So
sorry.
One of the biggest problems we're having in our federal universities is management. Is management here. So and then let me still cite Anambra, please, one man. Pardon.
No, carry on. Don't let me stop you from. Yeah, carry on.
So one of the things that caused the education revolution in Anambra was obviously, I think I don't know if Tinubu did it or something, but he moved back the schools to the church here in terms of management and all that, and then he still funded it. So one of the biggest problems in the educational sector is management. So our federal government does not have the capacity to manage our federal universities. So and then even the financing, they are doing very poorly in it. So now you can also map up creative ways of financing. Now, with those companies and some of those institutions, now instead of paying tax to the government, and now
can we interject, please?
No. Let him
guys are
land.
just
Let him
say what I
land.
wanted to say.
So that yeah. So go on land. Yeah.
Instead of paying tax to the government, yeah, and then the government have to start going through all the 100 million toll gates around that ends up no monies and no fundings gets to the to education. There's a creative way of doing it where those monies go directly to the institutions or to the educational sector, to the institutions directly, and then also they take up managerial roles as well. But then the federal retains things that have to do with curriculum and then ownership, and so that is going to, it's almost like saying it's not privatization but it's also like more of liberalization or something, but that alone can give our education in Nigeria the much needed financing it needs, and also a more effective management of the system.
Sorry.
And then in addition to,
yeah,
were you saying something?
No, I was just going to say that's just pie in the sky stuff. It's just
and even if with the student loan, I think yesterday you were discussing about Obi delegating a question to Patu Tommy in Calabar. But what you people failed to discuss was that the fact that entire town hall was almost dedicated to education alone as a topic. So it was not dedicated to various topics. It was Obi discussing school and education with students. So it is a bunch of education talk. So it was just the delegation, the parts he delegated to parts were was the one a student asked a very silly question that most Nigerian students think education is a scam. So the reason for putting it to Prof is that, well, let me give it to Prof. Prof, you are an educator. Please tell them if your education is a scam or not. But then the entire town hall was on education. He talked about student loan. He said he is not promising student loan. He was categorical about it. But then he was also able to piece it in on the level where we can get for that to come in. So that was like a 3 hours education talk. You can go and watch the entire this thing. I think that's what this guy was saying. These guys should engage us on their manifesto, engage us in their policy. Let's leave Bula Balu, let's leave Agbado and all those things.
All right, let's move on from there and invite other voices into the conversation as well. Let's invite Ajale Koko's voice, and then after Ajale Koko, we go to Enigmatic. Or if Ajale Koko, are you ready?
You can go to someone else. Come back to me.
All right. Let me go to Enigmatic. I didn't get the sense that Ajale Koko was, but Enigmatic, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this new space. Let's just leave, because that will be space. It wears you down eventually. It will wear you down. It says, you'll see something clearly, and they try to repaint it for you, but there it is.
I'm even busy reading.
Okay, that's fine.
Reading the comment section. I'm just laughing. There are so many people in the comment section that maybe one day you have to force them to come to the platform.
You mean like Sarah and
no, Sarah. I think Sarah she has a very valid excuse. I think she says she's not too confident for now. Then probably when she gathers the confident momentum, she'll probably come on. But there have been some folks that have been here more than a month, I think.
You mean like Oga and the rest of them?
And a lot of, especially the obedience to come and help.
And Divine Chi.
What's his name? Homie has been. He's been a very vocal Obi guy. They shouldn't leave, just all those guys to be defending Obi every time. They should come to the platform, because all they do in the platform is speak about a certain candidate, and then they just forget about their own candidate. And then this is what the problem is most of the time, because when you read some certain stuff from a lot of people, you understand that this man, of course, when you look at his body language, you look at his humility, you look at his kind of politics, you probably say, okay, maybe he's coming with a different flesh of politics into Nigeria's political firmament. But the obedience are his Achilles heels. biggest undoing, right? They are the anathema to his ambition, and they are basically the antithesis to his campaign now. You know, they always put him in a can you turn that thing down?
Let the boy enjoy music now. Look at this guy.
No, it's actually cartoon. It's in my room, just messing with me here.
Yeah.
So yeah, they put him in a bad spot, right? They want to project him like the new Jesus, the Savior, and the Messiah, and then by virtue of that, he you know, in a typical Nigeria's political game, he wouldn't be able to play it. He can't maneuver. You know, he lacks that opportunity to actually do the typical Niger politician moves that he could have done, because they basically boxed him to a corner by the way they just do it. So like yesterday that he was delegating questions here to a certain guy, there was nothing actually bad in that, but because they've actually bring this mythical idea of who he is and as against other candidates, and then when you look at their usual suspects, right, and then when you see what they write, how, for instance, I think 3 days ago or 4 days ago, when some issues happened, and then you hear like Lagos is a trash, right? Or Lagos used to be capital of one place, nothing happened. There was a governor in a state for 8 years. Do you mean the governor was just waking up and sleeping? Then what happened to the state that they're coming from? So when you hear that kind of a story, you want to question the idea of what is their intellectual understanding of politics. And that's why you have to question, are they starting their politics 5 months ago when their
Enigmatic, 30 seconds. Some people went to Nigeria, they can't even go to their hometown.
I don't, as at the risk of basically sounding modern sometimes, one man you'll be forced to say these kind of things, right? And I will keep saying it. I had this conversation earlier today. The guy that I was telling, earlier yesterday, the guy was telling you that we had a very big bet and a confirmed obedience with his chest, and with his pocket and with his check, right? Those are the kind of people. So I would not say, I'm gonna basically condemn you and then I won't see nothing good about you. Look at what El-Rufai is doing in Kaduna State. But some people they will hold only one thing against El-Rufai and they wouldn't see that good thing that El-Rufai has turned Kaduna State to, right? And then you come to Lagos State and then you go to the north, you go to every part of the country, you don't stay in that place where you come from, or the southeast or the south, but you want to keep pointing accusing finger that these people did not do anything in their state. If they did not do anything in their state, when you travel to Lagos the first time 10 years ago, 20 years ago, is this the same Lagos that you are seeing now? There was a governor in Lagos 99 to 2007. There was a governor in your state 99 to 2007. What is the state of Lagos now? What is the state of your state 99 to 2022? So if the money of funds is not about development, it's about vision. If you're a leader and you lack vision, then subsequent leaders wouldn't do anything about that, right? We can go all day long talking about people who basically do not contribute a dime, a quota to the development of their state, right? They stay in the north, they stay in other parts of the country, but they denigrate their host community at every opportunity that they have. And then you don't want us to talk, you want people to be quiet. Politics is different from rationality. Politics is different from political propaganda. And when you are a little kid, all of us are very young, right? I never knew Homie is as young as he said, with the way he speaks over here. But you will see that he has taken it upon himself to come to the platform, right, to have conversation, to have. You know me very well, one man. You know how young I am too. But when we have to speak, we have to be objective. We really have to be objective. And then this is very, very conversant with. This is very, very common with a lot of these folks.
Nobody wants to hate you. Nobody wants to say they dislike you. But when you go to a host community and you denigrate, you point with the left finger almost at their community, where you've been accommodated, where you've been prospering, man, that is not cool. People will push back at that. You may hate
please, can I come in, please?
Anybody that comes from that place. You may hate Ashwaju, you may hate Atiku, you may hate Kwakwanso for anything that you want, but do not always do that. This is the problem they have in the north and southwest and everywhere they go. No, don't do that, man. Politics is politics.
Please, please, Roma, can I make an introduction, please?
Yeah, come in, Joel.
I think it's so petty of any of us to come here and always talking about people that live in other states. Meanwhile, you're not living in your country. As I am in the United States, I have the right.
Country, and I've never for once said anything evil or bad.
Please, let me just finish. Hold on. Okay. Let me talk.
I've done my part. I've done my part. Listen, I've done my part in the United States as a veteran in the United States military.
Please, a veteran does not go to war. Let's hold on. Leave this thing apart.
Hold on, enigmatic. Hold on. Hold on, everybody, because hold on, because when you were pushing at that space, you cannot push at that space and not expect somebody to push back. So allow Joel the window to push back. Joel.
We always I've had Thomas make this statement as well. It is so wrong. Anywhere you are in Nigeria, it's like you're going to Lagos State, wherever you are in Nigeria, you have to speak about your environment. That's your fundamental human rights. It's just that simple. You pay taxes in those places. They don't go there to live for free. When they go out there, they pay for houses. They go out there, they live, they contribute to the economy. So if they say anything wrong in that economy, I have to speak out. It is just, that's the way it is everywhere in the world. Why do we always come here? You always pinpoint at Southeast. What has Southeast done from you?
Because it is so clear. It is so clear what you guys do. You guys do not appreciate your host community.
Have come to help you
and that's why you have problem everywhere you go.
And
in the north, why do you think you are having a problem with the Hausa Fulani?
With the Southeasterners,
because you don't be challenging an Hausa Fulani that this is my land.
Why
don't do that, man.
Is he your God?
They're going to push back at you. You come to Lagos State to prosper, and then you say Lagos State is a den of thieves, it's rubbish, why would you do that? How is your state? How are your states?
It's not because I'm not from Lagos State. I've been living in Lagos State since '89. Probably living in Lagos State.
That's cool.
So I've been paying my taxes in Lagos State.
Forget about taxes. We all pay taxes as Nigerians in the United States, but that doesn't give us any right to say America is not good for us.
If I pay taxes, I have the right to ask questions about my environment, right or wrong.
I lived in the East. I have properties in the East, and I know what it means
to own a land. In the East or not.
I know what problem you
if I go to Lagos State and there is no drainage, I should not speak out. I should not speak out.
All right. Gentlemen, please. So please, gentlemen. So let's cap that all off. I could not allow that monologue and not then allow Joel the right to push back. But let me push it on. Let's just go straight to the politics of it. Let's go to the Yoruba space instead. A neutral ground. So Professor Banji Akintoye, he steps down as the leader of Yoruba Nation today. But what is your memory? What is your recognition of his tenure as the head of Ilana Omodua? So what memory do you have of him? Was he fit for purpose, or did he serve and did he serve any good? Are you back to see the back of him, the prof, enigmatic?
Yeah, one man. Let me just say, one man, I'm very, very obstinate about what I believe in, okay? And then I'm going to conclude that first stanza of my comment. Where
you
Don't
make
don't trigger people again. No, don't trigger
I'm not.
them.
Whoever wants to be triggered, it's okay for them. This is a platform.
Okay,
They
well,
have the
on.
right.
Yeah, carry
They
on.
have the right.
On.
That's why they have the right. So wherever it's like, you know, in Yoruba language, they say, "Ibitimba tinje mi ò ní ṣe bẹ̀ndá bàṣà." Where I make my living, where I feed my family, regardless of the situation. No situation is permanent the way they say it. We are all subject of imperfection. No human is infallible. We understand that, one man, right? For the sake of politics, we have to say the truth to ourselves. You know, and I always make this scenario. If you are the only one in the room that everybody is pointing at, then something is wrong with you, not the other people, because you should look at yourself. When you go to a certain part of the country in the north, and then they are pointing at you, you come to the southwest, they are pointing at you, then you want to say people are marginalizing you. You should look at yourself, because nobody will listen to certain things that people ask or people say without pushing back. I don't know about other Yoruba people. I don't know about other Southwest people.
Man, can I ask a question?
I am different.
Can I ask
okay.
you a question?
All right, ask the question. But don't spark up the space,
no.
But
I just want to ask him. What gave rise to this? How do I put it? This commentary you're making about. We understand the politics. We've said it many times here. I, for one, have challenged the our Igbo brothers about this politics, like we just described. Of everywhere they go, it's always an issue with them, with the locals. We get it, but my question is, what gave rise to this comment or this narrative
at this moment in time? Yes.
Yeah, it's so simple. I know. Sometimes I just don't like when you want to point an accusing finger. I've seen a lot of people talking nonsense about Lagos again. Don't do that. Probably I'm not going to see it, and I'm not going to say anything. One man, if you've lived outside of Southwest, I've lived in the North, I've lived in Southwest, I've lived in Southeast, I've lived in South. I can bet you, and anybody who can challenge me on this platform should come forward. The kind of accommodation that they receive in Southwest and South and the North, if they close those two places, those two axes to them, South will push them back. That's what I know. And when they talk about this civil war, all those things, when they lost their houses in River State, it was the people in the Southwest that were keeping their houses for them, and they returned their houses to them, even with the balances of their rent. So we cannot be going to that level. But you come to
enigmatic. One sec, sorry, brother.
No,
it's enigmatic.
I'm not going to be on this platform and take that.
Enigmatic. Wait, duro. How do we get here? I don't know. Maybe the comments. Forget about the comment section.
But we want to live here, so let's live here, Thomas, and take enigmatic to Professor Banji Akintoye, who steps down. But so give us a final score for Professor Akintoye. What was his tenure of Ilena Omodua like? Was it a success or not?
Well, I don't really, to be honest with you, I don't care about all those Yoruba Nation or whatever they are for. So it has never crossed my mind to even check the modus of their operandi or whatever they are doing, because Nigeria should be one. Biafra, Yoruba Nation, all those kind of separatist group has never been my idea of a Nigeria. Nigeria, regardless of our differences, we have to come together and then hold out ourselves, and then we'll come back as a family. So Yoruba Nation has never been my reckoning, and is their leader is stepping down on whatever he's doing. I care less a hoot about that. It's just, I believe it's just a beautiful nonsense. They've been doing all this while, and they've probably seen the handwriting on the wall. So basically, I don't care what they do. So Nigeria should remain one regardless of our differences.
All right. I will announce my preferred presidential candidate in January 2023. This is Yemsen Wike, who tells us that he has teased us enough. So the one thing that we know is that he's not going to declare for Atiku. But depends on the time of the day or even the day of the week, there is a strong indication that he might go with Peter Obi, because that is where the populism seems to be. But then the pragmatism will say he might want to go for Tinubu, but whoever he goes for, the person will feel the impact of his support. So Yemse Wike promises January, which is what, a couple of days, at least no more than a week away. But then where do you think then he's going to drive that bus to? So it's a flip. Heads, it's Peter Obi, but tails, it is at Tinubu. But where do you think he's headed, one? And if you were him, where would you head to?
Wike is not a Wike is not fighting a lost cause, one. And then people who can actually read Wike's body language, of course, we know is championing the cause of a southern presidency. And then APC candidate Asiwaju, and then Labour Party's candidate Peter Obi, they are the two frontrunners from the southern part of Nigeria. So having seen Wike's kind of politics all these years, and then with the expectation of what he believes can actually come out of this election, this is a subjective idea, and this is my opinion, okay? I believe Wike will be going with APC. And if we have to actually rationalize the idea of what he's been doing lately, especially when he has the typical, doling out of a 3 million naira in Lagos State, and then he's been meeting covertly, and then with some PDP, with APC people. And if you kind of see his tacit, let me say, relationship now with the Buhari's regime at the federal level, you probably see what could be coming out of Wike. Is a very confident man. Is the man when in January he will come out to say, I'm going to be supporting Peter Obi, or I'm going to be supporting Asiwaju, but with his political understanding, he's a veteran. He's a big boy in the game. He wouldn't be, supporting a political party that he believes he will have to struggle for a ground. He will be dealing with a party that has a shot at the presidency, which is probably going to be Asiwaju, and by extension APC. So that's the way I see it. He's probably going to be going with APC at the end of the day. And then APC, if you look at what APC is doing in Oyo State now with a member of the G5, so it's like they are ceding most of the candidates now for their presidency. So something similar will probably going to be happening in River State. They will leave Wike to.
But can you not see this a space that leads Wike to Peter Obi? Because because the sort of personality that Wike is, it aligns more with the sort of Obi narrative than Tinubu. I would say that. Yeah.
The best he will probably do for Obi is what he's doing currently, because I heard it from a reliable source that he even supported. He even supported their River State rally with some, apart from the logistics and with some other stuff. And I think I don't know if this will come up anytime soon, but I think they're going to probe whoever is the Labour Party's henchman in River State. I think there were some funds that were not actually accurately accounted for. Wike helped them financially and stuff like that. That's probably the
enigmatic.
Yeah.
Can I please give me 1 minute? You talk about that or your state. Can I make a comment, please?
Yeah, go ahead, no problem.
Yes. What I heard when I went to Nigeria is that the candidates in APC now with Seyi Makinde and the G5, they've made him to work for Seyi Makinde for the second term. So he will be going after Seyi Makinde. So they are all working for Tinubu. So when Tinubu win the election, Seyi Makinde will defect to APC and finish his second term. And the person on APC candidate now in Oyo State will be the next governor in Oyo State. That is what I heard. We don't know how far it's true. So that space is still locked down for the Ashiwaju. That is just my submission.
Yeah, so one man from what I've heard too, right? The G5 group, I think they are playing to the same format, right? They'll probably seed some seats and then they will coalesce on the presidential level, because Sheyi Makinde now, when he campaigns for the state. He doesn't even mention Atiku or PDP. So now Atiku even mentioned that his focal point and his henchman in the Southwest now is going to be Ade Dancer, right? So when you look at the political optics, and when you look at what Wike has been able to do, because there is a political there will be a political blowback, right, for Wike if he supports a political party that wouldn't be winning the presidency, right? And then he is left in his own lodge at the end of the day. He wouldn't want to do that. And from what I've heard for a long time, I don't know if that is still going to be playing within the scenario of what is going to be happening in January. I heard that there's an arrangement for Wike to be a part of the Tinubu's administration if eventually he wins the election. Based on some certain consideration and based on some certain concession, if they are able to iron everything out smoothly, and then it goes well as expected. So basically, you're probably going to be working for APC.
There is I would not be surprised if Wike declares for Peter Obi, because it's more coherent, and if he makes the assessment that his support will give Peter Obi that final push to make him a real strong. It's already a strong candidate, by the way, Peter Obi. But if Wike makes the assessment that his support could tip Peter Obi towards becoming a potential winner, I think he may well want to back that space above all others, because it serves Wike's politics more for Peter Obi to be president than anybody else, because he can take on Peter Obi, but the rest of them, they are a bit stronger. So I think instinctually he will want to go with Peter Obi. This is what I think.
Okay, well, that's what you think, right? And then what I think is what I just told you, and I'm giving you scenarios, and I'm telling you from my own point of view, personal point of view, right? From Wike that I know, Wike is not a political amateur. It's not a political baby. It's not an emeritus professor of online or social media political punditry. He's a real politician, and he knows what political capital or what political deficit awaits him if he goes with a party that wouldn't be making it to Aso Rock. So those are one of those variables, and those probabilities are probably going to come across his head. And then, because at the end of the day, if he goes through all this gra, if you see the way he has decimated, Atiku's team in Rivers State, you will be surprised that he will want to, on a matter of principle. This is not about principles now, one man. It's about political lifeline. It's about what awaits him after 2023. So if he sees cover under APC, and I believe APC is going to be winning the election, and then do you know he has met Ashwaju twice behind the scene? He has met Ashwaju twice behind the scene, and then what he said was that there's sharp contrast between Ashwaju and Atiku, from antecedents and from what he's been able to see. So Ashwaju is the man that will give you his words, and then you can go and deliver. When you deliver, his word stands. Atiku wouldn't do that. So of course, you may have your own idea of him supporting Obi, which is basically fair. Which is
no. I'm saying his instincts,
okay.
And in terms of his political, in terms of Wike's political future, who do you think serves his political future best as president? will his future be better if Obi was president, or if Tinubu was president? Well, certainly not Atiku, but let's leave it. Let's keep it to those two. In terms of Wike's political calculus, in terms of his calculations, who will he have a better chance against as president? Peter Obi or Tinubu?
Both, because at the end of the day, if Peter Obi, right, in the case of Peter Obi being the president and Wike works for him and they become a team, it will be quite difficult for Wike to come around after 8 years of Obi to say he wants to aspire to be president. Same scenario will play out with Tinubu as well, right? And then this is where instinct is would be a clear departure from making the right choices or making the right move when it comes to political idealism. Now, it's not about political idealism. It's not about the choices you have to make somebody feel good or to make a statement. No, it's about the fecundity of a rational choice and the reality of Nigeria's political space. So when it comes to that, and do not forget, this is not about Wike alone. So you are basically restricting this to Wike alone. No, Wike is leading a team of G5, a team of not just political neophytes. These are texted politicians in their state. They are leaders, right? They are leaders in their states. They are aspiring for several offices. They have surrogates in their state who they want to leave their state behind for. So a lot will be involved, right? So when you ask this kind of question, at the end of the day, side by side, he will be losing. He wouldn't be president after 8 years of Obi. He wouldn't be president after 8 years of Tinubu because it will have to go back to the north. But at the end of the day, when it comes to that, he will have to make the right choice.
Yeah, but the thing is, with either Tinubu or Peter Obi, I think Wike's calculation is they can have their 4 years, but he's going to make sure they don't get the next 4.
Well, in that
I think Wike's politics is for 2027.
Well, regardless
all of
of
his politics, yeah.
Regardless of who Wike is going to be sharing for, right? Of course, that is very almost true. I wouldn't see Wike not coming out to challenge whoever is in power in 2027. But there could be a different dimension to this if he supports Tinubu and Tinubu becomes the president, right? In 2027, there could be an understanding that will not make Wike come out. It depends on how the game is played, and it depends on how they are convenient they make him seem, or probably how accommodating they make him feel. They carry him along appropriately and then astoundingly within the APC apparatchik at the top. Then he may not really see a need for that. So at the end of the day, it depends on how the incumbent who he has helped to go into government, absorb him into the scheme of things, basically.
All right, brilliant, well put. So, enigmatic, I want to take that question round just to make sure that every voice comes in.
One man, if I can go, let me do, because I'm at work.
All right. Okay, then I'll come to you first. But let me do a bit of administrative stuff first. Ayo Joe Super Chats, it says, if truly we are, sorry, let me mute you for a moment because there's some feedbacks coming in. So I just, it says, if truly we are one Nigeria, I have the right to say anything about any region. At Enigmatic's comment, you still don't see Southeasterners as Nigerians. Should we go our different way? For me, you are wrong. So that's Ayo Joe then. Well, it says we, but it has a name Ayo, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe just speaking as a Nigerian. So thank you, Ayo. That's the first super chat of the day. I thought everybody had gone to empty their wallets in shopping malls. That's why we're not seeing any super chats. But certainly we've been seeing the buy the coffee. Of course, you know where we're going. It's only ever really one name, and as ever, it's Ayo. But I think a different Ayo in this instance. So one man went to more as sponsored by Ayo. He does as he always does. So that's Ayo there. doing the Buy the Coffee. In this instance, it was joined by James, who joins him today. So, like we say, we traditionally look for, so those are the two chaps there. So, like we say, we traditionally look for 3 people to do that, maybe more than 3 in this instance. But thank you, Ayo Joe, for the super chat. Thank you, Ayo and James, for the Buy the Coffees. So to you then, Joel. So Joel, the conversation is around Wike. He has promised then that in January we'll know where he's headed. But where would you point him, Joel?
Anyway, I wanted to say something, but I'm just going to answer your question before I get to what I want to say. On this particular issue, I'm going to agree with Enigmatic. I don't think Wike is going to support P2B on this issue. You know, some people that have their sentiment about Wike, they do have it. Like I said it like I like some part of the fight that he is fighting, especially when it had to do with, you know, the Southern presidency thing. I think that's where he ends. I think that he's going to pitch his tent with APC, and even when he does, I don't think the Obedient movement has anything to fear. Wike cannot push the South or the entire, even in River State, to vote APC. So I'm pretty much confident. I just want to see what it will come up with. If it comes to Obi, then fine. But my mind tells me he's going to go with Asuwaju.
All right. But in terms of because if you look at Wike, both his mannerism, his age bracket, his political approach, a lot of it aligns more with what Obi is about and what the obedience space. They are more of natural bedfellows, Obi and Wike, than Obi and Tinubu. So are you saying that it's going to be solely about pragmatism? Because Wike had always told us that what he's fighting for is Nigeria. And if he is fighting for Nigeria, then that is the space that Obi occupies, because Obi occupies the Nigerian space, which speaks to a Nigerian future that is youth-led. So if Wike continues to insist that he is fighting for Nigeria, he cannot not but go with Peter Obi. So if he goes with Tinubu, then self-interest above all else.
But for the politicians, it has always been self-interest. Wike's entrance into this election has been about self-interest. So let's not get it misconstrued. Wike was not meant to be in the race at all. Wike came in after he knew that it was the turn of the Southeast. He still came in. Let's not forget that he also bashed to be in Anambra State, right? So he did his own thing. I'm not going to, hurt him for that. But the issue right there is this: I see it is going to be a personal interest decision at the end of the day. And for him, I believe he belongs to the old order, regardless of what we think. I think he's going to pitch his tent with Asuwaju. It's going to be about personal interests. I don't see him. The Nigerian thing, like I said, all these things is coming out right now because Wike did not win. If Wike had won, we wouldn't be hearing all these things from PDP. So the betrayal has been done by Wike. So all these things we are seeing right now from Wike is just a way, of trying to make it look like, oh, okay, now it's a southern thing. No, it was a personal thing initially. Then when it now failed you, you now made it a southern thing. When it now failed you now say it's the shaman thing. So I wouldn't want to go. I think my mind, my gut feeling is telling me that it's going to be with Tinubu, and it's going to be based on strictly and personal interests.
All right, but it'd be interesting to see where he goes. If I was to give percentages to it, I would say 51% of me thinks he will go with Tinubu, but a good 49% says he will go with Peter Obi, which is to say 50-50. Really, you are never really sure with
For me,
because he likes to come. He likes to come at things from left field. Wike, he likes to catch people. Yeah.
I think for me it's about 70-30. against Peter Obi. I mean, because I believe that Wike would not want. I mean, his dream would be not to see Atiku in there, because he knows that he has ruffled so many feathers, and if an Atiku goes into power, most likely, if he does not support Atiku and Atiku wins, most likely either Wike is going. I mean, some people say he's going to jail. I mean, if he doesn't get his acts together, then I can see either Atiku or his boys coming out outrightly for him. So he's going to make a decision also based on his personal security, based on his political future. But in all of this, I just see his personal interest, and I see that he's going to go with Jagaban.
If Wike was, if he were to go with Peter Obi, what do you think it would do to the Peter Obi campaign? If Wike throws both his money and his weight behind Peter Obi, what do you think that would do to Peter Obi's campaign?
It's going to be well. I just hope he doesn't throw money the way he has been throwing his suit.
And he has to throw money. Oh, that's what you really need him for. The money, isn't it?
But what by this day, I don't think if you see him of late, he's been
every event he throws his suit.
Any place he goes there, he throws his jacket. I don't know. I think he's having that Michael Jackson vibe, where you just do your stuff.
Sorry, Joel, I saw a clip of him doing that yet again, some cream-colored jacket. And there was a part of me wondering if he actually packs it with dollars, maybe $10,000 to say, that would be a nice touch, wouldn't it? Whoever gets it wins a lottery.
But the funny thing, I think the first time he did that, right?
Yes.
He left some of his stuff in the jacket when he threw it away, right? Then he now called his ADC to go after they've dragged the jacket and everything. He now called his agency to go after the jacket and get the stuff inside the jacket, right? You see, before we went to war in 1966, this was part of the issue. The way politicians use the security operatives. I saw that as being so wrong. That was his ADC. But telling his ADC, I mean, there were other DSS members around that area, or you could get his personal assistant to go do that. But telling his ADC to go look after someone that took his
because the person could need a beating before they release it. In case the person needs a beating, he has to send somebody, that can deliver the beating.
Well, man, that's the part of the Nigeria that needs to be changed. I want to see a Nigeria where we are making progress. I think we make one step forward, we take 10 back, right? So we need to start getting up this kind of Nigeria that we are living in today. It has to change. The mentality has to change. You see, even though I like Wike as a person, building a society goes beyond building bridges, right? If you want, building a society has to do with your own personal character, the way people are going to emulate you. Our society needs to start growing. You see, I was listening to one of those guys, a guy from APC, and very bright young man. He's the ambassador to Burundi. And he was so. I mean, if with the ladies would say, "Sweep me off my feet." He was so good at what he does, very articulate. But he was talking about the pragmatic ways that the people of Burundi have started, solving their problems, as it were. So you see, from what he said, you find out that Burundi has taken like 10 steps forward. In Nigeria, we seem to be going back.
Yeah, but the Nigerian problem is unique and peculiar, because the Nigerian problem is a Fulani problem. We have a Fulani problem in Nigeria, and that Fulani problem, it knows only one or two ways. It's either to be dominated or to dominate. So that's very peculiar to us. We have a Fulani problem. That's what we have.
And I bet these Fulani are less than 10% of our population. You see, the Fulanis are like less than 10% of our population. So what is happening to the big groups like the Hausa, Igbos, and Yoruba? It means that we coward. You see, it means that we coward. What?
Sorry, I was going to just add to the commentary going on about Wike. Sorry about that. This is Snowman.
Come in, Snowman.
Go ahead.
Again, talking about Wike's relevance, I think it serves Wike better to keep quiet and not support Tinubu, because it hurts his own beneficiaries of PDP if he wants to stay in PDP. He's better off supporting Peter Obi, knowing full well that Peter Obi's candidacy hurts Atiku. So, you know, it's a better chess game to play and say, hey, I'll support my southern brother, and say, hey, I lend support to Peter Obi, knowing full well that Peter Obi isn't going anywhere. Because to go to APC, there are just too many juggernauts in APC for him, or to support Tinubu. You know, there are just too many juggernauts there. There is no soft landing for him anywhere there, or any political future there, or even in PDP, because they would use that against him and say, hey, you supported our rival, you know, so why should we support you now, you know, in 2027? So he's better off supporting a Peter Obi, you know, knowing fully well that Peter Obi isn't going to get there, and he will still maintain his bona fides as being a PDP man and continue in that party as a PDP man. That was what I just wanted to chip in into that question, to that space.
Hold on, Snowman. If he were to support, Peter Obi, if Wike was to support Peter Obi, where would that support be most felt? You know, can he support Peter Obi in the north to any impact, or can he support Peter Obi in the southwest to any impact, or is it really within the creeks? And in fact, Peter Obi already has the southeast, so I'm not sure that he will add anything to Peter Obi. But if he supports Peter Obi, where would that support have its most impact? Where will it be most impactful?
It would be in the south where he has, where he seems to have probably the most reach. South. Knowing full well that, you know, it won't necessarily. For the optics, it's good for him, you know, for 2027. But in the long run, he knows it's okay. It's just a high service, or he's just doing that to the gallery. Knowing full well that Peter Obi isn't going to get anywhere. He would say now, right now, that his reason for fighting Atiku is because of South, you know, being marginalized. But just like from Nashville said, it's always been self-serving. He's a politician. His calculation is, I'm going to fight this fight and hide under, you know, cloak it under the, that it's a southern fight. No, it's not a southern fight. It is a weakest fight, knowing full well that he's getting himself ready for 2027. You know, and the deals he can cut now is, I'm going to mess Atiku up here in the south. You know, southeast, southwest, south, so that he doesn't get the numbers, the requisite numbers he needs to become president. And Tinubu, you get it, but 2027, it will be you and me, Oga. You know, we'll go after it again. I'm sorry about the background noise.
All right, no worry. If you have ever been here anytime, you know we love to hear children in the background. We love to hear that. But let's get back to Joel of Nashville to continue with his thoughts. And Joel, what I was suggesting, just in the hypothetical scenario that Wike backs Peter Obi, where would that backing, where will it be most impactful? Where will it be most impactful?
If Peter Obi, I believe that Peter Obi right now in the South region, on the average, Peter Obi is at 50-60%, right? If a Wike backs Obi, then it has taken it to like 70% or 75%. And Snowman, the audacity of stopping an obedient to tell him that he's not going to, his principal is not going to win. I mean, I don't know.
What are we finding him? 2 goats, 7 chin-ups, and 100 cola nuts.
It was like the David of Obi is not going to win. That was like the audacity. But it's
No,
okay.
we all know that if you don't understand the political calculations, then you could continue to bask in that euphoria that Peter Obi isn't going to win. The numbers are not there. He cannot. But I've
Yes.
been following the conversation, for hours today. He's good for him. He should stay on. There may be a lifeline somewhere else later on. Finish this fight. But again, he's not now. It's not time for him.
We've always been told that it's not time for certain people, and people still went out there and did something. It's okay. Your opinion is valid. Your opinion is very, very valid. You believe that Peter B is not going to win. A lot of us believe that Peter B is going to win. So it's just that's why I keep saying we live in the hands of Nigerians.
And
I
he should keep the fight. He should continue with the fight. I like a good fight, a good political fight. I like it. But again, we know the calculations don't augur well for him.
It's okay.
Let him continue. It's a good southern fight.
The number does not go for anybody in this election. Even
you
with
think so?
No, even with Tinubu, the number does not.
The numbers go clearly for him.
No, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I think. Hold on. Hold on. Snowman. I think Joel may have a point. You can say Tinubu has an edge, but the numbers don't outrightly deliver the presidency to anybody. I don't think that's why it's being fought so hard. Yes, that's why it's being fought so hard.
If you understand politics very well, you will understand that Tinubu started going to the southeast and the south. It's for a reason. And with that visit that he did, if you look at the poll, you'll find out that Tinubu started getting some grounds in the south and the southeast. So that is how you think through politics. You don't just say it is done, it is not done. When you look at the way we've played politics before in Nigeria, it's about the tribe and the religion. And if you believe that this is tribe and religion, does believe that anything can happen with a Kwankwaso and an Atiku being from the north. So nobody in this election before it used to be like either or. But right now you have the tripod upon which Nigeria started the struggle of being a nation on this election. Whether you like it or not, that's the fact. So right now you have from the east, you have from the west, and you have from the north. So nobody has that number. Nobody can post on those numbers. And that's the reason why you see people like
Kwankwaso is just going to Kwankwaso is just going to water the votes down in Kano. Mark my words today. Tinubu is still going to take Kano. He's just going to water it down. Sometimes there's some spaces that you may not win clearly. So you're better off modeling the water there with more participants in those spaces, so that you will get more, you will get the most, but others will scrape, from there. Jagaban he's a juggernaut. He's done his calculations so well that you'll be surprised that Kwankwaso is working behind silently for him. I have no authority. I have no authority as to what. I have no authority. I'm not. I have no insight. I have no inside authority as to what I'm saying. But that's how much I know Jagaban. He's not a draft player. He plays chess. He's always the long game. He's done his calculations. You'll be surprised that Kwankwaso will be working for him.
It's okay.
All right. Let Joel carry on with his thoughts, and then I'll take that question round. So back to Joel of Nashville. The only one.
So,
there's no other one. No, thank God for that. Only one Joel of Nashville.
So, what I was trying to say, nobody has the numbers. So, some of us can still live in our own world, thinking that someone has won this election. How Tinubu might be cutting what's his name, Kwankwaso from the back. He's a juggernaut. Don't worry, we are all waiting for February. If he wins, then he wins. If he does not win, he does not win. But we cannot keep hatching our eggs, before time. So I'm going to leave it there for you, Mr. Snowman.
But one more I want to leave too. So if you can give me sometimes.
You know, so but one man, I wouldn't uptown. I won't take much time, okay? But there's one thing I wanted to address here, and it bothers me a lot. The issue here, I'm just going to take maybe like 2 minutes to just narrate this uptown, so don't go nowhere, please. The issue here is that, you see, when we come out here to talk, right? It's good when we talk about our expectations, our permutations, and all that. But when someone wants to come and create my tribe, I'm not going to take it lying low. That stuff should stop. It should stop. We are talking. We made this statement, and the way, and I'm not referring. You know me. I call the names. The way enigmatic referred to the Igbos, I don't like it. You might live among the Igbo.
Please.
No. I have to address this issue. I have to address it.
Let him have his floor.
Nobody,
because I don't want it to degenerate into another ethnic.
I have to put this matter out. Nobody gave us shishi when we came to Lagos State. Nobody gave us shishi, not even a plot of land, not even a square meter of land. When we come to any place we go, we try and develop.
What of the enabling environment?
What of the accommodation? What of
the enabling environment?
Guys. Hold on, everybody. Okay. I'm going to, for the first time in the history of this platform, I'm going to make an executive decision. You hear that, though, just like Donald Trump used to do. I'm going to make an executive decision. Joel of Nashville speaks his mind, and then we just move on. Because I'm only doing that because that space is a cesspit. If we go in it, we'll never come out. But have your say, Joel, and then I'll just move on to Adewale, Joel of Nashville. Yeah.
I'll be fast with you, one man. So what I'm saying is this. Yeah. It does not matter what environment you have. What matters is whenever I come there, if the environment is good, I stay. If the environment is not good, I leave. If the environment is good, you tell me how much I will pay. And that's our mentality. We have never come into Lagos State or any place and grab anybody's land. We have not gone any place and live in the forest. We have not gone to any place and shoot up churches. But every day we come here, somebody is trying to tell me how we talk. How do we talk? We shouldn't speak because we're in Lagos State, that we cannot elect who is going to be our governor in Lagos State. I have been paying taxes since 1989 in Lagos State. That's over 30 years.
You don't look old enough. You don't look old. Hold on. You don't look old enough. You are only 30, so how can you be paying taxes?
Look at this. Started staying in Lagos State in 89.
I'm only joking. I'm only trying to lighten.
I know you're joking. Yeah. I know you're joking. So that's the issue. Right, so wherever we go, we make that place. We help make that place happen. So the issue of always trying to come and talk down on Igbos, like we are shit and all that, man, it has to stop. You don't reach at all. You don't reach. I mean, if we can, if you want to engage us,
nobody is telling you actually. You are not getting it right.
Every strata of life.
Let me put it right to you.
Lastly, Lagos is a food cooked by every person in Nigeria.
Nobody is telling you are shit. But when you have an enabling environment that is accommodating you at this least, letting you do what you cannot do, then you appreciate that.
Can I finish, please?
All right. In a couple more sentences.
Yes. The only state built by the Yorubas are from the Ogun down to the Kwara. Lagos State was cooked by everybody in Nigeria. Our taxes were used to build Lagos State. Lagos State was the future already. We are building Lagos State like we are building a nation. So don't come here and make it look like anybody built Lagos. Nobody built Lagos.
Don't go too far because people will want the right to reply.
No. One man. I am not taking anything away from the indigenous people of Lagos State who made things a little bit easy for everybody. But that's about it. Every other person that came into Lagos State, including Tinubu himself, who is not an indigene, Everybody came there and contributed their quota. So let's leave it at that. Until we separate from that country, nobody has the right to tell anybody where and where not to stay. Thank you.
All right, brother.
So Lagos is
I
nobody's
know.
land.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. That's why I didn't want him to go there too far. Let's just let's give Joel the grace just to have a say on challenge. But that's a wonderful. No, because you know, if you come back at him,
have you lived in the East?
No, I've not lived in the East, and I have no. You see what you started there, Joel?
No. One man say. I will be the last fool. I'll be the biggest fool to say. I'll be the biggest fool to say nobody owns Lagos. There are people that owns Lagos. And I look. Let me tell you, I am not that kind of person. I don't play like that. Every place has an indigene, and even in the United States, the way we stay, people still owe United States. The Red Indians where they are, we know where, and every time we pay a homage to them. And Thomas, I know that where you are, you have indigenous over there too. So everybody has indigenous. So I cannot come here and say Lagos State is owned by everybody. I say that
all right. Let's just leave it there. Let me read out the super chats, and then we go to Adewale, who is a more steady voice, but the super chats, it looks as though people have now discovered that super chat function. I thought for a moment they've gone to empty their wallets in those shopping malls with sparkling lights, but not Plenty Water, who super chats to say. It says, accept that Wike is evolving politics in Nigeria, exercising his freedom of expression as a party member. What Wike is doing is usually done quietly and in the background. You are all just surprised. So that's what he's saying. So the first half of that, Wike is evolving politics in Nigeria. I would agree with that. The only evolutionary process outside of traditional politics Tinubu's politics is new and innovative, if somewhat traditional, but the politics that Wike is playing within the Nigerian space, there's a dynamism to it that is somewhat alien and foreign to that space. So the politics that Wike is playing is superb. Because right from that primaries, he has held that center stage that no, I will not be treated this way, and this will not be allowed, and you will not overload this space. He said that, and not only did he say that, he asserted that. But then what is the end game for him? Because the end game will define his mastery. But I agree, Plenty Water, he says, accept that what Wike is evolving, accept that what Wike is evolving politics in Nigeria. Accept that, no, let me read that properly. Accept that Wike is evolving politics in Nigeria, exercising his freedom of expression as a party member. What Wike is doing is usually done quietly and in the background. You all just surprised. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So now that Ayo discovered the super chat, everybody has discovered this as well, as has Thomas Adedeji. Greetings to everyone on the platform. Merry Christmas. One man, keep doing what you're doing. So thank you for that words of encouragement, Thomas Adedeji. Plenty Water comes back. It says, so where else aside from Lagos have you developed? So no, I think we'll leave that rhetorical, because that space now is slash and burn. Ajale Koko will tell you, when we enter into that ethnic space, you know, everybody has to put on a helmet. So now that the super chat has been discovered, it's been used at plenty. It says, now you are trying to defend Igbo by falsely defining and dismissing real Lagosians. What's your logic? Name another place Igbo populated that did not have help of other Nigerians. I want the list of the places. So I think that is in response to Joel of Nashville's assertion that Lagos is essentially a federal space and not one ethnicity can claim any overall credit for its development. And so the Plenty Water super chats to that space. It says, now you are trying to defend Igbos by falsely defining and dismissing real Lagosians. And by the way, real Lagosians have nothing to do with the development of Lagos State. Lagos State was developed by any and everybody foreign to Lagos apart from real Lagosians, because real Lagosians are just agrarian people and fishermen. So they have nothing to. If we're if by real Lagosians you mean Yorubas, then that's a different thing. But if we are talking about real Lagosians, I doubt if they contributed even 1% to anything that is going on in Lagos. It says, now you are trying to defend Igbos by falsely defining and dismissing real Lagosians. What's your logic? Name another place Igbos populated that did not have help of other Nigerians. I want the list of the places. So thank you for the super chat. Plenty water. So plenty water. So now that has been discovered, the super chats keep it coming at plenty. Not necessarily exclusively to plenty water, but anyone else that wants to use that that option to relate with the platform. Of course, we are pushing the buy the coffee thing as well. The link is pinned in the comment section if you want to buy cups of coffee for the platform. That's been done by Ayo, who traditionally does it, and James Johnson in this instance. So let's take the conversation then in the direction of Adewale. So Adewale, are you still there? You're always so quiet. We don't know if you're with us or not. Adewale?
I'm here. I've been here since 6 o'clock. Babajale Koko. Are you still there, sir?
Ajale Koko is there, yes.
I want to report you to him.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Mama neglected me since 6:30 today.
You've been
You refused to
marginalized.
call me. Yes, I feel marginalized and I want to protest. And now that's why I'm reporting it to you.
You know, Adewale, we've been doing this thing for going on 18 months, going on 2 years. And still it's still a hustle to master it. So I have the option of either going one by one, who comes here first, and do it that way, or let it free flow in the manner that I free flow is. But then
If I had yelled Emilokon, you probably would have noticed, but because I didn't say Emilokon, you see how relevant that phrase is now.
You see? It worked for Tinubu. Maybe you should have used it as well.
But so that they won't say two Yoruba men are using that phrase. That's why I don't want to use it.
Look at that. Emilokon, but Talokon is the question for Yemsen Wike. So he gives us January then as the space that is going to announce who he's going to back. So he has always been of the stance that power should transit to the south. So if he holds true to that space, then he is only really presented with, yes, of course, they are plentiful, Adewale, Showore, etc., but really, in reality, in realistic terms, there's only really two options available to him, which is, of course, Peter Obi or Tinubu. But there's an argument for both sides, and a lot of people, they seem to be quite categorical that he will go with Tinubu, but there is nothing to say that he would or should. For me, it is 50-50, a toss of the coin. But how do you read it? Wike announces in January. What are you expecting, Adewale?
Thank you. And I refuse to answer it from backward. I will start chronologically the way you started this show, because you bypassed me and you've asked so many questions today. Let me start from
the floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Let me start with Governor what's his name? Governor Peter Obi. And you say, who is financing his campaign? Look, let's give that man a credit. It's not easy to say, you know what? I want to lead. I want to govern this country. I want to make the life of Nigerians better. He put himself out there. Nobody forced him, but he put himself out there. And for every single candidate contesting for this election, we should give them credit, including Governor Peter Obi. It's not just because he's from the southeast. For fact that he's out there, he's vulnerable. He can be taken out, right? And every assault coming left and right, this man is still standing there. Let's give him that credit. Now, he's a patriotic Nigerian for the fact that among millions of Nigerians, he decided, you know what, I want to stick my neck out there and see if I can get my chances and do this thing. Now, the next question is, who is financing who? Unfortunately, the last electoral law that was passed in Nigeria did not really delve into the electoral finance. And this is where politicians know that if they've covered that extensively, they probably will be at the receiving end of that, because financing in politics in Nigeria is like 5 and 6. Finance is a big deal. And then you look at the fact that most of this, the leading contestant, including Tinubu and Atiku, they are not actually, I don't think they're spending their own money. Hardly you will see a politician worth its salt spending his own personal money, especially when you are vying for a coveted position like presidency of a nation. Mostly, you will depend on the political interest people, and there are some people within the country and outside the country, even in the United States. Donald Trump, for example, use that example. He got money from external interest. And in America, it's frowned upon. You cannot have, financial support coming from external. You remember, I think there was one of the House of Rep member that was actually had to resign, or he was probably jailed. I'm not so sure now. When, Bill Clinton, he contributed, what is it called? Shagori man contributed to his campaign. Eventually, the FBI found out.
That guy is a Nigerian. That's Shagori man. He's a Nigerian.
Of course, he's a Lebanese Nigeria. But then, he owns Eco Atlantic, right? So he contributed to that House of Rep members campaign. So with that, we should also look at it this way: money is coming with it, even up to this private jet. These candidates are flying around. They don't own it. I heard it from a good authority that even before Tinubu declared his candidacy, someone already said, you know what, this private jet is for you anywhere you want to fly to in the world. It's readily available. All you need is just to say this is your calendar, this is your plan, and it will be made available for you. And money flowing from abroad, the little that is being contributed by the fans to Governor Peter Obi cannot be enough to finance his campaign. Campaign is expensive anywhere in the world. And that is why Yoruba will say, you can't use your own personal money. You will go bankrupt. So the best thing every candidate does is to seek. There's always like this Babansale, how do you say it in English? The godfathers, that will want to spend money. If you are in the government, government official, you would pay. If you are an incumbent, you use government money, just like Jonathan tried to do when he was seeking for second term. And if you are not in government, there are always the backer, the political godfather that will back you. So I want to believe the money is coming externally. At the same time, it's also flowing internally. Because if you look at the economic situation in Nigeria, except if you're in government, you'll be able to fund your campaign in such a way they are throwing money around because of what is going on around. So I want to believe money is coming externally and also within the country. But the one coming outside, even up to the NSAS, money were flowing in because some people were interested. I'm not talking about Nigerians abroad. I'm talking about people that have interest, either for the instability or stability of that country. So that is where that, but at the same time, you cannot put them side by side with Atiku campaign or Tinubu campaign, because these are, they have money. Tinubu's party is one in the office. They can take government money and spend it, but I doubt if Buhari is going to do that. And Atiku at the same time, they have some governors that are still in the office, so they contribute money one way or the other. But at the same time, they have people, they have interests, across the globe. It could be contractor, it could be, anyone interested in forming partnership, even foreign investment. They also pump money at the same time. So I'll skip that one. Then I'll move to, I think the next topic you talked about is Mr. Banja, Professor Banja Akintoye.
Yes, he stepped down as the leader of the Ilana Omodua organization. just as early as today, within the last 48 hours. So now we're reflecting back on his tenure. Was it fit for purpose? Did he do anything meaningful or impactful? Or was it even an impediment to Yoruba progression, the prof?
You know, to me, I think there's a pros and a cons for what what that group stands for. Ilanomo Odua is not a terrible organization. It's just that what they're promoting is what I found a little bit, sectional or ethnic division. What actually brought this to limelight was because of the insecurity in Nigeria. When Sunday Igbo, this has been going on for a long time, but when Sunday Igbo now began to, heckle that more, and became the should I say the foot soldier, and that created this more awareness, and people begins to. But for how long would that take us? Yoruba has one of their own seeking for higher position. The same thing, somebody from southeast, so also somebody from the northeast. So what does that tell us? If everybody begins to promote a regional or sectional ideology, or is it for the benefit of the country? We're talking about integration. We're talking about unity. I don't think promoting Yoruba Nation by you say Lanomo Dua, whatever we have. There's a lot of duplication. Lanomo Dua. The next thing, Emefiele. The next thing you start seeing up. It's to me. There's benefit in having a reawakening about Yoruba race, the culture, reviving the cultures and languages and all that. But when it's now beginning to go into the political area, that's where I'm having some type of reservation, because yes, you can promote, but how long will you continue to promote a tribal or regional politics? To me, it's not. Well, if that is what what he has done with reviving the culture, yes. But as far as I'm concerned, he has not really made much impact. When you say much ado about nothing, you just make much noise, but it's just not really making much impact. Even if you step down, how many people knows about Professor Akintoye? How many people knows what he's fighting for and all that? For the only people, for you and I, that we're abroad, we kind of like, it's even more pronounced abroad than even in Nigeria. So to me, it doesn't really make any difference. Then I'll go to the topic you talked about. I think you talked about the next topic about Arise News.
Yes, the chairman of Arise News, Obiagbena, Arise TV, this day publisher Obiagbena, reaches out, meets to resolve dispute with APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So, of course, you, I'm sure you are aware of the skirmish that is going on between those two spaces, and central to that space, apart from the partisanship of Arise TV and especially their chairman, their publisher, apart from their partisanship, there's a particular vexatiousness about an element called Rufai Oseni, who is so brutal in his thuggish sort of journalism that it seems to rankle because he's so frontal in his manner. And the Tinubu space, asking that the Arise space both tone down their partisanship to put on a veneer of neutrality, and especially bring that boy called Oseni Rufai to heel. So all of that skirmish, but it looks as though the olive branch now being waved by the Arise space. But do you think Tinubu should just brutalize them, Adewale?
I will start with this. I used to like Arise News, because I used to think they are more urban, modern, and their approach to news is a little bit more modern and impartial. But then I begins to see the way things turn out. Don't get me wrong. In every media organizations, they always have, what they stand for, what is their ideology and all that. But then you have a media house that is owned by the individual. There's good press, there's bad press. Okay. But what I've seen from Arise News, people keep praising Rufai. He's a Nigerian, he's a patriotic Nigerian. But you see, for the older uh, member of this show that are already in this show, they would know that, the years past, we've had media practitioners that are professional to the core. They report, but they are reporting on the standpoint of objectivity. And at the same time, what I've seen coming out from Arise News is this. Well, and we like to benchmark Nigeria democracy with American democracy. There was a president in America called Donald Trump. When he first came out, he labeled certain media as fake news and the good news. I mean, we're all aware of that. And at a point, he granted the one he called fake news, he granted them interview. But after some time, it seems that every time he granted interview, they always find something to, pick from whatever statement he makes. And he stopped granting them interview. And then there's another man called Kevin McCarthy, who is actually seeking for the speakership in the House of Representatives right now. I can't remember the last time I saw Kevin McCarthy granting interview to CNN. Not because CNN is a liberal channel, but because of their stand against Republican and Donald Trump himself. Now, let's take it back home. You have a shop, and you are forcing me to come shop, buy things at your shop. When I have my own shop, woman, do I have obligation to come to your shop to buy an items from you?
No.
Okay. That doesn't diminish that they can hold me accountable because I'm seeking for a public office. This man has his own media organization. And up to this moment, he has not even granted his own organization any press at all. Now, the point that he has refused to grant one-on-one interview with the media, that is a valid question. That is a valid point. Because I expect up to this moment, Tinubu should have been able to at least grant maybe one or two. And he went abroad and granted BBC an interview. Now, we can now say, well, the answer of that
Sorry,
was,
Adewale, how many of these candidates have actually granted one-on-one interviews?
I mean, see, some of them like to hug the media, the camera, because that is the way to project themselves. If you put all of them side by side, Atiku Abubakar was once a vice president in this country. Even if he doesn't grant any media interview, people still know who he is, right? Kwankwaso is a regional person. He was once a governor, right? But then people a little bit, but probably maybe in the corner somewhere in Ondo State or Ogun State or anywhere. But then every candidate has their own path that they've already mapped out, that this is the strategy they want to employ. Now, you cannot force me. When I watched the interview on Arise, I want to believe the editorial or the directorate of news programming in that channel already make up their mind. Just like here in America, there's a media company. I want to remember that name. They control like 36 or 40 something television channels in like 40 states. They generated this talking point and send it to every media houses that they control, that this is going to be their talking point from now on. Some journalists,
Fox News.
Sorry?
Fox News.
No. It's not just they own those local channels in some states.
Okay, yeah, it's more dogs.
Just like NBC and Fox News and all that. So I want to remember that company's name. They have they are the owner, they're the parent company to those local channels, and they were Republican leaning channels, and they gave them the talking point. So every time, whenever the news comes up, they always find a way to deviate, to dodge, and to promote that talking point every time. Some journalists they resign because that is not what journalism should be, because they didn't give them a free hand to practice, to do what they are doing best. Now, when you watch interview, I've seen Kadaria interviewed even General Babangida, Ibrahim Babangida. I've seen so many journalists. You can come from different approach, but one thing is this: you don't know me, I don't know you. If you are going to see, you have to come from the point of, okay, I'm going to be neutral and I'm going to ask you a question. But when you are coming forcefully, when it seems that you are coming at me instead of trying to dig me out, then I will be reluctant to share the information or to tell you what you want me to tell you. See, what Rufai failed to understand is that politicians do not speak the truth. They never tell the truth. But politics is not business. It's not about the bottom line. It's about winning. These same folks will come years and year out to come and lie to the electorate. But you're in the media. You're trying to, pontificate yourself as the what do you call it? The most pious man on earth. We've lived in that country before where media was all about brown envelope. In the years of IBB and Babangidas, and Sonny Abacha, about brown envelope. People that doesn't really know much about PR should need to go and ask. Look, as it is right now, you don't know me, woman, but if I want to project myself for people to know me throughout Nigeria today, all I need is just to have some money, give money to some people, and they will promote me to the high heaven. If you want to find out, go ask Chief Dele Mamadou. It will tell you the in and out of that. That's the way they do it. But you see, unfortunately, people that are saying that you should come to our, I watched today's show. What is trending? And they brought a topic up about he speak to the fact, but begins to deviate towards his analysis. Rufai speak to the emotion and never actually deal with the fact. We all know politicians are corrupt, but don't play emotional game with it. If you want to speak with the fact, stick with the fact. But then was it not the day before yesterday? They were talking about the what do you call this man? The Doyin Okupe's court case and all that. See, when the uncle was asking them question, when it came to Dr. Abati, she never asked him that question because this man still has a case pending in court. All of them share this money. And people that, and then you're trying to water it down that this man was never convicted. And to me, it's like saying, you know what, we're going to play it cool because this man, if you pay a fine in the court, you're as guilty as charged because something has to pay. And you are paying a fine instead of you going to jail. Even here in America, if you have a Class C misdemeanor, which is a traffic offense, you pay. Even if you don't want to go do defensive driving and all that, you pay. So that means you are guilty of it. But then they're trying to water it down. And to me, for those people who really, the same thing the TVC is doing, and at the point Channel Student was doing that, democracy depends on the media. Information has to flow. But unfortunately, what we have going on in Nigeria is a flow of fake news. Even the established medias that we expect to hold the society accountable, they are also guilty of it because what they do is hearsay. Can you imagine you want to bring somebody down and you went round the globe, you couldn't find a credible source. You now fake somebody who is abroad, who claimed to be a investigative journalist. I'm talking about the ordaining of a guy, and they brought him. I mean, to me,
Adewale, if you one sec, if you remember one time, Arise or channels publicized a news that is fake. You remember they came back and apologized. That means they didn't do their due diligence before reporting the news.
It's just one too many. To me, I'm not saying that Tinubu is not guilty of not granting media interview. But the thing is this. Look, today they were talking about what is happening in Lagos when the Sanwo-Olu introduced the Blue Metro line. The governor himself praised Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But when it was the time for the Arise News crew to analyze what happened, they were making reference to Jakande. Nobody is denying Jakande as the godfather of Lagos. But it takes somebody to say, we want to revive, and somebody continue with that vision up to the current administration. But they never for once mentioned Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Raji Fashola, Ambodi. They never once. To me, it's like saying, you know what? And when it comes to positive things, they never mention, but the negativities is what they're trying to promote. That is not good journalism. I've seen Kadaria asking tough questions from IBB, but she was never been forceful about it. And the man knew that this woman really wanted to, have a moment of gotcha. But what he was trying to do is, you know what? I will answer you. And he answered some questions to some extent, maybe to some point that he said some things that he probably didn't meant to say in the first place. So to me, Arise News, they goof, they are chairman. It is to me, I don't think any of those anchors you see in front of the camera say a single word without somebody sanction what they're going to say for the day. At the point, they were not like that. Others were not like, even Anyangolu's wasn't like that. At the point, it started becoming more antagonistic on the show. Like, we need to me, you can ask questions. If I refuse to tell you, I refuse to tell you. But when you started making it look like I have a beef against you, you are lying, I'm right, politics will go. These folks, they are powerful. They are strong. Not even Abati. Not even his home principal could not even save him when he was in detention, in AFC detention. These folks were saying, even Peter, Governor Peter Obi, he himself is powerful. They could make you to become something small like a ant. So that is why you should not die in their war. Whoever knows Rufai should tell them, should not die in their war. You should continue to be a journalist, but do not try to impress some people because of, of course, you're trying to work for certain media. No, do your job to your best ability and back off, because election will go, election will go. These folks do not forget and they don't forgive. That is what I would tell them. Now, going back to the last topic of, I think the last topic you were talking about was Wike.
Yes, Wike and where he's going to park his support. He's promised us an announcement in January, but we're speculating with discounted article. But I'm saying it's 50-50 Obi or Tinubu, but most people seem to think it will go with Tinubu. But your thoughts?
You remember Governor Chris Ngige and Governor Oji?
Yes.
In Anambra. When Governor Oji was in Ngige as a chief of staff. And then when Governor Oji became a governor, Anambra governor, I think they went to Okija or somewhere, one shrine. And at the end of the day, both of them could not even see eye to eye. Now, Wike's political relevance in Rivers State is as long as his remaining days in the office. Why do I say that? There's a possibility or probability, if I use those two words simultaneously, that whoever is going to become the governor, let's say the PDP candidate becomes the governor.
Tonya Cole.
Not Tonya Cole.
Is Tonya Cole not the PDP candidate?
No. Tonya Cole is not PDP candidate.
Oh, right.
No.
One man, you're not familiar with that space.
No, I thought it was. I beg your pardon.
The APC candidate.
There's
the PDP candidate is the current.
Their current accountant general.
There's a chance that person will also try to establish his own empire and his own dynasty. And guess what? There will be a clash. You've forgotten that Governor Peter Odili once reigned supreme in Rivers State, and is still seen and regarded as the godfather in the Rivers State PDP. Wike cannot do anything or what he's doing right now without the backing of Peter Odile and co. And he never failed to reference there anywhere, anytime. So when he is out of office, number one, let's put it this way. I think it will go towards APC, but this is what I want to say before then. Remember, this man came to Lagos and openly endorsed Governor Sanwo-Olu.
Yes.
He even donated almost 300 million to the women or something women association then in Lagos. And then this is the PDP governor, the sitting PDP governor. Now, and then turn around when was invited Governor Peter Obi to commission one of his projects. And he said, look, don't bother wasting your money. He even invited Peter Obi's fans and supporters to the commissioning venue. And they were all making us and told them, jokingly that, hey, you all need to be quiet or else I won't let your man talk. And openly told the man that, look, I will provide you vehicle security or whatever you need. But don't worry, don't bother spending your money because your money is just going to be wasted. And the man himself, although understand, I'm talking about Peter Obi now, and he said, give us this state. Give us the state. And we was trying to say it in such a, but he was asking that give us the state and we'll let go of the state or whatever. Give us the federal and we'll let go of the state. Now, Peter Obi need River State to go to Peter to what do you call it? For Peter Obi to become president. Let's say Wike now Wike decided to go in a route of Governor Peter Obi, and it's a known fact that he's supporting Peter Obi. That after 2003, when it's election we have, that is 2028, I believe, and they are coming out for re-election. If Governor Peter Obi wins the election, do you think that would give chance to Governor Nyesom Wike to recontest, knowing that they're both from South and Southeast? Possibility, no, right? But then if it's a turn of the Southwest and Tinubu wins election in 2028, he could say, you know what, it is the time for the South again to contest because you guys denied us the last time. But for the fact that they are, you put your money where your mouth is, right? Nobody just spend money as a charity, especially when you have to spend government money. He deliberately, this man he was an ardent opponent of Buhari, but then he went to Abuja and collected a national honor and praised Buhari openly by saying that this man authorized the 13% derivation fund to all other states should also come out and testify. What does that tell you? The language being used indicate there's a chances, because I haven't seen anywhere that Wike has criticized Bola Ahmed Tinubu, criticized Buhari on policy basis, but not Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And if he comes out now to say he wants to campaign for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in this December, even up to the January, he will be seen as committing anti-party activities. So he probably wait till the die time when he knows he's going to be out of the office. The party can't even sanction him, and he will now make the pronouncement. But I dare him. He probably won't make that pronouncement, but will tell his folks, those 1,000 people that he employs as a special, special assistant to galvanize
200,000.
Oh, 200,000, I beg your pardon. To galvanize people and to vote for APC with the hope that when it is now turned, because this man is 58 years old, 57, 58. So he still has more time on his side, more than even Governor Peter Obi, to contest for presidency. So at the end of the day, which way would you think he will favor? To me, I believe if you consider those factors, he will probably go in the route of APC with the hope that with the hope that he will also consider that during the primary, he was betrayed by the man that he himself helped when he needed his help, somebody from the north. So now he didn't bank on the Southwest because he has no deal with the Southwest. So now if he give it to the Southwest now, there's a possibility that the Southwest may decide to galvanize and vote for him in 2028 or maybe after 16 years. That is just my permutation. But its relevance in governor, it can capitalize on that now that it's still in the office. Because come mid next year, that momentum will shift to wherever is going to be the incumbent, and he will become politically relevant. And then the government of the day can, like, what is this man called? Asai Dokubo say, tear gas him, do anything they want to him. Because at that time, he has no immunity, he has no political power, he has no political capital, he has no nothing. But then, he's a grassroots man. But I'm talking about that office, the power that comes with that office as an executive governor of Rivers State. If he goes on the route of APC, he will gain, but if he remain in the PDP, they will also put that hat on his head. But then, if you look at, for now, what is better for him now? Because I don't see any window of reconciliation with him in the PDP. He has already made up his mind. You betrayed me. There's no point romancing you or being in any relationship with this guy. If for now, by now, nothing has been done, I don't think on the eve of the election, anything will be done. Thank you.
Well, Adewale, speak to us a little bit about the court declaring Mohammed Abacha as the Kano PDP governorship candidate. So, is this? Do you welcome that family name into contemporaneous and futuristic politics? So, do you welcome that name into the politics of now and the future? And with the monies that go with that name, what do you think his chances are in Kano State? And do you think, irrespective of his popularity or his spending, Kano is too important and they will just rig APC back anyway? So, Mohammed Abacha, now the PDP candidate for Kano State, what does this permutate into the politics of that space?
His father, as one time the head of state, was their son from Kano. To the southwest, Abacha was a monster. To the southeast, probably, we don't know how to feel. In the south, Abacha is a monster. To the north, is a godsend. Abacha's son never held any political office. So the people in the southwest, they will see his son as, Abacha. How do I say this word? It's just like a continuation of what his father has been doing. They will say
Abacha reincarnate.
Thank you. But not necessarily mean he's a devil, because this man has never had any political office. Let's get that one straight. But they loved Sonny Abacha in Kano. They do. He was their beloved son, and they loved him dearly. So it's more or less like Adeleke's brother becoming the governor of Osun State. Now they has been declared the PDP candidate. There's a chances. We're talking about Kano. That they could say, you know what? His father did this for us when he was in government. So we will carry that love over and extend it to his son. To me, his son has not committed any sin. Fine, he benefited in the lootings and misrules of the country. But then, he was not the one making decision, his father was. And we cannot carry that judgment of what his father has done. By the way, the Abacha loot they kept singing and talking about, it's like a gift that's kept given. For how long are we going to continue to receive Abacha loot? You see, this morning they just termed as Abacha loot, not necessarily what this man, because for his how many years did he wasn't even in government? I think it was 3 years, but he never, maybe he traveled to a few countries in West Africa, and that was it. He never traveled out. That doesn't mean that we won't have any account overseas, but it's just that it's
his Batman is the governor of Katsina State, Masari. That was the man that was because a lot of money is being recovered from Masari, even in the United States.
Governor of Kebbi State, Bagudu.
Kebbi State.
Is it Bagudu? Yeah, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
I can't get it right today, but yeah.
But nevertheless, he also have the chance. He has the chance to be their governor. But we also look at which party, has carried Kano over the years. We will look at the relevance of the APC.
But Adewale, can we really excuse the son? Can we excuse the son?
Why not? Why not?
But he's spent from the loot, isn't it?
Look. If you, as you are now, where you work at, you were put in a position, right, and you decided to loot some money, steal some money, and spend it on your children. Are your children guilty? Probably they will say that they're not aware that their father was stealing. They could recover. Sometimes ago I was watching this documentary on the Netflix, the fever, what you call it, issue about how the fever host was awarded and all that. That was, I think, 2000 and when.
Okay, the Seblata documentary.
Yeah, that's a
that
documentary.
with the Qatar,
and there was this particular person I was so fascinated about was this man from the Caribbean. I forgot his name. Jackwana, God bless you. This man was his son was arrested in Miami.
Two sons.
Two sons. They were let go. You know why they were let go? Because they were now the one in office. Yes, they were the receiving hand of the loot, but they were never the one, in charge of making decisions for the continent. But their dad dared not travel to the United States. But they let go of his two sons. Why? Because they have no authority. They were just the ones when they receive order from their dad. Whatever their dad want them to do, they do it. So why do I say this? Is because we can't extend the signing of the father to a child. Now, if the son is also aware. Now,
but Adewale, Bible said we can do.
No, we are not.
It's only God that can do that now. You are not God now.
In the court of law, you can't establish that we are not God.
We are not God.
You can't prove that. Okay, I will claim ignorance of what my dad is doing, and I will go scot-free. You see, to me, Sani Abacha's son hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, look at Libya. Muammar Gaddafi's son is also contesting for election. What are we talking about? So, in his own right as a Nigerian, he could, if he wanted to. And luckily for him, the court declares him. So, he can go ahead. Now he has to prove his popularity. But I tell you this, he could also leverage on his father's popularity to become their governor. It's all about acceptability. And
that guy is likely to win.
He has everything.
That guy is likely to win. Yeah.
But there is an indictment on Nigeria.
They played him out in 2015.
If they vote for him,
they played him out in 2015. CPC, no, I said 2015. 2011. CPC, they played him out. They would have won.
But I won't be surprised if he win that seat, if he win that election.
Adewale, there's a good chance that in a free space, he has a better name recognition than his opponent. The person is going up against some guy called Ubasani, who I'm sure is popular enough, but he doesn't carry the cachet of a name like Abacha. So if they want to let it run free, there's a good chance that I could take a Kano.
I think Ubasani was an activist too, right?
No, Ubasani is Niger State. Gawuna is Kano State. So one man, making.
I can't get the names right today. So sorry, give me that correction again, just so.
Even that,
who is the APC man for Kano?
Gawuna, the current deputy governor, incumbent deputy
So
governor.
even yes, Obasani is what Kaduna
Niger.
State, Niger.
Ubasani is Kaduna State, the one that
Kaduna State, yes. Yes, replacing El Rufai, yes.
Bago is Niger State.
So even a non-known name against Abacha in
we
Kano.
can't say it's not. It's a non-known name.
Gawuna is
you can't. You can't say that.
He's the
But just
incumbent
that
deputy governor.
Deputy governor, okay.
the fact that Sani Abacha was once a head of state is enough for people to say, "Oh, that is his son." But then, how Kano State elections play out sometimes could be funny. We've had a PDP ruling the state before, so we'll see. But then, I mean, he's a Nigerian. He's qualified. So, and if he's qualified, then it can be voted for as the governor. So that's to me. But then we come down to the southwest and the south. We think, anybody who is extension of Sani Abacha, probably a devil in the making or something like that. But to us in the southwest, probably to the north, it's not. It's a godson. It's a saint. But then that is the beauty of democracy. You know why? Because in democracy, anyone, as long as you are qualified, and you are not condemned or convicted by the competent court for any crime, whether misdemeanor or felony, then you are qualified to seek for any elective position, any public office. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, we have criminals, but we can't prove it. At the point, Tinubu was dragged by the ICPC for a very long time. They let him go. Somebody mentioned earlier about the wealth of these politicians and the former head of state. Look, one time I was in the bank. I won't mention the bank. I used to be a banker. Then I was handling the VAT for the federal government. So our bank was one of the collections bank. So every time make payment, it was a very good business then, because once they go to audit those companies, those federal and revenue officers will contact us to go pick up the check. Of course, the bank would give them some percentage from it. Now, and I got the check. There's a shipping company called Mask, right? I mean, we're all familiar with it, Mask. And I started seeing names of the shareholders. Each shareholders, the company was paying on the income tax on each one of them. And I saw the name IBB and Shonikan. I opened my mouth. I couldn't open it. I couldn't close it. These are the things that public does not know. They have the list of those shareholders, and their taxes were running into millions upon millions of naira. So, why do I say this is this? There's a guy called Tony Elumelu, and today is a darling banker, a darling investors in Nigeria. If you are not familiar with banking in Nigeria, you would think guys like that is like, man-made millionaires and all that. Or a bank like a GTB bank, you think that is owned by two individuals and stuff like that. The money in this GTB bank is owned by the people once at the point in government. Yoruba will say,
Adewale, God bless you for touching that space. Do you know Tinavuko?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when I think I was telling one man earlier, because he was asking how did Dati made his money to have a university, and then because he wasn't really prominent until now, and I was telling him about all these big men, big time politicians having these folks fronting for their businesses. Do you know?
The hotel in Abuja, the Nikon Hilton Hotel. It's right now the chairman is Tony Elumelu. It was privatized during at the end of the day, who owns it?
Tony Elumelu is a third class. He came out with a third class.
Do you know one thing? when the Standard Bank merged with the UBA, I know somebody who is also a minor investor in the UBA then, who said he will go to the shrine to curse him. They were dupe, like super dupe. I was in the banking when the merger came up. And then Standard Bank does not have, they have some money, but not that much. And they needed to merge with with others with the resources. And UBA came handy. You know why? Because they have the what you can call a physical asset, like buildings. They cut across Nigeria. But then you also look at they don't have money, unlike before. So at the end of the day, they brought government money and people bought into it, and only to turn around and buy those shares back. Those people felt duped when everything started booming. When it's supposed to start, because at the end of the day, they bought those shares. They were compelled to sell it because they felt maybe probably it will become moribund and then eventually liquidate. But they never did because it was a game they played. And today now, Tony Illuminous sit on the at the top of what is it called? Something holding, something like the heirs holding. The heirs holding doesn't belong to Tony Illuminous. It belongs to the government officials. That is why to Tobelo, you see those, people say, well, this is a billionaire. You just look at them, people don't know what they're doing. Somebody wants to say something that Shetima, when he was in Senate Bank then, was one of those bankers handling Tinubu's finances. So he got rewarded by being chosen as the vice president. I don't think that story can fly. You know why? If I'm seeking for a power, do you think I will pull somebody close who knows my in and out? I will keep that person at arm's length, right? So that person will not, because at the end of the day, if that person wants to, open my nyash, it will be so easy for them, right? So Tinubu would not choose a Yoruba person or his own begotten son. He now decided to choose an Hausa man, Kanuri man that will now becomes, know is where he buried the dead body. I don't think that story can go, but then you cannot dismiss it because there are people fronting for them. I once saw NDDC money from the federal government being brought to our bank for a short-term investment, and they were rolling it over and over and over for almost 7 to 8 months. What do you think is going to happen? Money that belongs to a federal agency for almost 3 or 4 states. An individual brought into a bank and invested it, was yielding interest, and they kept
So he
bringing
keeps
it.
the interest and gives the rest back. I mean, that's what.
That the money itself is this individual brought it, invested it because this is how things goes. That is why you see this physical money policy of the CBN. To me, it's like a charade. They know what they're doing. The money is they already have. I don't want to say much. But the thing is this: we have people in Nigeria that are privileged. You remember when Soludo came up with the consolidations of the banks, what do you call it? And the banks were merging and marrying each other and divorcing each other.
Yeah.
The very first two banks that came to the market to seek for private funding was GTB and Zenith Bank. Why? Because the money in those two banks belongs to the government officials. And those guys came to the market and mopped the entire floor to the point that they were returning money back to people. The remnant that was returned were the one other banks were now scrambling for. Why were they the first people that knows that?
Okay, so who are these figures? Who are these shadowy figures that you are talking about?
We're talking about the former governors, the former head of state, the former directors in the ministry, former what you call it, the principal directors. I'm talking about the permanent secretaries. We're talking about the chief of staff.
So what you're suggesting is that the banking space in Nigeria is actually owned by these corrupt politicians who use that as a vehicle to pack their ill-gotten gains.
Absolutely. Absolutely. When I was in the banking, then there was nothing called internet banking. It was primarily done on the spreadsheet, and everything is done on a manual basis. You go to check the ledger, and then we started having this software that looks like a Mario, from Indians and all that. And after that, it started transitioning to internet banking. Then, as at that time, there's some transaction that you have to report to the CBN. Yes, it was by policy you have to report. But guess what? I've seen days where money will be taken to the central bank clearance house, and the bank the checks will bounce, where the bank will have nothing, zero balance with the CBN, and they started scrambling. The money that's supposed to take 5 days to clear will be taking additional 5 days, which makes it 10 days. Scrambling. Bank won't have no cash. All those things that were going on. But those two banks that I mentioned, it never happens to them. They at the point they were owning the bank. The bank that was working then, GTB owned almost 30% in that bank before they divested their investment when the private investor came up. So those we're talking about retired judge. They have invested. All those things people fronting, they look. I like it when people are patriotic and talking about, Nigeria, you have to hold this accountable. Look, these people are interconnected. They know each other. And that is why whoever becomes president tomorrow, I'm not expecting that person to perform miracle. You can do a little bit, leave it a mark, and move on.
What about Peter Obi? If Peter Obi became president, would it not be a deviation from all of this rather somewhat tragic, quite eye-opening story? Is Peter Obi not a deviation from all that you've just described?
Nigeria has a way of compromising people. You'll be compelled. You will be forced to, Yoruba will say, "Should not to wear any but you'll be forced to put your hand inside palm oil." The reason being is this: Nigeria has a way of changing and turning people. Even the most incorruptible person will become not corrupt, but you have to look the other way around. And I'll tell you this: they say somebody steal. Look at it this way: DSS approached the court and said, "Court, it seems that our CBN governor is compromised. We want you to grant us what do you call it? Ability to be able to exparte injunction to be able to arrest this individual." And the court said, "Look, you have not proven your point beyond reasonable doubt. However, there's no concrete evidence established against this person, so I can't grant you." A lot of things government officials see and they will look the other way around. There's no way a sitting president, even the governor where the Boko Haram is operating, would not know who is in charge, how money is flowing, how money is exchanging. But in some instances, they will not be because their hands are tied. Now, I'm not saying the allegation against Emefiele is wrong. I mean, is false or is the truth. But the point I'm trying to make is this: the same judge that will grant you Wuru injunction, like they did in during Abiola, and the same prosecutor, the state prosecutor, that they are in the same trouser. So it depends on. There are some people that are just super powerful. Can you imagine seeing Tinubu being put in a dock or being sent to jail? Do you imagine that Obasanjo being handcuffed and being led to jail? And I give you a good example because there's some people that are super powerful, And there are some people that are just like, hey, it's just man. People look at Okupe about is a travesty of political. Look, we understand that, and where your power ends, another person's power starts. You remember when Erastus Akingbola and this woman from Hebrews family, what's her name? These are
Cecilia.
Uncle Cecilia Hebrew. These are people
Mhm.
that, that's why I keep saying that. Bukola Saraki should have been in jail by now for what he did in Society General. These are the folks that
Well, was
we have,
it him or his father? I thought it was his father that ran Societe Generale.
both of them. It was the MD. It was the MD, money spent on politics. That was when the what do you call this? Is it NIB, the insurance for the bankers? I forgot the names. They are supposed to be the one making sure that they're doing the right thing, look the other way, But as far as I'm concerned, when Emefiele chose to dabble into politics, it's all fair and game. And you cross that line when you choose to contest for election. It's all fair and game.
I
Every
don't
stone.
know why.
Sorry?
Do you know why?
Why?
Because when one man was asking, is Obi not a departure? Why these folks, when we say they behind the scene, they know each other deep down. They have
Oh, yeah.
skeletons. They have secrets. They will just tell you, bro, are you gonna do this, or we want us to open this up for you? That's how it works. They all have that layered secrets against each other.
And they can take you out.
One within a second.
They have, you see.
Okay.
Oh, see, whoever knows Rufai should tell them. I mean, Rufai should watch
Is
it.
he not the one threatening that he will take somebody out? Rufai was saying he threatening people that he will take them out.
My brother, when you see people being declared missing, not everything is about kidnapper. You see, hey, yeah. You see, when politicians they are devilish, they are superstitious, they are desperate, and they are mean. Look, my brother, you can win if you want to wave the public sentiment and emotion to have your way. It could only help you to some extent. If you don't have the same long spoon that they used to dine with their devil, you can't win against them.
Yeah, but they tell us this time it will be different now. The obedient movement, they will sweep through all of that and clean them all out.
Look, you and I only see Governor Peter Obi going to church. You don't know whether he himself has a long spoon. You don't know. We only see people going to church or mass every Sunday, and we think, look, you and I, we've seen the politician who was taking a sacrifice. I
will bet my last drop of blood that guy is an Ogboni. No, it cannot not be now, Peter Obi. I won't bet my last drop of blood, but
one man.
It cannot not be an Ogboni now. They're all are.
There's a way your spoon will be so long for you to say you want to even contest for presidency elect in Nigeria.
Be careful of what you ask for.
Yes, I won't bet for anything. No, but
let me tell you, Baba. Hold on. Let me tell you one secret tonight, one man. You cannot for you to be a governor in Nigeria. I'm not saying president now. Do you know what could have taken Obaigbe to be scampering around to the point of reaching out to a royal father and Aremo Shoba for him to, so look, and when we say politics here, that's why sometimes we say we just have to keep quiet. Because all these politicians that you see, when it was time for Mimiko to take out Agagu, people who knows on those state politics well, Agagu died eventually. Go and find out.
You know how long I've been hearing his name, Mimiko's name.
Mimiko.
That's another man. I forgot his name. They used to be a commissioner in the era of I think Bamidele. I want to believe so. There's no, it was during the Olumilua. But then there was another man apart from Mimiko. I want to
That's
forget.
Fioye
No,
Bajowa.
that's another person. I want to remember that name, sir. I want to remember that name. I want to remember that man's
What
name.
was his position? What was his position?
They were both commissioner then. They were both commissioner in the Oluminuas administration. They've been in politics for a long time. So I think I got.
Don't and that I did not. I wasn't really blaming Rufai, but what I was saying is that he needs to be careful. That Abati, right? Abati that you are seeing over there is not an ordinary man.
What did he say? What did he say? Do you know?
Do you know? He wrote an article when he said people are saying that they sing ghosts in Asoro. He said these people has Afa, they have Babalawos that are 24/7 going on their behalf. It's just like you being selected or elected as the king in waiting. You know, there's a way they will put you in a Kobi.
Adewale, let me shock you.
Okay.
Even going back in the days, even Baba Awolowo, I'm a close family to Baba Awolowo. And Baba Tainri, they are not ordinary person, no.
You
even
know
Baba
this man,
Awolowo.
Abraham Adesanya.
Hey.
You know Abraham Adesanya now.
Abraham Adesanya.
Yeah, Abraham Adesanya. He said, and I quote.
I think somebody found the name you are looking for. They are suggesting, is it Olu Ogunloye?
Agunloye. Olu Agunloye. Yes,
not Ogunloye.
That name is not Olu Agunloye. That name sounds. That name I will remember, but I'm still tracking my brain. It's a very popular name. It's a very popular name in Ondo.
He was a minister. He was former minister of power.
No, not minister. No minister. I was a commissioner then. I will remember the name.
I'm just saying he was even a minister under.
Olu Agunloye was a minister under Obasanjo.
Yeah.
But you know they have a man, they have Babalawo, they have all sorts of. You know, there's something the Yoruba will say.
It's a question we've asked on this platform before. Adale Koko will remember there was it was just having this late night. You know, this is like after hours now when we were just free flowing, and then we were asking the question that is it possible to even be a council chairman in Nigeria without spilling blood? And
it's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible.
Without spilling blood?
Yes, there's a level to it. You know, number one, you must have been involved for a very long time. You see, there's a way the people will see you only after they've seen your contribution, they've seen your sweat and all that, your resources being used, and you've been there. You never run away, you never change party and all that. They will look at you and say, you know what, you deserved it at the local government level. But then you still have to have a deep pocket for you to be able to get there, because your foot soldiers are also going to work for you and they're also going to eat and be taken care of. So you will spend money in that aspect. Now, when it comes to rivalry, you having an opponent right for that. At the local level, it's not always like competitive as the way it is at the national level or state level. The reason why I said this is this. This is a local settings. In a party, it's like more or less like an hierarchy. They know who has been there from day one. They know who are just newcomer. Now, when you look at the other party, I'm talking about people living in the same area, the same geographical area. They know themselves. Those ones will also also sit down when they're doing it. But then you also look at the fact that it's a 50-50. If you kill this person, there's another chances that somebody from Labour Party could have won the sympathy of the electorate and then becomes the local government chairman. But then the blood involvement at the local level like that is not always, except if it's a local government that is so rich, like I'm talking about the Etios local government or Lagos local government or
Adewale, do you know they can do it on your behalf that you don't know?
Oh, of course. Oh yes, of course. I mean, didn't Yaigwe carry sacrifice to the Babish? You know, Olabengbe was carrying calabash or what is it, praying at the beach naked for the Olame Tinubu.
As led by the spirit.
Ṣé actor yẹn tó lọ rìn
Yes,
ìhòòhò
no
ní.
be small thing do. One
To
man.
me, I felt it was nonsensical in the first place.
No, he no be small thing. No, sometimes one man feel real and can ra kini yẹn. So it's a whole lot of things that are actually involved. Like this guy now, the guy that was kicked out, that was not allowed to go for a second time in Lagos State, Ambode, you know, by hierarchical order in the party. He wasn't even in the scheme of things. It was supposed to be the turn of this guy that jumped to
Jando.
No, not Jando. Okay, who be Jando?
Obanikoro.
The guy, the popular guy, this pharmacist in Lagos State. Jimmy Agbaje. He was supposed to be Jimmy Agbaje's turn, but he jumped before his turn. So it was his turn after Fashola, but he jumped before his turn because he was the next technocrat on the hierarchical order, but he left. So at that time, they needed a fellow technocrat. That was then Obanikoro was thinking he was gonna be they will probably settle for him, but they said no. We can give you Senate, but not this. So they needed somebody who is out of the political realm and who is a technocrat. So
but
now
I think the next,
because
the next,
Ambode was the accountant general, and then Tinubu worked with him briefly, and he said there was a guy that I interacted with maybe sometimes. I think he's this and this, and so they had to tutor him for the next maybe 3 months or 4 months, and then Tinubu had to speak to the those Babagba. He had to convince them. It took him almost 7 months convincing those folks. So that was why when he was time for those Babagba to say we are not, it's either you go with him for a second term and you're gonna back out, or you do what you want to do or let us have our say. So when he got to power, he failed to carry them along. That's what happened.
All right. So Adewale, so hopefully you don't feel marginalized anymore.
Well, I took my chances. I made sure I got everything.
You had all the time now.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So what I will do now is I'm going to do like a 5-minute window for people to really monologue uninterrupted, just to speak to what catches their attention the most, and I'll go with the people who have not really had the chance to have a bit of a say. So let me kick it off with Patrick, and then I'll come to Snowman. So hopefully Snowman is still there, because this is the second time. This is the second time Snowman is joining us, and I know his mom is listening as well, because his mom is a huge fan of Ajanle Koko. But let's hear from Patrick first, and then we hear from Snowman. All right, we don't appear to have Patrick, so let's go straight to Snowman then. So Snowman, the floor is yours. Snowman, are you there?
Yeah, what would you, though I've been listening, but got sidetracked by something I was working on. What would you like me to speak on?
Yeah, speak on Wike and the decision that he promises to make in January. So speak on Wike and the decision he promises to make in January, to tell us who he's going to pack his support with. But what is your anticipation? We're discounting Atiku because the likelihood very slim. But then the choice now between Obi and Tinubu. But where do you think he will park that car, Snowman?
Yes, I hope I'm audible. Good evening, everyone. Again, I think, Wike is better served if he, says, hey, comes out publicly to say, I will support Obi, knowing full well that his support for Tinubu will not serve him well in the next general election for presidency. His party would not probably be able to stick him. He's stayed a lot, maybe other than Jerry Ghana. He's been the only one who hasn't jumped ship, from the party that I could recollect, right now. So he's better served to stay. If he wants to continue with PDP, he's best served to stay, to campaign for P2B. Again, his calculation would be, well, I know P2B won't win, but, just to lend credence to his base right now that is really fired up, maybe I could, gain that base later on for being trustworthy and being, honest. Knowing full well that, Tinubu only needs him to, how should I put it? Pretty much water down that space for him. Tinubu wants to make sure Atiku doesn't get that vote. That is what I think, Tinubu would like to see from him, knowing full well that he may be able to make some inroads in Imo State and some other places where he has, Southeast governors. And those traditional South states that is known to be for PDP, if he can make some inroads there, all well and good. But with some of the damning things we've heard from Wike, I'm not sure, which South person would vote for someone. Haven't heard that Jonathan went to an hotel, a sitting president went to an hotel to talk to him, and he pretty much told him, go resign your position. I'll be shocked to find a southerner that would, or someone from South that would, vote for Atiku right now. So P2B being in the race works well for Tinubu, and the obedience don't probably know that, or they may know, or just the fact that it's the first time that a third party is really garnering a lot of support and momentum, which seems to be waning now. But again, for them right now, it's good. It's good for Atiku. It's good for Tinubu that P2B stays in, because he only takes votes from Atiku, not necessarily from Tinubu. And Tinubu, I know very well, he's politically, he's way ahead. His calculations definitely, the handwriting on the wall pretty much shows that him and Wike and Tinubu have talks, and they've, probably agreed on what to do. And, the only person who's going to be disadvantaged by their union is Atiku. Wike is playing for maybe the next 4 years. That's what he's trying to play for. I also heard when someone said maybe when he doesn't have that power again, and maybe by May, then his relevance would have waned. That's very possible. But again, I think that's why he's trying to install someone who's his own henchman. Hopefully that they can cover his tracks of whatever he may have stolen. Again, I think right now, Wike is squeezing, I hope I can say this, squeezing Atiku by the balls, and the only person who's losing out right now is Atiku. He's not campaigning as much as Tinubu is, which clearly shows that I think he's also kind of thinking, oh yeah, I've tried this so many times, even if I don't win this one too, maybe this is my last opportunity, but I'm not going to fret about it. Tinubu's garnering a lot of muster, and again, a lot of people, I'm sure some people on this platform know that I kind of lean, I lean towards Tinubu.
Why are you so hesitant to say it? The obedience, they say it with full chest, and you are almost apologetic to say that you support Tinubu. Why?
I'm not apologetic about it, but I also I want to maintain some certain level.
You don't want them to attack you, Abi. You're afraid.
Yes, knowing full, yeah, exactly.
The backlash.
Yeah. Exactly. Knowing full well what they typically do, but again, it's not to be stunned. We know how that country works. Do
you think it will ever be a beast turn in that country?
It's possible if he, waits his turn and does the right thing. That's why I want him to stay in this race, because
do you think Nigeria will ever have a Southeastern president, a president of Southeastern extraction? Do you think it will ever happen?
Why not?
I think it will get there, but again, and maybe this is one of the things that
you see, if Obi doesn't win this election, I don't think it will ever happen.
It can, and I think that was what Soludo was trying to speak to in his write-up, that we Southerners or Southeasterners are not playing smartly. We are not aligning properly.
Shall I say something funny, Snowman?
Yes.
If Tinubu wins this election, this February election, Nigeria will never have a Southeastern president. Because if Tinubu serves 8 years and then he gives over to a northerner who serves 8 years, by the time that northerner is about to leave, the Yorubas will come forward again. No doubt about that.
And that is why Soludo's write-up the last time was pretty much trying to tell the Southeasterners that we're better served if we align ourselves. That's why they've all gone. Most of them, those big, whatever, the former PDP, is a minority whip? I don't know what they call them, who's gone back to ABGA. Go back to your local base. Go back to your regional party. Then realign yourself with a bigger party, with either of the parties, which is what Tinubu has done to form, APC. Did they come from AD or AC to become APC? Go back to your regional party, show your strength there, then come back and form a bigger alliance. So it is turn by turn. At that time, then you can start to say, oh, yes, if I join PDP, if ABGA goes back and says, hey, let's form an alliance, let's go with PDP this time. Hopefully, after that, whatever, it will be our turn. It's possible, maybe after, Tinubu's first term, it could be Soludo's turn. So that is why Soludo is better served to continue to fight Obi and tell him, hey, Obi, you're just helping Tinubu out here, because that's all you're doing with your ticket right now. And I don't know why some people, maybe they see it or they just don't want to acknowledge the fact that that is what's going to play out. But I think that is what Soludo is saying. My brothers from the Southeast always, speak to marginalization almost every time. You would kind of notice that a team of all the presidential candidates here, or not all, or the three major ones, they always talk about the indivisibility of the country right now. And I think those babas have told them that if you're going to get any support or whatever from me, when I say babas, I mean the Obasanjos, Babangidas, and the rest, is that you must continue to, harp on the indivisibility of this country. We're not going to break apart. We're not going to, whatever. And I think the Igbos are going to be well served. I hope there's no negative connotation when I say the Igbos. Our brothers from the Southeast are
Brother, I want to get you
Igbo, not yeah. Our brothers from the Southeast are going to be well served when we start to talk about one country, as opposed to, oh yes, the victim that Enigmatic always speak to, that if you keep saying I'm the victim here, forget about it. We know what has happened with all the coups that have happened way past. Move on from there and let's start to talk about how we want to move this country forward. And I think I'm moving to another space now. I should be talking about Wike, but again, once a Southeasterner, if they get a candidate who is talking about one nation, one Nigeria, he will be well served. Peter Obi is in good stead. I'm not saying he's going to get it, but again, Soludo is lining himself up properly. And that's what Soludo is kind of trying to tell them. We are not playing this game properly. We're still playing draft when we should be playing chess with these people. And if you want to, be at the table where things are being shared, then you have to join the national conversation. And the only way they could do it that I see, which is what Tinubu has achieved, which Awolowo failed to achieve, was to come from a regional party into the mainstream party. And is what ABGA needs to do right now. And say, okay, yes, we know we're a regional party. Let's continue to consolidate and show good governance and good leadership. Let's take back all our southeastern states. And maybe the next time we form an alliance with the next people and say, we'll join you to give you a landslide. But when we join you to give you a landslide, please be sure that after the next 4 or 8 years, it's going to be our turn. It's doable. Deals are always been, always there. These are politicians, but I come here sometimes. I hear my brothers, speak to the marginalization they've had during the Civil War and all that, and I think most people are, Northerners are extremely tired. They don't want to hear it. They only just want to talk about one Nigeria because it serves them well the most. And they have the numbers right now. So if you're going to play the game of numbers, you better continue to talk about one Nigeria, and maybe in the after 16, we may see a Southeastern president. I'd love to see it. If Tinubu fails, I don't mind seeing a P2B presidency, but I don't think he's going to get there. I don't think they're ready for him. He doesn't have that political gravitas or the needed connection in that country.
Doesn't have the sagacity.
Yes, the political sagacity, yes, to be trusted with it. So that's my take on that. And Wike is just doing the job for Tinubu right now, and he should continue to do what he's doing, because it serves Tinubu well to just watch and not even comment about Wike at all, knowing full well there is a grand alliance somewhere, and he's going to reap the fruit of it. And Atiku is,
all right, brilliant. Thank you, Snowman. So thank you, Snowman. So yes. Gentlemen, I know everybody was waiting to hear from Ajahn Lekoko, but you'll hear from Ajahn Lekoko only in the closing remarks. Apologies, but we're coming up fast to 7 hours, and you know that cannot be healthy. But it cannot be healthy. But what is healthy is the super chats that Plenty Water has been using to engage in the conversation. So he super chats again to say, don't confuse Tinubu's primary to general election votes. Tinubu is yet to have 2 million votes in Lagos of 20 million people. 12 million votes has always been easy for Buhari, even at a loss, not Tinubu. The merger was just cherry. So yes, I take what you're saying, Plenty Water, but within the space that Tinubu has had the chance, Buhari has not tested his votes other than outside of the presidential space. So if he ran for Katsina governor, they would have known his quantity against this narrative that you presented. So Tinubu wins Lagos handsomely, and that is all he can do, because that's the only elective space that he has participated in. And if Tinubu did not get 2 million votes from canvassing to be president of Nigeria, he got that from being wanting to be governor of Lagos State. So I'm not quite sure if the analogy is quite apt to the point that you're trying to make. But thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So gentlemen, 7 hours. I don't want us to go on for too much longer. So we land on Ajahn Lekoko, of course, for his closing remarks. We kick it off with Adewale to land on Ajahn Lekoko.
Thank you, thank you, One Man, for creating this platform for us to have intellectual discussions. Even though in most cases we all may have differences in opinion, but I think one of the reasons why why I've always come to your show is just the fact that there's no holds barred. We bring all kinds of topic, and those are the things that we hope that people back home, talk about too. And it's all about bringing the country together. We thank you for bringing this. I'm always happy to listen to the show. I also suggest that everyone out there like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, One Man, for always, coming and staying this long hours to do this. And God bless you for doing this. This is for our country. And thank you again. And thank you for all the discussants or panelists today. And wish you all good night and Godspeed.
All right, thank you, Snowman. Join us again. Thank you, Snowman. So that was Snowman. From Snowman, let's go on to Thomas. Thomas, you're up next.
Thank you, woman. I'm not flattering you. You have the best of the panelists. May God bless you. Compliment of the season. Peace. Thank you.
All right. Are you on the way to work, Thomas?
Yes, I just you really keep my day together, so I'm on way to work. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Drive safely. Yeah. So thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
So from Thomas, let's go on to Enigmatic Hondi. But on the way to Enigmatic Hondi, let me acknowledge the super chat from Plenty Water. It says, the first time Tinubu will be in a party that will have over 3 million votes at presidential election was with Buhari, whereas Buhari lost presidential election with over 12 million votes against Obasanjo and Jonathan without Tinubu. I'm not quite sure if you're not getting my point. It says the first time Tinubu will be in a party that will have over 3 million votes at presidential election was with Buhari. Yes, I suppose there's a point to that, but Tinubu's anyway. I suppose there is a point to that. But thank you for the super chat. Let's go on to Enigmatic Hondi as we start to wind down. Enigmatic Hondi.
Yeah, it's been a good day today, and then I appreciate everyone's contribution to the panel today. All the panelists, they've spoken well. And then the beauty of this platform is we're able to challenge our ideas and then put put people's opinions, to cover look, and then putting their feet to fire to defend their positions where we believe maybe is contrary to fact or not actually, syncing with, reasonable understanding of ideas. So basically, I would say Merry Christmas to everyone, and then share, like, subscribe, and then God bless you, one man, for bringing up this platform and for bringing everyone together. Ideas can be subjective sometimes, opinions may be dissenting. We just have to understand the fact that we have to respect everyone's opinions. Say goodbye, good night, and then one love. Thank you, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, Adewale. Not Adewale, but Enigmatic Hondi. Thank you, Enigmatic Hondi. So from Enigmatic Hondi, so Adale Koko, we never really fully got to you today, but some days it goes like that. But the final word, as ever, of course, Adale Koko, the man with the golden gun.
Thank you, one man. It's a long session again, 7 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have to thank all the panelists that make it last long, and it's quite interesting and fascinating session. The new voices that came on board contributed, meaningfully, and Adewale, did his own best as well. So I thank everybody for, coming on board today and, educate and, express your thoughts on all the political issues and topic that one man brought to us today. So thank you all, and our people at the comment section, you are the strength of the platform. What you are doing at your own session there is even, how can you quantify it? I think you are the smartest because you are engaging into different things. You're responding to you know, our discussion, and as well you are engaging with yourself in another thing as well. So you are the strength of the platform. Come back and join One Man tomorrow. And all the listeners that have not clicked on the like button, this is the time to click on the like button so that you can help the YouTube algorithm, you know, to keep flying high. So do it. Thank you while you are doing it now. And to One Man, 7 hours is not a joke. But without 7 hours is just like 30 minutes to a lot of us, because you know, it's just the expression and the fact that came with it, and every you know, everything that that everybody put into it that make it a successful session. So thank you all. Thank you, One Man, for bringing us together again today. Tomorrow we'll be expecting you. Whatever you bring, we shall I guarantee you we shall join you, trash it out together, continue the struggle from there. Thank you, One Man. Good morning to you in Britain over there. Good night to Americans. Good night, Canadian. Thomas, I guess you are in the morning time over there. Good morning to you as well, and see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, Eagle. One Man, see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So that was Ajale Koko. And of course, when Ajale Koko has a say, the session comes to an end. So thank you, one and all. So thank you, one and all. It's been a very strong session today. So we're always grateful for that. We'll do it again, of course, tomorrow. You know we will. The only thing that we wait in anticipation of is your company. So make sure you join us again tomorrow. So I'll leave it there. And thank you to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, and the happy chatters. So thank you, everybody. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section. But here I say peace.